Hi, I'm New York Times bestseller Tamara Rose Blodgett. Welcome to my official audiobook channel. If you enjoy the story, please like, subscribe, and explore more of my complete audiobooks right here on the channel. Enjoy my stories, and thanks so much.
Prologue. You're dying, Dr. Matthews says. 2 words. Final. Complete. Desolate. I feel my fingers clench the armrests of the chair underneath me, but the rest of my body remains numb. If his words aren't enough to convince me, I see my silence is a prevailing annoyance in his day. Dr. Matthews walks stiffly, making his way to the softly glowing X-ray reader. I flinch when he slaps the photo of the soft tissue of my brain against the magnetic tabs of the lit surface. The light glows around the tumor, immortalizing the end of my life like an emblazoned tool of disregard. Just the facts, ma'am. I sway as I stand, gripping the solid oak of his desk. It's very large, an anchor in the middle of his prestigious office full of the affectations of his career. I walk toward Matthews. His hard face is edged by what might be sympathy. After all, it's not every day he tells a 22-year-old woman she's got moments to live. Actually, I do have time months. It's just not enough. I look at the mess that's my brain, at the damning half a golf ball buried in a spot that will make me a vegetable if they operate. My eyes slide to the name at the bottom. For a split second, I hope to see another name there. But my own greets me. Mitchell, Faren. I back up, and Matthews reaches to steady me. But it's too late. I spin and run out of his office as his voice calls after me. The corners of my coat sail behind me as I slap the metal hospital door open and take the cement steps 2 at a time. I see my car parked across the street and race to it. My escape, my despair, is a thundering initiative I can't deny. I miss the hit as if it happens to someone else. Only the noise permeates my senses as light flashes in my peripheral vision, mirrors against sunlight. I tumble in a slow spin of limbs. My body heaves and rolls, hitting the asphalt with a breath-stealing slap. I lie against the rough black road. My lungs beg for air, burning for oxygen, and finally I take a sucking inhale that tears through my lungs. The wet road feels cool against my face as I watch someone come into my line of sight. My body burns, and my head aches. My arm is a slim exclamation point from my body, my fingers twitching. I can't make them stop. I can't make anything stop. Powerless. The doctor is too late with his condemning words. I've already died. I know this because the man who approaches is an angel. A helmet comes off hair so deep auburn, it's a low-burning lick of flame. He swims toward me like a mirage, walking in a surreal slow motion. I blink and my vision blurs. I try to raise my arm to wipe my eyes and whimper when it disobeys my command. My angel crouches down, his eyes a deep brown, belying the dark bronze of his hair. Shush. I got you. His voice is a deep melody. I sigh. Safe. I try to focus on him, but the helmet he parks next to his boots becomes 3, as my vision triples. There's a scuffle, and I try to move to see what all the commotion's about. The angel wraps his warm large hand around my smaller one and smiles. It's going to be okay. That's when I know I'm not in heaven. That's what people say when nothing is okay. Chapter 1. 1 month prior. I flex my hand, grab my isometric hand grip, and do my 100 reps. So fun, a little like flossing my teeth. I put on the kettle with my good hand and turn the burner on high. Flex, squeeze, release, flex again. I get to 100 and switch hands. As I go through my daily ritual, I flip open my Mac and browse my emails. Faren, can you cover my shift? Faren, can you come in a half hour early? Faren, can you bring the main dish for the office potluck? Delete, delete, delete. I'll say yes because it's hard for me to say no. Tough lessons in life have taught me that. I put my hand grip on the corner of the end table, glancing at my left pinky and frowning. It's almost straight. Almost. No one can tell unless they're looking for it. No one ever looks that hard. Humanity glosses over shit. I leave my laptop open and walk back to the stove. Depression-era jadeite salt and pepper shakers stand dead in the middle of a 1950s pink stove. The combo reminds me of an Easter egg. The kettle insists it's ready, bleating like a sheep. I lift it carefully, deliberately, using all the muscles of my hands as I've been taught. As I teach others to do. I pour the hot water over the tea bag and sigh, forcing my bad hand to thread through the loop of the teacup handle. My dexterity is returning. I've pushed myself so hard that my hand rebels, willfully abandoning its hold on the cup. The porcelain shatters, and shards fly on the wood floor of my tiny apartment above the main street where I live in deep anonymity. The pieces splinter in all directions, and I sigh. I want to chop off my hand. I want to cradle it against my chest because it still works. Just not perfectly. Like my life. Another headache? Sue asks. I nod, my hands falling away from my temples as I reach for my patient folder. I grip it with both hands and scan who's up first. Bryce Collins. Pain. In. My. Ass. I grin. I love the tough nuts to crack. They make it all worth it. I stride to my torture chamber, pushing the door open with my hip, and search through the sea of workout equipment and handheld physical therapy implements to meet the sullen gaze of a 17-year-old athletic prodigy. A prodigy with a chip on his shoulder so wide I could drive a truck through it. Well, I have my own dings and dents. We can compare later. Right now, it's all about the work. Hi, Bryce. He mumbles a reply as I hand him the first merciless task. The huge rubber band fits around the pole in the center of the room. Mirrors line the wall and toss back our struggles. And our triumphs. I watch as he half-heartedly goes through the motions of his straight leg kicks. When he reaches 20, I scoop my hand down and latch onto his hamstring, and he groans at my touch. Bend your knee a little, he does while giving me a look that could kill. I stare neutrally back until his gaze drops and he finally digs in. An hour later, shaking and sweating, Bryce's huge and muscled body lumbers outside my door. He pauses as he opens it, looking at me with pissed-off brown eyes. I hate you, Miss Mitchell, he says and means it. I smile back. I totally get it. Bryce needs to hate me to get better. It beats hating himself. I nod. I know. He walks out, and I run my finger down the patient appointments for the day. Kiki makes her loud entrance, and my lips twist. She balances chai tea in both hands, staggering in two tall heels that sink into the nearly bald carpet. God, she huffs as she winds her way through the ellipticals, weight machines, and treadmills. She leans against the walking bars that run like railroad tracks for those with dual injuries. Like both legs not working. I swallow and force my smile back in place. Take your tea, you ungrateful bitch, she squeals, handing me my tea. I blow on it. A touch of honey and ginger rise through the vapor, and I grin over the rim of the cup as I sip through the little slot. So, I ask in a purr. Kiki is pure drama. It's only Monday, so we have the entire week to build up to a crescendo. Mondays are usually sedate, so I brace myself. I have 30 minutes until my next client arrives to be tortured into wellness. Kiki smirks, sets down her tea, and moves to the pole. I give a furtive glance around the gym, hoping no one comes in. God. She wraps around the pole and slides down it seductively, letting her butt cheeks split as she wiggles and bounces at the bottom. She springs up, the front of her hoo-ha a hair's breadth from the cool metal. Ginormous tip this weekend from a Richie. She thrusts forward, wrapping one slender leg around the pole, and I groan. She does a little mock hump against it and grins at me. Kiki is so inappropriate, I could die. But she's my drug and I'm hers. We fit together because we're so different. She's an exotic dancer who's also a senior at Northwestern State. She makes great money, and she also does serious gym time, packing in an hour 6 days a week. It's important to not look too striated, Kiki claims. No guy look. Just tits, ass, and curves with definition. I designed the workout for her because I'm intimately familiar with the human body. I didn't set out to be, but life had other plans. The sins of the past become the direction of our future. Kiki pouts, leaves the pole, and saunters toward me. You're no fun. I roll my eyes. Okay. I know I've got to ask the burning question, or we'll get nowhere. She perks up. You got it, sister. Who was it? Kiki always takes stock of clients. Men think they know so much, but women could rule the world if we came together. I sigh. Kiki notices regulars, high tippers, newcomers, and flags the creeps. She's scary, uncanny. I came to watch a set at the prestigious strip club Black Rose, and went away shocked. Shocked by the clientele, shocked that Kiki could dance that well for such a short time, and shocked by the moolah. The owner, Kiki whispers as if we have a secret. I shrug. So. It's Jared effing McKenna, baby. Kiki is offended by my deliberate ignorance. Her brows rise to her hairline, and her dark eyes are wide with clear disdain. Mine are steady with indifference. The wheels of my memory spin. Oh yes. Jared McKenna. The Jared McKenna. Greek god. Adonis incarnate. Hercules. Playboy, womanizer, money mogul. I slowly nod. Let's add strip club owner to the repertoire. I remember the detail of why he has so much money, and want to forget as soon as I do. Kiki pouts and tears off the lid of her tea. Anywho, he was with someone and his pal tipped me big time. She sips her cooling tea, gazing at me with cat that ate the canary eyes. Okay, the foreplay is killing me. How much? I take a small slurp of tea, and she tells me. The tea sprays out of my mouth, and Kiki grins at my klutzy ass move. $500. I choke some more, and tea dribbles down my chin. It's okay, baby. It is a mind blower. I mean, her hands go to her ample chest in patent disbelief. My nipples got hard, and he didn't even touch me, she says sincerely, and I burst out laughing. My headache is gone for the moment. My Monday morning lethargy lifting. $500 is an assload of cash, especially for one night of dancing half naked. It's more than I take home every week. Just one tip. My schooling is done, my career path set partly because of circumstance. Kiki is high on drama, but doesn't always say things without a purpose, and I narrow my eyes at her. Spill it, I demand. Kiki's lips twitch, and she chucks her empty cup in the trash. This type of gig could be the thing to get you out of that dump in downtown. I scowl. I like my downtown dump. Faren, she wails. I shush her before Sue comes in, thinking someone died. Of course, with all the sounds of torment she's heard since I began working here last year, nothing should faze her. Kiki relents and switches to a softer tone. You could own something. Something nice. I know this. I've been to her condo, overlooking Pike Place and Puget Sound. Her view of downtown is magnificent. And expensive. It had to set her back $500K. I rent my death trap for $900 per month. And it's a studio in one of the tortuously small cobblestone-lined alleys of Seattle. At least it's on the 5th floor. The stairs are murder, but if I want 2 windows that actually face outside, that's what I can afford. Sometimes the freight elevator works, otherwise it's exercise. The location allows me to walk to my upper-scale rehabilitation clinic. No need to use my beater car. That much. You don't have to give this up, Kiki says quietly. She knows I won't budge on that, and she of all people knows why. Rehab's not a well-paying profession. But there's more than money. Sometimes the soul needs edification. I look at what Kiki has and what I don't. I shove those thoughts away. She's my best friend. She's seen me through everything. Dark shadows press in, and my headache returns with a throbbing vengeance. Kiki frowns. Another headache. Yeah. I don't want to argue, Faren. You've got to know that. Her root beer eyes peg me to the spot. The sweep of her dark hair lays like chocolate silk past her full breasts. But with your looks, she throws her manicured hands in the air. You could shake your booty a little and work a side job. Get a place in your same area. You could own something. It's an old argument. Her penthouse is nearly paid for, while mine's a rental with a landlord that cares more about the rent than maintenance. Her eyes swim with knowledge, and I set down my tea. It's too cold to drink anyway. Her words put the last nail in the coffin of my resistance. Something secure, she adds in a whisper, and I let her hug me. I cling to her, and try to believe my financial troubles and dark secret can be erased by taking off my clothes for strangers. Kiki loves me more than I love myself. She loves me enough for us both. Sue glances up when I click off the light off. The sky is darkening as I slide my last patient folder through the glass partition. She has that look in her eyes and pushes a business card through the slot. It bears a doctor's name, Dr. Clive Matthews. I give Sue a sharp look, and she shrugs, giving my hand a maternal pat. My eyes burn with tears from the spontaneous gesture. Sue notices my emotional struggle and ignores it. He got rid of my migraines. Miracle worker, I say. She nods and glances at the card significantly. I notice the appointment time and sigh. Sue doesn't drop her gaze. How much longer are you going to struggle through those bone crushers? I don't answer, and she nods in her knowing way. That's what I thought, Miss Mitchell. You'd have just come in suffering worse than your own patients. Sue's right. She knows it, and I do too. I take the card and stuff it in the pocket of my smock. Dr. Seuss cats cover it in a smear of red and blue. Thanks, I say grudgingly while I grab my coat. Welcome, she shoots back in triumph as I hear the door whisper closed behind me. I look at the card again, as the cars, people, and city noise encapsulate me in the comforting rhythm of downtown. The smell of fish, food, and sea mingle, and I begin the short trek to the dank alley with the entrance to my apartment. I have 2 weeks to prepare myself to go back into a hospital. I hate hospitals. They're all about death. The thought of returning is almost enough to get a proper panic attack going. Almost. Chapter 2. Faren. I tenderly brush the hair off her forehead, though she doesn't feel it. She never knows when I'm with her. The rain coats the window, distorting the outside world and making this room a bubble of reality. The space is dim. That's a must, since too much light causes her to thrash. On some level, she rebels. It's my deepest regret that her rebellion couldn't have been sooner, when it could have saved her. It's a good day when I don't cry when I visit. Today my eyes are dry, but the next time they might not be. I squeeze her hand, speaking softly. I lean forward to press a kiss on the tissue-thin skin of her forehead. It's translucent, the body inside, still and soft from lack of movement. Life. My mother lives, but not as she should. I rise like I have hundreds of times, and move to the door of the clinic that takes care of catatonic, high-needs patients. I have a new job. I do cry then. No one notices my tears anymore. They're used to them, and I don't bother to see their sympathy. I have a date with Kiki. Kiki swivels in front of her makeup table and smirks at me. My trench coat drips water onto the floor. God. Her full lips pout as she swipes another layer of sparkly crap on her lips. You look like a drowned rat. Her face softens. See your mom? I nod. Kiki knows it always sucker punches me to visit. It kills me not to. I face the evil I can bear. Well, let's get you in the slut suit, baby. Kiki moves through the hanging costumes until she gets to my size, and she frowned slightly. I don't know how I'm going to stuff that gazelle body in the average getup. She taps her nail against her glossy lip and scowls when some of her handiwork comes off. Damn, she swears softly, making the hangers move with an angry swish of her hand. No. A blue outfit sails to the end of the size 8 rack. No. A glossy green spandex number with a painful-looking strip of butt floss floats past. Her eyes narrow to slits as a beige 20s flapper-style dress with cutouts at the nipples appears. Fuck no. I laugh, and Kiki glares at me. It's not funny, Bunny. You need to look spanktastic this first time out of the gate. She's so serious, I giggle again. I'm not a damn horse. I hold my sides as laughter peels out of me, and I feel closer to normal. I'm so grateful for the levity she brings that I don't know what to say. Even if I'm about to strip down to nothing in a room full of strangers, Kiki makes it better. She finally grins as her eyes light on something red. I mouth no, and she says, hell yes. She tears it off the rod. I don't think it's a real outfit. Actually, it's more air than cloth. I can't wear that. I stutter, backing away as if it's the plague instead of a skimpy costume. Kiki's brows come together in an adorable frown. Ah, we had this discussion, dollface. You won't be wearing this for long. Those perfect brows rise, and I blow out a frustrated huff. Right. No clothes. Well, this is a classy club, so only titties. No frontal nudity down there. They can't touch, and I have to wear stockings for some reason. City ordinance. So basically my butt and boobs will be bare to the world, but somehow that's okay, because a small triangle of cloth will cover my front, and some super sheer stockings will encase my legs. Yeah. Kiki pats the stool in front of a huge mirror, lit all around its square perimeter with Hollywood bulbs. Big ones. They glare at my pinched and pale face. Her mocha arm comes around my front, and she begins to scoop and fix my hair. It is neither blonde or brown, but a rich honey color. It's never been dyed or bleached. I just didn't want any more attention when I was at home. My idea of girliness is wearing a pair of high heels, tight jeans, and a top with sleeve cutouts. I watch, mesmerized, as Kiki hikes my thick hair into a loose top knot, anchoring it with about 100 bobby pins. She pulls a few tendrils loose to cascade halfway down my back. No matter what anyone says, long hair is easier than short. However, Kiki convinced me to take off 5 inches before I met with the manager a few days ago. So far, meeting Ty has been the creepiest part. I remember exactly how he'd looked at me. It was eyeball rape. Hi, Faren, Ty said, shaking my hand. His large dark hand engulfed my smaller one. I'm surprised. I have long fingers that match my height. My hand never feels swallowed by a man's. Hi, I said. His eyebrows rose, and he spread his arms as he stepped back. Kiki told me you know what to expect. I did. I felt like crying, but I took off my clothes. The heat of my embarrassment crawled across my skin. My skirt pooled at my feet. My high heels and thigh highs don't impede its crumpled slither down my legs. Next, I unbuttoned the scarlet blouse Kiki had picked out, revealing an inky bra and panty set. The bra is demi-cupped and holds my full C's high and tight, my pink nipples hidden by a strategic strip of ebony satin. I made the mistake of looking at Ty. He licked his lips, his hooded eyes roving my body like a starving man. My palms began to sweat. Turn, he said quietly, and I do. He'd been looking at my bare ass, only a strip of lace bisecting my butt cheeks. I felt the heat climb higher, infusing my neck to the roots of my hair. I count inside my head, praying for it to end. Walk, he said. I do, knowing I'm naturally graceful and balanced. The deep lace of my stockings whispers as I move away from him. Grace is the one thing that has never been taken from me, and I'm grateful for it now. Turn, he said. I don't miss that his voice is somewhat hoarse. I pivoted in a smooth motion, and I can't help but notice I've affected him. Shame flares anew, riding high to mortified. Walk. I inhaled deeply and draw nearer. I stop about 3 feet from him, and we stare at each other. I'm so tense I could have screamed. You'll do, Ty said in a sarcastic drawl. I looked into his dark eyes and see desire there. I swallowed so hard my throat clicks. Silence fills the space uncomfortably. So when can I start? I hate how timid my voice sounds. Ty smirked, as though he understands how desperate I am. I know Kiki didn't tell him my reasons. He assumed a lot. It must come with the job. Tomorrow. Okay. With shaky fingers, I put on my clothes, fighting tears so hard that my eyelids burned with the need to cry. My mind filled with all my defenses. I'm a respectable girl. I pay my bills. I don't party, have boyfriends, goof off. I'm a physical therapist, for God's sake. But when I get the last button done, the words die. Ty sees me as commerce, and I sighed, feeling defeated. I can't even make the proper ending salutation. I made my silent way to the door, and almost escaped before he'd asked, "Have you ever had sex?" I turned slowly, my heart hammering. What kind of effed up question is that? I gathered my courage, knowing I could lose this chance to clean up my fiscal problems with the wrong words. That's none of your business. I'd hated myself, but I had to ask anyway. Why? Why does that matter? Ty walked around his desk and shifted papers, his interest in me clearly waning. He'd been silent so long, I opened the door and began to walk through it. His words caught me before I closed it. Because you walk like a whore. I stiffened. The tears that threatened earlier? Yeah, those fall. I had softly closed the door and moved through the crowded dark hallways of the strip club. My coat is secured around the outfit that had cost me almost a week's pay. I hated what Ty said. I hated it because it felt true. Kiki shatters the foul memory of meeting Ty when she asks, "You ready?" I look back at the girl in the mirror. That's me. Her eyes are so pale a gray they would look almost white if it weren't for the lightning strikes of bronze that streak the irises, a warm brown ringing the outside. Right now, they're wide and ghostly in my even paler face, and Kiki stares back at me in the mirror. Her darker skin and complexion contrasts with mine in the reflection. She draws me in as I lean back against her. You don't have to, Faren. She gives me an out as I stare at her dark arms wound around my neck in an embrace of solace. But we both know why I have to. I nod. Yeah, I do. She kisses my coiffed hair and backs up. I slip into the ruby red heels and try not to take that final glance in the mirror. A tall, slim girl stares back at me. Her hair looks like caramel, eyes like ice. Her creamy skin looks like milk against the deep red of the outfit. A glittering mask that is part of the act. It surrounds my silver eyes in secrecy. I'm glad for the anonymity. The glittering verses between my full breasts needs only an inch to reveal my nipples. The waistband is Velcro. Meant to be torn. Kiki does a little spin, hump hips, and throws her head back, keeping a death grip on the door jamb. Every time you come down the pole, Kay. I nod as the music begins for my set. Use your good hand, hun, she reminds me. There's no way I could use the bad one. It'll be the wrist for balance and faking using both. I don't fall apart until it's over. Then I'm at the commode, throwing up my meager lunch. I don't notice anyone watch as I race out of the club. Chapter 3. Faren. The hundreds fan out like a deck of perfect cards, and I move as though I'm in a dream. I scoop them up from Ty's desk, and he stays my hand by wrapping my wrist with his large hand. My eyes skitter up to his, and I blink. What? I feel filthy every time I'm near him. He seems to know it by some pervert instinct, and capitalizes on it by treating me like dirt whenever our paths cross. I tried to tell Kiki, and she flung her hands up dismissively. No touchy, she said, and sashayed off. It's easy for her to say, because he doesn't watch her. But he touches me now. It's easy for her to say, because I don't see him watch her. He tightens his hold to just shy of bruising, and I fight my natural urge to pull away. Ty has a hold of my bad hand, and anything can happen. As it is, my heart tries to escape my chest. I can't stand for a man to touch me. Every time it has happened in the past, it ended one way. His eyes linger on mine, then scan to where my coat is cinched at my waist. There's more where that came from. His eyes hold some kind of question I don't understand. I don't want to. I ignore the overt innuendo. Let me go. All I want to do is whimper like a scared little girl. Because I am. I'm so scared. I've been doing this job for a week. The money I hold is enough to pay for half of my mom's care for the month. The entire month. It sits in my bad hand. My pinky finger pokes straight out, unable to bend correctly, and sweat dampens the dirty money. No, he says. He squeezes imperceptibly harder, and a low sound of pain escapes my throat. He smiles, and I realize he's a predator. Like my stepfather. The saliva in my mouth disappears as my breathing picks up. The door opens, and he drops my hand as if it burns. The money floats to the floor because my hand can't hold it. Ty says loud enough for whoever walks in to hear, "You're such a graceful dancer, but you can't hang on to your money." He chuckles at his joke. I don't think it's funny. I scoop up the money with my good hand, and the bad one throbs where it's been held too hard. Too long. I know from experience it won't work well for a solid hour. Hey boss. Ty sounds nervous, and that makes my heart lighter. What's happening here? A man asks, his voice a deep rumble. Melodic. It vibrates through my body, though my bare knees are planted on the plush carpet. My bones thrum with it, as though it's a tune that sings without permission inside the recesses of my soul. I don't lift my face. I don't want anyone to witness my misery as I stuff the bills in my purse. I begin to rise as a large hand cups my elbow. Warmth leaches through my thin coat and flows through my body from his touch. I gaze at the beautiful leather shoes that shine in the soft light. My eyes rise to his wrist. Vintage cufflinks wink back, a sapphire the only witness to my insecurity. My desperate need for indifference. However fleeting, however untouchable. I turn without offering thanks or a reply. His hand releases me, and I grow cold from its absence. I nearly run from the office, but I hear Ty comment about how strange I am, how all dancers are. The only reply I hear before that burning gaze leaves my back is, "Shut up, Ty." The door clicks, and I leave as quickly as I came. The heat from that stare follows me. Kiki's curls dance as she moves her head to the music in her earbuds. She looks like a duck, her head jutting and retracting to some awesomeness only she can hear. Her long nail scrolls down the screen of her cell. I plop down across from her and heave a sigh of relief. I heft my bag across my legs and against the corner of the seat of my favorite diner. I don't branch out much. So sue me, I love the view. That's a bit of the reason why I live where I do, why I shell out $900 a month on a studio dive. Well, that, and Mom's terribly expensive care center is blocks away, like my job. Both jobs, actually. Kiki catches my eye and smiles big, her grin infectious. I smile back. She pops an earbud out, and I hear the singer, Sully Erna. Hottie. I feel heat fill out the cool paleness of my skin. Kiki lights up at my expression, never one to lose out on an easy excuse to tease me. Sully Erna's coming to town. Saw him when he was touring with Godsmack. He's delish, baby. Kiki gives a little hip gyration on the seat as the waitress comes up, pen poised. She looks at Kiki with clear amusement and gives me a knowing smile. The "that girl can't be contained" look passes between us before we look back at Kiki. What? She asks, laughing. Her hand sails out dramatically, her tips bright red this month because Christmas is coming. God knows she can't not celebrate something. I look at my own bitten fingernails and put my elegant hands with their stubby tips on my lap. Arlene takes our order and saunters away, no doubt chalking up our goofiness to our age. I'm not goofy, but it's part of her charm I siphon. So tell me what's going down, girl, she says without preamble. Now that she's here, I don't know if I can say it all. My hands sweat, and I fight to keep them on my lap. Arlene comes over and slaps 2 waters on the table. Her eyes flick to mine briefly, sees something that makes her pause. But she must think better about getting involved, because she leaves us to our conversation. Kiki knows I owe money for my mom's care. I take a deep breath, then another. I meet her eyes. It's $50K, Kiki. Her eyes bug comically, and her hand flies to her chest. Jesus. Faren, she exhales in a contrite burst. We stare at each other, while Arlene delivers our coffees. She looks from Kiki to me, probably wondering what stole my friend's good cheer. One guess. She leaves, and Kiki leans forward, her hair sweeping in a black veil that brushes dangerously close to the steaming coffee. I calmly add cream and sugar, making it something that's not coffee anymore. She searches my face for the Swiss cheese of emotions leaking out, and I nod. Yeah, it's that bad, I say. She gives a low moan of outrage. That bad. So fucking bad. Kiki hisses. No wonder you finally caved about shaking your tail. My shoulders slump a little at her words. An image of Ty's hand on my wrist like a vice bubbles up. I let it pop inside my mind, hoping it'll evaporate and knowing it won't. How long will it take me to work off that debt? Kiki's face smoothed out, her thinking face set into motion, and I can tell she's adding stuff up. Well, to be honest, most good nights you can make up to 500. We're doing the math, and I'm hearing years. My soul can't take it. The pole and the men, it's already eating at me. Then there's Ty. I want months. Hell, weeks. A moment around him is a lifetime. Kiki reads my face and sighs. She lowers her eyes and stirs her coffee. I wasn't going to tell you, but there's another option. It's kinda risky. It's not like the Black Rose. What could be worse than dancing at the Black Rose? Kiki sighs. Listen, BR is the classiest of these types of establishments. The men have to behave themselves, not touch the girls, and you don't have to show your kitty. I'm so grateful. I give her an exaggerated eye roll. What about Ty? He's like some kind of pimp. Kiki rolls her big eyes, her false eyelashes nearly reaching her brows. Ty is Ty. He's great at sniffing out innocent girls, and he thinks you're skittish. He wants to scare you a little. No big thing. Her eyes meet mine. Listen, he's all bark. Don't let him spook you. Right. I feel I'm a good judge of bark versus bite, but I say nothing. The food comes, and I look at the chef's salad with fresh salmon and wonder if I can eat it. My stomach's in knots. I feel the beginning of a fresh headache come on. I rub my temple before taking a small bite. Kiki grabs a greasy fry and swirls it in some ketchup while taking a sip of Coke. No burger. She lives on about 1,000 calories per day. I don't know how she stays alive, but she explains that she's not doing drugs to stay thin like the other girls. The whole scene makes me want to cry. Then I go visit Mom and go right back to the pole anyway. Kiki dips another fry and meets my eyes. It hangs there like a limp noodle, dripping ketchup that reminds me of blood. I swallow. How long? She stares at me for a heartbeat, then beheads the fry. She talks through the food. What are you willing to do? Oh God. Nothing more. Instead, I say, a lot. She nods, gives a sad little shake of her head, and tells me. There's a cavernous silence as the last word drops out of her mouth. I know she hates herself for telling me. I know she loves me more. Chapter 4. Faren. Decision made. We move on to different topics. I feel a weightlessness. It might not be a perfect path, but at least I picked one. I'm back to telling Kiki about Ty. You met him? Kiki says in awe, utterly dismissing the true problem. Huh? I ask, clearly hearing the capital letter in the pronoun. The owner. The hunky, delicious, panty-evaporating, very, very rich owner. I shrug. He walked in, helped pick me up off the floor while I was stuffing my dirty money in my handbag. Did I mention rich? Her perfectly plucked brows rise. Did you see him? Kiki's eyes are wide for a different reason now. I shake my head, trying not to let on how much he unnerved me. And I never even saw his face. Kiki flings herself back in an indignant huff. Her angry eyes meet mine. I've been dying to meet him. Meet him, not just him seeing a set while his dude slips me a ginormous tip. I'd sample his wares any day. She exhales and crosses her legs, looking out at the water. Steelhead Diner sits at the top of Pike Street. The wall of glass frames Puget Sound, and the Olympic Mountains like a surreal painting of white ice and swirling deep cerulean waters. Why didn't you check him out? I gotta admit, I'm fanning my vagina right now. Kiki says it with such sincere enthusiasm that I laugh. I look down at my hands and give the first response that springs to mind. I don't like rich guys. Oh, bullshittery. Yeah, I hate rich guys too. Hate. She's clearly mocking me, putting her index finger to her chin as her eyes rise skyward and her foot kicks endlessly. Let's reason this shit out, Faren. Kiki drills me with her gaze. I squirm, knowing her brand of wisdom is coming. I take a bite of my salad and mechanically chew. Nice house, nice car, nice clothes, hot cologne. She lifts her brows. Lots of gym time for the guns. Hell. She smacks the table, and a couple of other patrons gaze our way. Hell, she repeats more softly. I bet that he goes to those Kama Sutra classes so he can fine-tune the moves. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Give me some of that all-day love sauce. I'll come running back to double dip. I can't help it. I start laughing and can't stop. Sometimes a little comic relief goes a long way. You gonna live? Kiki asks, confused by my hysteria. I nod. For now. My ribs are killing me. Anyway, listen up. I do, the remnants of my laughter ghosting my lips. Next time he plays hero, try saying thank you. I don't think he knew he was saving me, Kiki. Ha, she grunts, slurping her Coke down to melting ice and pushing it away. All I'm saying is, can you work it for once, Faren? Work it. I don't know, that seems like it's all I've ever done. Kiki slides a card my way. It reads simply, Thorn. My thumb moves over the black glossy letters, embedded deeply in the cream cardstock. Small numbers float beneath the name. I look up and she says, take it. Do you do it? Kiki smiles then admits, not anymore. I know her secret, and now she knows mine. All of it, in its miserable glory. That's how you got the penthouse. Yeah. As she remembers something from a while ago, her gaze drifts far away. The black rose is great money, but this money, her eyes peg mine, is outstanding money. I pause when I see the shadow in her eyes. Neither one of us say what we're thinking. If I can keep this gig for maybe a year, maybe less time, if I can stomach 4 days per week instead of 3. I could have my debt paid off, and only have the monthly to consider. It's too lofty a possibility to hang my hope on. Yet it shimmers there, just out of reach. I grab for it. Thorn. Thorn is Ty. I'm so forlorn about that fact, I can barely force myself into his tight office located inside a tall skyscraper blocks from the Black Rose. Kiki didn't tell me. Of course, I didn't ask. All I heard was a grand a night, and I climbed on board the easy money train. I should rename it Complicated, with a capital C. He behaves differently. I guess the stakes are higher. Intimidating me while I work at the BR seems to be just fine. Now, He lays out the ground rules. You will get an email each Monday that outlines the new meeting place. What? It's not at a club. Will you let me finish? Thorn smolders at me, and not in a sexy way. I've seen that look of heat before, and it parallels intimidation. He glares at me until my eyes drop. I breathe in and out deeply. I loathe him and how he makes me feel. How he makes me feel about my decisions. When the email comes in, you respond if you'll be there. I meet his eyes again, and he smirks. Ty knows he has me. Why are you Thorn? I ask, taking him off kilter with my question. He answers with deliberate slowness. Every rose has its thorns. Our eyes lock and he asks, ready? I nod. You get $100 a lap dance. His eyes sweep past mine, and he recites the speech as if it's a recipe for cookie dough. The quicker you give the dance, the better you do it, the more money there is. The clients are not allowed to touch you, and you never have to do anything you're uncomfortable with. He says the last part with the sincerity of a felon. Our eyes meet again, and I get the message. Thorns into clarity. He lists off the things you can make extra for. Let them grope your titties, $50. Handjobs, $100. I swallow. I think there's a little throw up in my mouth. I don't say it, I've never done a handjob. Thorn already called me whore, and there's no convincing the decided. And really? It's better that Thorn thinks I'm what he presumes I am. Thorn doesn't know why I'm doing this. He doesn't know my past, my present job. He's guessing, and I'm all for keeping it that way. The less he knows is definitely more. Those thoughts take seconds. Thorn moves on. There will be security. Not that it's needed. He flicks his eyes to mine and smirks. We have trained guerrillas outside all the stations, so the girls don't have to worry. I squirm a little, thinking about how they'll fire me on the first night. My temples pound with the familiar start of a migraine, and my hand closes around the crumbled card of Dr. Matthews inside my purse. My appointment next week looms in front of me, and I don't look at Thorn's dark face, eyes that hate me, a body that wants me. I know someone's got a tight leash on Thorn, or he would have done more than proposition me and threat. Who? Jared McKenna. The elusive, semi-hero billionaire who happens to own the nicest strip club in Seattle. I look at Ty, aka Thorn again, and wonder who could leash that pit bull. I'm not sure what to do. If I don't say something, he'll hear about it from a pissed client. This isn't working my sore muscles against a pole in front of men from a safe distance. It's different. Intimate. Thorn grins, his white teeth an eerie slash against his dark complexion. He strides over to where I stand, and I barely hold my ground, gritting my teeth. He towers over me, even though I'm 5 feet 9 inches in my stocking feet. I pull away, and he frowns, gripping me tighter. Chill out, it's a tutorial. I'm not going to rape you. Right. My body remembers and locks up, fights for air for reason. He looks at my face and gives a dark chuckle. Thorn moves the swivel chair and sits down on it, slapping his lap once. I die inside. If someone had told me I would be this close to Ty the creep manager, I would have laughed. Not laughing now. I gingerly lift one knee and place it on the outside of his thigh, his dark eyes watching as I do. The other knee follows, and I force myself to grip his shoulders for balance or I'll fall against him. I shiver, and he takes it for arousal instead of loathing. Thorn grips my hips, and I hiss and try to pull away. That's not going to work on the dudes we have coming to enjoy this body of yours. He jerks my hips forward, and I feel his erection against my upper thigh. Move. I bite my lip to keep from screaming. I rub against him, over and over. His hands move to cup my ass, and suddenly I'm not moving on my own. He's shifting my body against his stiff penis. My breasts are safely encased inside a nude bra that brushes his face as the friction of our clothed coupling intensifies. Thorn pants and gives a whispered shout that's somewhere between a hiss and a yell. I feel sick as I climb off him, a wet patch at his crotch spreading to his muscular thighs. I back away, shaking. The fine beginnings of a bruise blossom high on my thigh, and I shudder in revulsion. I wrap my black trench coat around the underwear he insisted was all I wear underneath it. Thorn asks softly, "Got it?" I nod. I so have it. And I never want it again. I flee, as though the devil's at my back. Chapter 5. Monday. I watch the blinking cursor as it flashes above send. My finger hovers, my will along with it. I clench my eyes and tap the mouse with a decisive click. My RSVP floats into the ether to be received by Thorn or one of his lackeys. Tonight's my first night on the job. My new job. $1,000 per night whispers through my head. I'm exhausted. I worked a full day mending the wounds of others, forcing them toward wholeness. I paid for Mom's care for the first time in cash. I pretended not to notice, as the receptionist paused when she took the rolled-up money. Her eyes met mine. Cash. I still have the receipt in my purse. I think I'll frame it when this whole thing ends. If it ever does. I slowly walk to the party room. I know I've done all that I can to make myself desirable. Ty impresses on me the importance of the mingle period. These are men with tastes, he'd emphasized. I walk in, my ice blue dress barely covering my rear. Little strings that end in silver beads sway and tickle the tops of my thighs. They cup my ass as I move in 4-inch stilettos. The neckline is so low, the top of my belly button peeks in and out like a teasing divot. The men turn as a new girl enters. I imagine their response is as instinctive as flowers turning their collective heads toward the sun. I know I've hit the mark when their conversation stops. Eyes greedily move over my form, missing nothing. Some eyes linger at my breasts, some my long legs, some caress the burnished gold of my hair under lights turned down so low they barely illuminate. One man never looks at my body but my eyes. They're worth a stare, hidden by a mask of small Swarovski crystals. Only the light gray of my irises show through the slits. My dark blonde lashes are hidden under deep chocolate mascara. 200 for 20 minutes, he says. He has deep black hair, a strong jaw, and eyes that might be a greenish hazel if there was more light. Voices erupt, drowning his, and I fluster, backing away. My masked eyes meet security. Just like Thorn promised, he interrupts the bidding frenzy with quietly spoken words. 500, and she's yours for the virgin session. My eyes snap to his, thinking I've been discovered. But no, he simply means this is my first lap dance. Ever. My shoulders drop, and I relax a little. The man who said $200 nods at the security guard. Another man, complete in a tux and tails, brings a ticket on a silver tray, his eyes moving over me once. It's enough. I feel dirtier than when I arrived. The man with coal black hair holds out his hand, and I slip mine inside his. It's warm and dry. Other girls' faces meet mine, as I slide behind a door bearing the number 1. I don't know who they are, because they wear small masks as well. It's okay, because I don't know who I am anymore. I'm Jay, he says as he loosens his tie. I stand there stupidly. He laughs and sits on a large chair. The plush burgundy faux suede hides a myriad of crimes. Like the one I'll commit. Come here, he commands in a low voice, his eyes burning into mine. I walk to him. The beads that made me feel sexy a half hour ago sting like many bugs biting my flesh as I move. I stand in front of him, and he doesn't touch me. He slowly unbuttons his shirt. Jay takes the loop of the tie over his head and tosses it aside. My eyes roam his muscular torso as he slowly unbuttons his shirt, his eyes never leaving mine. He does serious gym time. I recognize the look of hard work instantly. My hand was not the only thing I rehabilitated. I'm sore from my own workouts. A perma bruise etched on the inside of the wrist of my bad hand testifies to my 2 weeks of pole dancing. But pain won't end me. After what I've been through, physical pain is just another obstacle. It's the mental that's killing me. Straddle me, he says. I mount him like I did Thorn, my upper thighs quaking. Is it horrible that because it's not Thorn, that somehow it's better? Music creeps into the room from strategically placed speakers. My eyes flick to the side and note scattered tissue paper, lube, condoms, and a neat pile of sex toys in an antique porcelain box. Glass. Rubber. I turn my face away, tears making me hold my eyes wide so they don't fall. Jay sets a $50 bill on the end table next to the chair. A cut glass dish holds the bill perfectly. It twinkles in the low light while it holds filthy money. I move and he says, "I want to touch your breasts." My eyes shift to the money. I swallow, and after a brief hesitation, nod. He bends forward and whispers, "Keep moving, yeah." He groans as I grind against him, my face averted. I stare at the gilded wallpaper, trying for an out-of-body experience. I memorize the geometric shapes. I feel his fingers push aside the glittering V of my top. A finger brushes my nipple, and I nervously increase my pace. My nipple hardens like a traitor, and my heartbeat speeds up in unrequited fear. I won't embrace it, or I'll scream. This stranger latches onto my nipple and sucks as I increase the friction against him. I gasp a little at the contact. I guess touching my breast can mean his mouth, though I'm not expecting it. I disassociate myself further, my eyes tracing the fleur-de-lis wallpaper. My grinding stresses my muscles, my fight against adrenaline exhausts me, and the need for money spurs me forward anyway. His breathing tells me when it'll be over, and then it is. He presses my naked breasts against his face and shouts into the center of my warm flesh, releasing against a hand towel over his front. Jay holds me against him as if I'm precious. That's worse than if he'd just let me go. I disengage, scuttling off his lap in an awkward lurch and averting my eyes from his crotch. He stands up, limp and spent, and uses the little toiletries provided to clean up his inconvenient mess. I'm numb as I adjust my top and scoop up the 50, adding it to the 500. As I walk out of the room, his eyes commit me to memory. I realize I never said a word. He doesn't even know my name. Jay didn't ask. At least there's that. In the restroom, I gaze into the wall of gilded mirrors. Toiletries, makeup, and wipes of every variety litter the vanity. I put my head in my hands and sit there for moments that become minutes. When I lift my head, I turn on the tap, wait for it to steam, and yelp as I wash my hands raw. Then I unwrap a toothbrush and wash my mouth, brushing viciously. Twice. I thank whatever's holy that I never kissed him. I couldn't stand that. It's the final insult. No kissing. Because this is closer to prostitution than dancing. I get that now. I take deep breaths, concentrating on inhaling, then exhaling. I stand, straightening my beaded dress borrowed from Kiki, and head back out into the room. They bid again, and I head back into the room of the damned. This one wants to touch my breasts. I let him. And leave with $1,200. Only $48,000 and change to go. Chapter 6. Present day. "Sir," someone says to my right, but my eyes are shut. "Please step away." The timbre of that voice is commanding, authoritative. My eyes open slowly as I take in the tactile wave around me. I hear a low curse, and that warm presence moves. I feel cold, bereft as a beefy man in a navy uniform crouches next to me and smiles. His clear blue eyes scan the street. I hear car doors open and close, sirens cut off. The silence is deafening, a deep well to get lost in. All around me, people's legs appear like clothed tree trunks. I'm in the middle of a people forest, and it makes a slightly hysterical giggle erupt from my mouth. That's when I realize I'm higher than a kite. All the while, the man in blue has been talking to me quietly in soothing tones. My eyes sort of spin before focusing on his. I lift my hand to try and touch him, and I hiss in pain. A moment of panic tries to rise up in my throat because it's my good hand. Please God, don't let that be wrecked too. Shush, he says. He calmly takes my struggling hand, and his finger moves to the underside of my wrist. I feel the subtle pressure of him taking my vitals. A loop of transparent tubing swings in my vision. I've got ya, he says, and I notice his name tag, Johnny. My body becomes weightless. I feel them place me on a stretcher. My thigh shrieks in pain, and I whimper. The paramedic's eyes move to the needle in my arm, and he adjusts something. I float deeper in the haze of the drugged. It's going to be okay, he says, which fills me with instant dread. I hear that melodic voice in the background. It grows loud in argument, and I know it's my angel trying to shelter me with his wings. Johnny, the paramedic, loads me into the back of an ambulance. I tried to move. I have work. I have to die. I remembered Matthew's words perfectly. The drugs can't soften that. Let me through, the angel says. His face appears above mine, seeking me through the safety of blue men, through the onlookers in the multicolored forest of people. They can't save me. No one can. But the one who held my hand when I was laid out in the middle of the street takes it again. The sedative works in collusion with the hit to my head as I begin to fade. His deep brown eyes in a strong face are the last thing I see as the sedative takes me from consciousness like a thief. That undeniable face is the last thing I see. Then it hits me. I don't have to deny myself anything. When one knows the hour of their death, it all becomes clear. It's a kind of relief. Kiki's wide eyes greet mine when I wake up. Thank God, she says in a loud voice, and I cringe a little. She covers her mouth. Sorry, she tries to whisper and misses it by a mile. Oh my God, girl, you had me peeing my pants. Her anxious eyes scan my face, then move down my body. They sweep back up to my eyes again. I smile a little, and my mouth feels like torn sandpaper, complete with cracked lips and breath like ass. Water, I croak. Kiki slaps her forehead and brings a cup to me smoothly, tipping the bendy straw down to my lips. The water tastes like cold heaven. My eyes meet hers. Okay, tell me what the hell happened, Kiki says, plopping down in the hospital chair next to my bedside. I want to know where that guy is. The one I saw in my drug-induced stupor, where did he go? But I don't ask. I don't really know. I was coming out of the clinic. Seeing the doctor about your migraines, she prompts. I just nod. Talking about my death sentence is a little too much. Matthew's words come back to me, welling up in the center of my brain. Loss of sensation and appetite, issues of vertigo, loss of balance. I can't have that. I need to keep dancing, so there will be something left for Mom when I'm no longer here. Kiki snaps her fingers. You know, they can't release you like this. You're not all here, Faren. Not all here. My memory blinks, and I'm on the lap of one man. Like a camera shutter, it clicks. Then I'm suffering through Thorn and his brand of control. The shutter stalls on my stepdad beating my mom nearly to death. All because she defended me. And I think I can go and die. I close my eyes. Kiki pushes my hair back. What is it, doll? I mean, besides the obvious. You look like someone just stepped on your puppy. I bark out a laugh. You know the type, full of beaten and contained emotions bubbling to the surface. I don't have a dog. Perish the thought, I can hardly handle my own life. Kiki lifts a shoulder. Yeah, whatever, but if you did. She smiles, and I smile back. After a few moments she says, this is what I know. You came screaming. Screaming? My brows pop. Kiki rolls her eyes. Not yelling, but bookin'. Oh. Anywho, you come screaming out of the doctor's office and run right into the street. I nod. That sounds right. After the wonderful bomb dropped, I just wasn't myself. I'm not sure when I will be again. Then, Kiki throws up a finger. A super hot guy plowed into you with his Harley. Love by bike, she says with a squeal. Kiki. No matter what I say, it won't work. I'm okay, and she's smitten with the strange circumstances. You're okay, Faren. She looks at my blanket-covered body and snatches the blanket down to my thigh. Battle scars. You can cover that with foundation. We look at the bruise made from the bike, and I realize I'm lucky my leg's not broken. I watch her dark eyes move to my right thigh and land on my bump and grind bruise. She lays a finger on it. Kiki doesn't meet my eyes when she asks, "How's the work?" I don't look up. It's going. What do you have to do? Kiki asks. I give her an accusatory look. She backs away, her hand coming off my leg. I cover my lower body with the sheet again. You were desperate, she says. You need the money, and this is the only way, short of dealing drugs, that it's going to happen for you. I don't want a penthouse. I know. Kiki's eyes bore into the top of my bent head. Now tell me why the fuck you ran out of the doctor's office. I open my mouth, then close it again. I don't know if I'm ready to tell her. I don't even know if I'm ready to accept what Matthews said. I'm going through the stages of grief just fine, thank you very much. I think I'm hung up on anger. I hear a noise, and we turn like guilty co-conspirators when the door opens. Someone passes through with a cheesy balloon with 1980s lettering that screams "Get well" and a bouquet of carnations. The balloon bobs and wags, revealing a sliver of his face. Ty, aka Thorn. My gut sees, and Kiki gives the man who's effectively pimped me out a dazzling smile. Ty, she says happily and throws herself in his arms. His dark eyes meet mine over her shoulder, and he flashes a tight smile my way. I press my damp palms into the bed sheets. Thanks for covering for Faren last night, Kiki, Thorn says in an ominous message directed straight at me. His eyes slide over my form, safely ensconced underneath the hospital covers. Let me talk to our girl here. Kiki nods and turns to me. I ask, you did a? I don't even know what to call it. I settle on the most innocuous word I can muster. Dances for me. I squeak, hating owing anybody, even Kiki. She sure did. Thorn's eyes meet mine. What are friends for? The question is posed innocently, but I know what he's really asking. Kiki gives me a light kiss on the cheek and ignores my eyes begging her to stay. She buzzes out with a "I'll be back soon" flutter of her fingers, leaving me with Thorn. All pretense of a smile leaves Thorn's expression, as his eyes go flat black in a millisecond. Let's talk, Faren. I say nothing, and he begins. When Thorn finishes, I stare at my clenched hands, wanting out so bad I can barely stand it. Thorn wants me as a regular. He wants me to cover my fresh bruises with makeup, like Kiki suggested. He asked if I can still dance, to which I only nod. Hell yes, I'll dance. I have a sudden desire for my mom that's so strong it's like pain that I can't fix, a part of me broken beyond repair. We'd been so close, and now I had no one to take her place as confidant. There's no glue for my broken problems. Thorn's last words flit through my mind. There's more money if you keep giving me dances. Private ones. My eyes travel to his. I'm so engaged with him, I don't hear the whisper of the door when it opens and my angel walks in. Seeing my face changes his expression of contrition to one of darkness. Those large chocolate eyes move impassively to Thorn and noticeably harden. Thorn jumps to his feet, gathers up the balloon and flowers, and turns to the man who held my hand. Thorn explains nervously, "Wrong room, pal." My brows come together in a puzzled frown as they stare each other down. I swear they know each other. I'm glad that Thorn leaves. I wonder what chased him out. Who? He's even more beautiful than I remember him. My eyes take him in with hunger. Every moment of my life is hyper-bright, acutely surreal, and microscopic. His hair glints like the deepest copper penny from the pale light bleeding through the window. His skin is like creamy mocha, and his eyes are so dark they look black. Except when they look at me, they're molten amber. Hi. He steps forward and stretches out his hand. I move to put my palm in his, and I notice manicured nails that don't match the calluses on his palm. A signet ring flashes a college I can only dream of attending as his large hand covers mine. Cufflinks peek from his expensive suit sleeve. Then I see the shoes. A different leather than before, but just as supple. Just as distinctive. My eyes drive up his body and meet his gaze, and a dimple flashes into existence as a smile full of white teeth dazzle me. Those eyes capture me in an embrace of satin chocolate. "Jared McKenna," he says, and I know I'm in for it. I might be dying. I might have a dirty job that pays for the sins of my past. But right then, I know heaven, if just for a little bit, right here on earth. Chapter 7. Faren. Pretending is the hardest. That I don't think about what Dr. Matthews told me. That Jared McKenna, billionaire entrepreneur, didn't run me down with his Harley because I barreled into his path. That I'm one of the exotic dancers at his exclusive club, Black Rose. Thorne left because he doesn't want to clue his boss in on the relationship to me. Why? Our handshake breaks. His finger trails along the inside of my wrist, and as it leaves my flushed skin, my heartbeat accelerates. I watch his pupils eat his brown irises. I can't tell if the dimming of his gaze is from the gloom of the room, or that I have a clue to how I affect him. Our meeting is a testimony to the power of carnal attraction. Chemistry doesn't discriminate as to timing, looks, or circumstance. It's there to be recognized and play out regardless of environment. What's happening is exactly what I don't need. I look terrible. I have a visit to my mom's bedside tonight, and a set tomorrow night on the lap of another stranger. I'm facing the man who's my boss, my assailant, and savior all in one chaotic package. And he's enough of a man to make a legion of panties disintegrate. Incinerate. Jared McKenna leans back, drawing his pant leg down as he crosses his knees at the ankle. His eyes are shadowed as he stares at me. I break the silence. I'm Faren Mitchell. I pray he has too many dancers to know who I am. I can't help my embarrassment. His manicured nail, blunt and perfect, flicks the clipboard with my medical chart. One corner of his lush mouth picks up in a dimpled half-smile, and I blush, glancing at my hands. Of course he knows who I am. He takes my cool fingers and frowns a little at them. My eyes are hidden, staring at my lap as my heart beats a staccato rhythm. He turns my palm over and talks to my hand. "I'm so sorry, Faren." He says my name like a talisman, and I look up, startled by the soft way his voice caresses the syllables. I gaze at him numbly, his fingers playing over my knuckles. It's more intimacy than I've received from a human being since Mom was taken from me 4 years ago. It's a terrible beauty that the genuine touch of another human being moves me. I've lap danced with dozens of men in the last 10 days, but Jared makes me feel as though I'm part of him. The light play of his fingers over my flesh creates a symphony of sensation. I want to snatch my hand away. I want him to move on to other body parts. I'm so out of my emotional comfort zone that I can't breathe. I say the first thing that comes to mind. It's not your fault. I was upset. I glance at Jared again, then bite my lip, casting my eyes downward. He squeezes my hand lightly. The calluses on his palm scrape an erotic path as they slide away from my skin. I miss his touch and feel relief at the same time. He rakes the hand that was just touching mine through his hair and exhales. "It's not your fault. I should have seen you before you were in the street." I look at him without wanting to, and his deep brown eyes pull me in. They look so sincere. He doesn't look like a rich guy who's had it easy. There's a hardness to him, an edge. Jared McKenna isn't accustomed to being scrutinized, and he smoothly redirects my thoughts. "I've already paid the bill for your care," he says. A sheepish smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. "Thank God." I think then on the heels of that, how dare he? My eyes narrow, and he looks surprised. "What?" he asks as if he doesn't know. Like he doesn't realize how manipulative the whole paying it is. I don't want to be an ungrateful wench, but I cross my arms underneath my breasts. The unattractive baby blue hospital tent covering me from knee to neck hitches up, and I watch his eyes shift to my breasts then away. Still a guy. An unapologetic, manipulative, gorgeous guy. "I have health insurance." He nods, his strong chin holding a kiss from God in the center. My mind swirls with drug-induced thoughts of him as my angel, and a little smile touches my lips. His stare moves to my mouth. I understand. However, I feel responsible, so I'll take care of it. His words are final, said with an expression that is equal parts hard and unyielding. Jared is used to people saying yes. I wonder if anyone ever says no. He stands to walk away, as if he expects me to roll over. Even I know I'm not being reasonable. The fault lies with him. Jared McKenna has made me forget everything but his presence, and that's not fair. I have terrible debts to pay, a short life to live, and instead of focusing what needs doing, I let a man unnerve me to the point that I forgot what's important. Not to mention he's my boss, and he did hit me with his motorcycle. His hand circles the doorknob, but as if he forgot something, he returns to my bedside and slides an elegant business card into my handbag. "I don't think I'm finished with my penance just yet, Miss Mitchell." Then he does it, a second intimacy I don't know what to do with. I can't know how to quantify. He leans forward and wraps his hand around the back of my head where it's snarled with asphalt and dirt from the accident. As he breathes a kiss of fragrant heat above my forehead, he whispers, "I really am sorry." I gulp down the luscious scent of him, male cinnamon and spice. Jared McKenna pulls away, pulverizing me with a stare from my 10 heartbeats to his 2, and walks away. I watch his tailored navy back and deep bronze hair leave as silently as he entered. I hold my mom's hand, as I have 1,000 times before, and I cry. I'll miss her. And so much else. Her prognosis is grim, maybe a handful of years or less. I can't let them move her. I won't. I swipe at the wetness on my face, listening to the clock as sunlight slants inside her room. Someone forgot to close the blinds. I sigh, stand, and make my way to the window. My right hand grasps the twisty plastic rod, and I turn it to shut the slats. My eyes catch sight of a familiar motorcycle. As if on some bizarre cue, my thigh throbs where McKenna hit it. His body's unmistakable. He's large and broad in the shoulders, and the unique hair color brands him unobtainable. I shut the blinds with a sharp click. He ran into me. Jared McKenna paid my bill. He needs a piece of my mind. He held me and made me grieve for something I can't have. For that, I hate him. I stare at the louvers. I glance behind me at my mother sleeping in false peace. I turn back to the blinds, and the man I know is behind them. I lift one of the louvers and peer out at him as he sits astride his idling bike, surfing his cell with a tapered finger. I allow my eyes to take in his all-black ensemble. Gone are the tailor-made suit, Italian shoes, and subtly jeweled cufflinks. In their place is the kind of leather a girl dreams about. Dark. Black. Dangerous. I let the louver slip back into place and turn back to my mom. I gnaw at my bottom lip. Decision made, I march out of Mom's room, mad at Jared for following me as if I'm some baby. His new charity. Rich guys like him have to feel good about something they do, right? I don't need sympathy. I take the steps like a battle sergeant and swing the wide glass doors open, nearly braining an orderly. Whoa! Faren, what the hell? Barney says with a laugh as I breeze past him. My cup of care has runneth over, and it's spilling on everyone. Later, I'll apologize. Right now, I'm on a mission. My eyes land on Jared, and I stomp over to him. The low drone of his bike makes my next words harsher. You don't need to follow me, Mr. McKenna. That small amused smile he sported from the minute I met him widens into a grin. His teeth are so very white in his smug face. God, he's so insufferable. His eyes move to my lips, and I realize I'm still mauling them. I let my bottom lip pop out of my mouth. Just making sure my investment pays off, he says smoothly. I am feeling the distraction of him, as I see his large, strong hands hold the throttle, and subtly twist it as the motor give a deep appreciative throb. What? I can't believe him. I put my hands on my hips, and his gaze travels in a random three-point pattern. Yeah, that one. I scowl at him, my breasts and hoo-ha tingling from where his gaze just traveled. Looking for bruises? His smile fades. No, he says in curt answer. Did you look at the card I gave you? I shake my head. I went straight from the hospital to my place, took a hot and painful shower, and headed directly to my mom's care facility. You might want to. The kickstand taps the concrete, and then he's moving toward me in a steady stride of fluid muscle in motion. God, he's big. My heart is in my throat as his shoulders blot out the street behind us, the sun, everything. I look up as he draws nearer. His subtle smell is a memory trigger for the asphalt at my cheek, the swirling haze in my mind, the feel of a warm hand over mine. Safe, my memory whispers. I blink and he's there, tipping my chin up and searching my face. Heat blazes in his eyes, though his expression is cool. His gaze moves to my mouth, and I feel my lips part in invitation. An invitation I've expressly forbidden myself. My life is in shambles, and he's a last-minute storm driven into my path. McKenna bends his frame over mine. He cups my chin as his mouth hovers over the corner of mine. Do what it says, Miss Mitchell. He drops his hand from my face, and I stand there, stunned. He walks away, drops one long leather-clad leg over the seat, and lifts the kickstand with a practiced swivel of his black boot. He turns to me. Call me Mick. I think we're on a first-name basis now, don't you? He asks rhetorically. He doesn't wait for an answer I won't give. Jared pulls away from the curb, and I walk forward like a zombie. I sway as I watch him, and something startling occurs to me. The past day has been the first 24 headache-less hours I've had in months. Maybe Jared McKenna is my medicine. Or my drug of choice. Either way, I'm an addict. Chapter 8. Faren. I walk through the narrow front door of my apartment building. My eyes travel the stairs, and I sigh with irritation. My gaze shifts to the rickety old freight elevator, a soothing form of transport, if it works. I'll take my chances. I press the old push button that slides the elevator doors apart. I shove the metal gate away, step through, close the woven metal behind me, and latch it with my right hand. I press the lit number 5. With a lurch, the cart lumbers up, grinding and clattering the entire way. It stops just short of the 5th floor. I open the heavy metal, and it slides away with a rattle. Gripping one side, I hike myself up to floor level and grimace. My body doesn't like being tossed on a street, I guess. I close the door and walk the short distance to my apartment. I slide the key into the bolt and turn it, opening the door with my hip, and drop my keys in the bowl on top of a small table from my mom's house. I spread my fingers, feeling their stiffness. I put on the kettle and watch the burner turn red as I grab the edges of the stove. I lean against it, chin brushing my chest, and cry. I don't want to die. I want to see Jared McKenna again. I want to know the secrets of my body before I no longer exist to experience them. I lift my head and walk to the sink, turning on the tap, wallowing in the comfort of my familiar routine. The water steams as it hits the white porcelain basin, and I splash hot water on my face and it feels good, normal. Breathing deeply, I try to bring myself back to whatever center I can find. I stare off instead, thinking about nothing. The card. I remember, and lurch to the couch. My normal grace is gone in my rush to retrieve the card he slid inside my purse. My body squawks, aches and pains springing up like unwanted weeds. I reach in my pink purse, the fake diamonds winking at me. The card will say something like, "I know your secret." Though he can't know. Or, "You work for me, pay up on my lap." That elicits a shiver. Not one of revulsion, either. I'm pretty sure Jared hasn't put it together that I was the girl picking up money at his feet. Or my personal favorite, "You're fired." He won't give a shit that my mom is 2 weeks from being put into one of those places. I shudder, thinking about the care Faren Mitchell would receive in a state facility. I push it out of my mind as my hand closes around the heavy paper. The square fits into my palm perfectly, luxuriously. Nothing but the best for Jared. I move my hand away from the front. In black foil lettering, it reads, Jared McKenna. Tiny uppercase letters spell out a website address. Well, that was lame. I suppose he wants me to become a follower. My thumb glides across the deeply embossed letters, shining like ink on the deep cream card. With a sigh, I place it on the end table and turn to move back into the kitchen. My eyes hit on the slanted script on the back. I read it twice. Streetside, 1920 First Avenue. 7 o'clock. Black tie. I stare at the deliberate handwriting, and a nervous laugh shoots out of my mouth. What is this? Then it comes to me. Jared McKenna, aka Mick, feels guilty. He wants to make sure that he ties the bow just right on the package of his conscience. Once that's done, he can move on and be free of me. I feel a smile bleed across my face, and I don't need a mirror to know it's not pleasant. I have nothing to lose. Kiki is doing my laps tomorrow night too. I have a full 24 hours without worry. You're dying, Faren, my mind reminds me in an evil whisper. I decide to seize the moment. Nothing to lose. Except my virginity. I walk outside my apartment building, and the cool air nips at my exposed legs. The nude stockings are so sheer, they let the wind have its way with me. My platform pumps match my hose, and the chill works upward underneath my silver dress. It's short and elegant, unlike the costumes I wear for the laps of strangers. The clothes hide both the bruise from Mick's Harley and the fading cylinder from riding erections. Gaining experience while losing my innocence, one lap at a time. I force my thoughts back to the outfit I've chosen for McKenna, the salve to his guilt. The silver of my dress makes my eyes look like shiny coins. I've tacked my hair up in an elegant loose coil at my nape, abandoning informal bands, barrettes, and hair jewelry in favor of honey-colored bobby pins I use to artfully arrange my hair into a knot at the base of my head. But my mind revolves around Dr. Matthews' words and the card he gave me with my appointment about management. I find myself dismissing his cautions as a limousine pulls up at the curb. I clutch my small silver purse and bite my lip not to laugh. This can't be happening to me. I'm a physical therapist and part-time exotic lap dancer. Girls like me don't go out with billionaires. Especially terminally ill girls, even if it's only to dispel his feelings of responsibility. Of course, nobody would know I'm living on borrowed time from looking at me. The girl in the mirror stared steadily back as I had glammed up for tonight, healthy as a horse. But that's not what the damning photo of my brain has proven to me. Was that just a day ago? I wonder. A day ago when I was breezing through patients, grinding through lap dances. Before my life dumps upside down forever. But I've made a promise to Mom. A promise I can't give up, because my circumstances have turned dire, permanent. I will keep it. She gave her life for mine. I'll do anything it takes to give her dignity, because that's all I can do. The driver comes around to the curb and discreetly glances at my outfit. A slim smile courses across lips, accustomed to just that expression. He probably smiles like that when he's sleeping. "Ms. Mitchell?" he inquires in smooth American English. He's a stooped, older gentleman, maybe close to mid-70s. I think of him driving with old man reflexes in the heart of Seattle. I hesitate. Actually, the whole situation makes me hesitate, and I have a crazy urge to run off in the opposite direction. I don't. "Please." He sweeps an arm forward and guides me by my elbow to the back of the limo. I'm so glad for my 10 years of ballet before height stole my dreams. I glide down off the curb into the street and fold into the limo easily. It's empty. I turn to the limo driver. "Where is?" I don't know how to refer to him. The little old man inserts my missing moniker smoothly. "Mr. McKenna?" I nod. "He awaits you at our destination," he replies and softly shuts the door. I survey him as he leisurely strolls around the front of the limo and opens the door to slide in. I realize I don't know his name. I lean forward and tap the glass partition, my rear in the air and my knee planted on the seat across from me. The glass opens, and his watery blue eyes meet mine. "Yes, Ms. Mitchell?" "What is your name?" A genuine smile spreads the deep folds of his cheeks to smoothness. "I am Henry." He extends a palm through the open glass, and I take it. He gives my hand a brief squeeze before he lets go to turn back to the wheel. I settle again in my seat and smooth my dress down to mid-thigh. "Thank you, Henry." His eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror. "You are most welcome." The glass closes with a silent hiss, and our eyes meet for a moment more. I think I see something in them that gives me pause. A sort of wise sadness remains as his eyes shift to the road. We're on the same page, but put in the book for different reasons. Henry pulls away from the curb. I watch him expertly navigate the busy lower streets of First Street. He avoids the storefront of Pike Place Market, still jammed with tourists. It's been dark for an hour as we close in on the restaurant. My face breaks into a grin. Thoughts of bucket lists crowd my head, and I remember I can take whatever is I wish for. My life is mine in a way I've never thought of before. There is no precedence for this night, for what might come next. We park at the base of the Space Needle, where Mick waits 500 feet above the ground. Henry slips out of the limousine and walks to my door. I bend my legs in unison, tap my heels on the street, and take the hand he offers me. Henry lifts his chin infinitesimally, and I look where he indicates. People are walking toward the doors of the Sky City restaurant, and their dress code is not formal as Mick has told me. He requested I dress black tie formal, even though it's not required, and I frown as the mystery of Mick deepens. I move through the lobby, decked out in vintage 1960s space-age decor, and look around with wide eyes. I've lived in Seattle nearly all my life, and I've never been here. I walk to the elevator, and a man in a suit presses a button, and the elevator doors whisk open. A few people in various states of formal attire move inside, and he closes the door with a press of a white-gloved hand. I ride the glass elevator up. The view is spectacular. City lights greet me in a twinkling crescendo of chaotic pinpoints of color. Puget Sound glitters back at me, the moon riding high and bright against the small white caps, as the press of winter lies ready to take hold with icy fingers. I fold my light shawl around my shoulders, feeling the fringe feather and tickle my bare skin. I'm wearing another borrowed outfit from Kiki. She's told me she's too hot to wear something this cool. I smile, remembering her comment when I tried it on in front of her. "I'm too hot for this sweet dress," she'd said when I tried on the dress. She spun around me as she plucked and adjusted. Her eyes met mine in the full-length mirror. "But you're so cool in it you'll melt whoever sees you." She stood and clapped when I spun, relishing who I have a date with. Unbelievable, as it is. I don't know if I'm cool in this dress, but it makes me feel sexy. Free. A precious commodity at the moment. My eyes search the restaurant, scanning the other diners, and I feel overdressed. The maitre d' approaches. Miss Mitchell. I nod. How does he know who I am? Please follow me. We weave between tables until we reach a wood door with divided and beveled glass panes that distort all the corners as I look through. I don't have any trouble making out Jared. Mick. He stands when he sees me through the glass, and I have the sudden and overwhelming urge to cry. It's such an unexpected old-fashioned gesture that I halt, momentarily stunned. He smiles, and it lights up my core like a match. I feel my insides sear with fire. With want. It's like spontaneous combustion. The maitre d' pushes through the door and leads me to a sequestered table. After a moment, I trail after him. Watch your step, Miss Mitchell, he cautions. I look down. The floor moves ever so slowly. The seam at the rim of where the table sits moves, but the center remains stationary. Vertigo slides over me, and I want to sit down. I think of the doctor's words, vertigo, loss of balance, and I reach out blindly. My hand is taken by McKenna, and my face swivels to his. The maitre d' melts away, and McKenna draws me closer, his eyes running over me ravenously. I've seen that expression in hundreds of eyes, but never one I care about. One who matters. Chapter 9. Faren. I think his eyes will go to my breasts, or the unseen verses between my legs, but they don't. That deep gaze travels to the edge of a bruise that my makeup can't completely hide. He'd have to be looking for it to notice. Mick does. He holds my hand, his eyes pegging the proof of what happened. I try to take my hand out of his, and he grips it, those dark eyes moving to mine. Don't, Miss Mitchell. You don't have to do this, Mr. McKenna. A dark auburn brow rises. Do what? He corrects me, Mick. I watch his eyes narrow with an intensity that changes how I breathe, and my palm grow warm in his. He waits for my answer while our flesh melds. Feel guilty, I answer. I indicate our surroundings by sweeping my free hand around the view. The floor moves underneath our feet as the cityscape minutely changes while we stare at each other. His eyes move to the chair behind me, and he releases my hand as he pulls out my chair. I'll look like an ass if I bolt. I don't think I've ever felt as contrary as I do in that moment. Mick looks at me as if he's sure I'll sit. What makes him that sure? Is it the money? Does everyone say yes to Jared McKenna? Did he just get flung into money right out of the cradle, or is he self-made? Why does he own strip clubs? It doesn't seem to fit him somehow. He slides the chair in as I sit, as if he's done it 1,000 times before. I barely keep from sulking, thinking about the hundreds of women who have stared at those eyes, dreamed about what it could be like with him. That's the difference between them and me. I don't dream. I live it. Right now. Right here. Mick sits across from me and puts his elbows on the table. He knots his fingers and rests that full mouth against them. We say nothing as we look at each other. He startles me with, I don't feel guilty. Just so you know. My face must show my surprise because he grins. I realize I kind of want him to feel guilty. I want someone to feel guilty. He says, I know you weren't paying attention before you walked into the street. I couldn't have stopped. There was nothing I could have done differently. I feel my brows furrow. Then why? I stare at him, thinking he'll rush in with a good explanation, throw me a life raft. Instead, he lets me fumble around. Then why take me out like this? I want to, he says simply. Those brown eyes stare into mine, and I shift in my seat. What does he want from me? I don't reply, but allow myself to stare back. I stare because I want to. My life sentence has given me a bravado that doesn't feel false. I take in everything without shame. Though we're formal, he hasn't shaved. His hair is short on the sides and longish on the top. A natural wave sweeps it off a low forehead. The flame of his hair burns a deep bronze above eyes that are almost too large for a man's face. No female alive would mistake Jared McKenna for anything but male. His broad shoulders anchor our table, his biceps stretching the dark navy suit. His crisp white shirt is a blazing star beneath his dusky complexion. I think of how calloused those strong hands are. "You're blushing," he comments softly, and I nod. Mick studies me, and I don't look away. Still brave. Finally, he lets his hands drop to the table, draped in fine linen. "You don't seem embarrassed." I shake my head. I'm not blushing from shame, it's the effect he has on me. I've never felt arousal, and now it's here to stay because of Mick. It's in the beating of my heart, the ache between my legs. My nipples are sharp pebbles beneath the lightweight material of my shimmery dress. It's all and nothing. "Then what are you, Miss Mitchell?" Mick asks in soft inquiry. "I'm not a game to be conquered," I say. Though I'm not being honest. Jared makes a purr of contentment deep in his throat and leans back. The waiter comes in and asks what I'd like to drink. "Whatever he's having," I reply. I know that McKenna has some agenda and is accustomed to seeing his pushed through. He orders a bottle of wine I've never heard of and smiles at me, the dimple in his chin flattening. But he knows nothing. What Mick senses as contrary simply is what it is. I'm not playing hard to get. I'm simply calling out the shots of whatever this is. I don't have time to play metaphorical chess with him. I have patience to help, and dances to grind through to get my mom in a place where I won't have to worry. In all that, I can't lie to myself and say I don't want what he offers. McKenna doesn't have to know about me. He won't care anyway. A man like him can have anyone he wants. The wine comes, and he swirls his sample around, stealing a breath from the top. After McKenna's imperceptible nod, the waiter fills the glass the rest of the way, and leaves to give us time to drink without ordering right away. I look away from Jared for the first time that evening, and gaze into the black velvet view. The sky is sprinkled with stars, some of their glory stolen by the lights of the city. The slowly spinning top of the Space Needle gives us bites of the beautiful city in appetizer-sized chunks. "I'm not playing a game," Mick says. I turn back to him, shaking my head. "I don't think so." "Mick." I gather up my courage. "You're not guilty. You're a rich guy. Really rich." His smile fades, and I almost feel bad about what I'm going to say. "You can have any woman, and a lot of them will say yes because of what you are rather than who." He nods, but his face takes on a grim edge. "I don't care about your money. I've never meant anything more." He sees it and can't hide his surprise. "I believe you. I don't know why, but you're different than the others." He takes an unhurried sip of wine, his eyes gleaming at me over the crystal rim. "Than the others?" He spreads his large hands away from his body. "I didn't mean there's been a bevy of women." My eyes lift to his. He has the grace to look embarrassed. "There have been other women, of course." "Yes, I'm aware. I mean, look at him. There's nothing I can do to not be what I am. I'll never meet anyone on equal footing." "Well, tonight's your lucky night." His brows shoot to his hairline. When the waiter returns, Mick's hard glance makes him meld into the background again. I don't try to hide my smile. Mick is sure of people's acquiescence. It's kind of disturbing. But I'm so off-kilter, I can roll with whatever this strange night throws my way. "Oh really?" he asks. His face shows he hasn't been surprised in a long time. "About anything?" "Yes." My hands are beyond damp. I'm so sure, yet so nervous. "We can date." "Who says I want to date you?" I'm not going to outline the method to the madness. Maybe it's just a fancy way of substituting dating for screwing to him because there's an historical precedent where there is none for me. Please. I lean forward, my forearms pressing against the tablecloth. You say you're not guilty. You're so rich you probably poop $100 bills in your 24K toilet. And you've been with so many women they're quantified as others. Mick cocks his chin back and laughs, full-throated from his chiseled belly. Tell me how you really feel. The corners of his eyes crinkle, and I smile at him. It's so liberating to say what I think. I wish I'd tried it before. I want to know why you want a girl like me, when you can have anyone. Mick searches my face again, before his eyes dip to the cleavage I offer him with my posture. I don't move. I let him take it in. His eyes rove up my arms, delicately constructed with fine muscles from ballet and athletics. Finally that gaze continues to my hair that looks like melting caramel in candlelight. Mick's eyes lock with mine. I don't want anyone. He wants me. It's in his face, the determined set of his jaw. Those eyes that never waver, soften, or fall from mine with the rawness of my words. In fact, if I were to guess, I'd say the enigma I represent is part of it. Though he might not acknowledge it. I don't want a relationship. I say it because even if the great Jared McKenna wants a relationship, he can't have one with me. I can at least be honest with that much. He exhales sharply, his eyes piercing me. That's fine. I lean back, feeling a vague sense of disappointment. Ignoring it, I ask, so what now? We enjoy each other's company. You are agreeable to that. I grin. Oh, this can work. As long as he doesn't figure out that I'm dancing at his revolving lap club. Thorne didn't seem interested in revealing our arrangement for reasons unknown. If he can keep his perverted trap shut, this might work. I certainly don't think Mick will be interested if he finds out that I'm one of his dancers. My mom can be secure for the short future she has left. I can throw caution to the wind, because the rules of life no longer apply to me. I have free license to experience whatever I want. I nod. Yes. A smile plays over his lips as Mick orders for me. He's good at taking care of everything. There are some things that a person can't manipulate. Chapter 10. Faren. I forget I'm with a billionaire. I forget what Dr. Matthews told me. I even forget my mom. For one night. Mick makes me laugh. I just hope he doesn't make me cry. I won't fool myself, though. We move through the tables of the other diners, their eyes on Mick, then me. He drapes my shawl around my shoulders as we step into the elevator, and I shiver as his rough palms slide against my skin. I enjoy the view as the elevator eases its way to the ground. Not the view of the city, but the view of Mick as he leans against those fragile-looking walls that cage us with an apparent indifference for his own safety. I stand in the middle of the elevator and watch him watching me. Mick's arms are crossed. A new set of cufflinks blink back at me in a glittering wink in the cool blue lighting. The elevator kisses the ground with a soft nudge, and the doors slide open into the 60s retro decor. Mick takes my elbow, and I stop walking. I look around for Henry, scanning the parking for a glimpse of an actual car, wondering where he's parked. He turns back, his large hand cupping the boniest part of me. Henry can take you home. Oh, are you coming with? He nods, and I notice his lips twitch as he tows me along. He drove me here first, then went back for you. I'm so glad I seem to amuse the hell out of him. I frown, but allow him to lead me to the limo. Henry stands sentinel beside it, resplendent in a tux. It seems too elegant a wardrobe for his position, but he seems comfortable. As if Henry just grew out of the ground beside the sleek length of the limo, two halves of a whole. Sir, Henry says with a slight nod. Mick gives him an affectionate slap on the back, before he hops into the limo. The sight of it twists Henry's lips into an almost grin. I see the affection Henry has for Mick, and it makes me wonder. Actually, everything about Jared McKenna makes me wonder. Mick takes my hands as I slide in opposite him. He holds my hands and lets me drop when my butt hovers an inch above the plush leather upholstery. I laugh as I sink down, and catch his eyes gleaming like obsidian marbles. I can't make out what he's feeling. I want to. Anyone who can make me forget the things Mick has is a tonic I need. And there I am, back to the addiction that is him. The limousine pulls away from the curb, and we cruise through the noise and lights. Walls of people line the sidewalks, crawling to the various destinations in their lives as lights blur in a rainbow of neon and diamonds. My eyes roam his form. Mick's hands rest with languid casualness on his knees. His socks disappear into soft black leather shoes. I can't tell if they're the same ones I picked money off. I swallow hard, looking at his trim waist, the tie tack securing a red silk so deep its sunset burnt down to smeared tangerine. It perfectly complements his understated rich copper hair. Finally, my eyes lock with his, and he laughs. Did I pass muster? Mick asks lightly, and a blush flames to life on my cheeks for the second time. The unwanted heat leaks over into places I don't realize it will. I cross my legs, suffocating my sex as if it'll tell my secrets. His eyes dip to the movement, and his small smile widens. I frown, and Mick laughs again. Yes, I say with a perfectly sullen bite. What have I done that offends you, Miss Mitchell? Everything, nothing. I can't believe he's still calling me that. Mick leans forward, until our knees are a breath away from touching. I feel the limousine slowing and blurt, "You're so rich." I must be insane to say what I'm thinking. A recent trend. Mick cocks a brow, and puts his hand on my knee, barely beneath the lightweight material of my dress. A soft gasp breaks the seal of my lips as his eyes shift to my mouth, his favorite part of my body. For now. You are prejudiced because of my wealth? Mick asks, and his breath is now on my face, minty and fresh. I'm in too deep. Yes. No. I don't know. I'm so confused. Why do I have to find something so intoxicating when I don't have time to partake? He cups my chin with his free hand while the other lightly dances over my knee, causing a rush of moisture to my panties. My thighs clench tighter, but nothing numbs the subtle throb. Mick turns his head, his stubble whispering against my jaw. Let me kiss you, miss. I interrupt, Faren. His eyes press into mine, stealing my thoughts like water finding a crack in a stone. Faren. He says my name like a melody, the heat from his lips a fraction above mine. I gulp my reluctance like medicine I don't want to take but must. I whisper my response against his skin. Yes. I think he'll crush my mouth, ravage me like I've heard about. Worse, I think he'll be lustful. I want whatever he'll give me. I admit it. Mick's lips move over mine, rolling the softness of his mouth over my lips and attaching to the arch of my Cupid's bow. He moves to the corners of my mouth and pecks back and forth as I remain placid. My hands clench to keep from launching at him like a ravaging animal. The limo parks. Mick moves his hand farther up my dress, his fingertips grazing where my garter attaches to the stocking. He slides a finger under the circular attachment as his other hand circles the nape of my neck. He licks beneath my jaw before he dots my mouth with another bead of heat and flesh. My hands break away from my lap and slap the leather as I lean back, eyes shut as I pant. Mick's mastery turns to the deep hollow of my neck, my heart rate no longer a secret to his mouth. His tongue. Touch me, he commands. There's no way I can say no. Any argument was lost long ago. I move my hands to his shoulders, expecting him to move or come forward, but he doesn't. Mick doesn't pause in his rhythm, but continues as his face dips to my breasts and nuzzles them. His hand is at my upper thigh, only a wish away from where no one's been. I bury my hand in his hair and hang on for dear life. That's it, he encourages as his hand dives beneath me to cup my ass. The lace shifts when he jerks me forward. I gasp in surprise, and the heat of his tongue takes me while I moan into his open mouth. Mick's legs are between mine, as his hand moves to my lower back. He kisses me everywhere, skin is showing. My shawl slips to the floor unnoticed, and he kneads the globe of my butt. Then we hear a sharp tap on the glass. Mick moves back, carefully disengaging himself from the tangle of our limbs. I sway a little, and feel a flush so far from my earlier embarrassment it seems like a shadow. Mick holds my hands, his perfect hair standing in haphazard spikes from my hands diving through it. He looks so beautiful, I want to cry. Mick gives a satisfied chuckle. God, you're good. His eyes rove me head to toe, satisfied with my boneless dishevelment. I don't reply for a moment, my intellect swimming somewhere far away from my body. What? My eyes go to the window, where Henry waits. I look back at Mick, confusion and arousal making me fuzzy. Good. I'm still reeling from the most intimate, make-out session of my life. I don't regret using Jared McKenna. He's both a distraction and an experience sent from heaven. Sexual amnesia, Mick makes me forget everything but him. I don't know if it's a talent, skill, or destiny, but whatever he's selling, I want it. Of course, nothing's free. Yes. The blushing virgin act is such a turn-on. But you don't have to act. Mick chuckles. I know you're 22. We can be adults about this. You say you don't want a relationship, and I'm all for it. You don't have to pretend with me. My stomach drops like a stone as he studies me, reading my expression. Faren, what is it? His eyes grow sharp in the shadows of the limo. Mick really doesn't know what he said, the rug he tore out from underneath me. I'm falling, and I'll never catch myself. I think I want to puke. I'm going to go now, I say like a robot as Henry opens the door. I guess my clawing for the handle gave it away. Faren, wait. Mick gets out right after me. No, I say, backing away. I thought we were being honest. His voice has more than impatience threaded through it. There's some other emotion I don't recognize, and I don't want to look too closely at it. I nod a little too quickly, as I catch Henry dive back into the driver's seat in clear escape. Oh yes. I stalk back to him and poke him in the chest. It bounces off the wall of muscles. Maybe you're not so smart, Jared McKenna. Stab poke. His eyes narrow as I drop his nickname. Did you ever think you don't have it all figured out? I ask with soft menace. I'm so angry I feel sick. Or I just feel sick. Heartsick. I stare at him. When his expression darkens, I walk off. I don't wait to see if he gets his elephant of a conversational faux pas. I jerk the apartment door open and shut it with a kick that echoes in the hollow corridor. The heel of my stiletto embeds in the grated iron. I jerk out my foot, leaving the shoe there like the physical manifestation of fury it is. I feel Mick watching me, and I ignore him as I limp to the freight elevator. I move through the doors with one shoe on, ready to turn and send him off with a world-class death glare. I want Mick to disappear. I turn and he's gone. So is my stiletto. Chapter 11. Faren. Kiki rifles through my outfits as I lay on my bed, hands crossed over my stomach as I stare at my ceiling. The old beadboard ceiling has the original creamy paint, which has alligator crazing throughout. Kinda like my heart now. The days of what's left stretch before me like a black ribbon of road sinking into an uncaring horizon. God, you're a wet blanket doll. Just saying. Her full lips purse, and she gives me what I like to think of as the mom look. I don't put much stock in it. I have a mom. She's not really alive, but her presence is more powerful than it's ever been. It motivates and orders my steps each day. She tosses a deep bronze dress on the bed, eyes it critically, and says, "Come on, get up. Get out of this depressing funk, or whatever the hell you're jonesing at." Her dark eyes search mine. "No pity parties on my watch. Let's do this." She's right. I can't tell Kiki everything. She knows enough already. I roll off my jammy bottoms and cami to slide on the second skin outfit she chose, my hair still damp from my shower. I move to the full-length mirror. I admit, her choice is a good one. The deep bronze material shimmers as I turn, and it accentuates the slight caramel color my hair possesses. The color of the dress makes me think of Mick's hair. Mick the prick. I watch a sad little smile pop on my face, like a weed that needs plucking. Kiki scrunches her nose. "Why do you look like you're gonna throw up in your fuck-me shoes?" Good question. I jump when the buzzer sounds. "I'll get it," Kiki says. I nod. My eyes move back to my reflection. I know the outfit will be a real hit for the laps that await me tonight, like I care. I've already tabulated my earnings. My mind dismisses the emotional tally that keeps building. I don't know how much longer I can stomach the breast fondles, handjobs, and other extras they want from me. Hanging onto my virginity isn't such an accomplishment when innocence is taken in increments. Chunks of who I am are stolen right from underneath my nose. My mind focuses on 2 nights ago. That night. That kiss. Mick. That wasn't thievery, it was consensual. It touched something in me that had never been caressed, awoken. I could dance on 1,000 laps, and never experience the tender assault of every sense I had from Mick. My head snaps to the front of my apartment, and I walk in there. I forget I'm wearing the costume for my set. Jared McKenna is standing in my living room. I suspect he's tired of me ignoring his texts and calls for the past 48 hours. Yeah, that's probably it. We regard each other for maybe 3 heartbeats while the late afternoon sun streams into the apartment, half of it cut by the tall building north of my own. It illuminates Mick, setting his hair on fire and shading his jaw, making the cleft at its center a deep pocket of shadow. His eyes don't meet my face. He's too busy looking at my outfit. What little there is. A hot flush rises to the surface of my skin. Mick's gaze lingers at the knot of material at my neck, then sails to the deep V of the bodice and the almost sheer straps that hardly cover my breasts. The thinness of the fabric doesn't hide the betrayal of my nipples. They harden at the sight of Mick, the memory of what is awoken in my body, an involuntary reaction I'm helpless to stop. His eyes take in my breasts. They move to where the skirt skims and cups my butt, the satin material clinging to my every curve. I know it will hitch up to reveal my panties when I straddle laps tonight. I swallow my nausea at the thought of being that close to anyone. But him. Then I remember what he thinks. I whore myself out. Mick presumes I act like a virgin in affectation. He can't know that's the only real part of me. To assume it's not possible is a blow I'm not sure I can overcome. But Mick is also right. I am some kind of whore. If he only knew. These thoughts race through my mind in those brief transparent moments of introspection as his gaze finally lifts to meet mine. I see many things contained in his tight expression. I latch on to the one I want to see, dismissing all others. Disappointment. Kiki looks between us as if we're a ping-pong match, having not gotten a word out of me post-Mick date. Well, she looks at me with wide eyes that say, "You're so talking about this later. I can see the 2 of you have to discuss stuff." I want to hurt her. Kiki looks into my face and gives a subtle shake of her head, her eyes brimming with thoughts of matchmaking, Cupid's bow strung taut. "Stay, I beseech." I keep the pleading out of my voice by the slimmest of margins. "No, you're right, miss." "King," Kiki says with a purr and eyelash flutter. "Forget hurting. How about murder? You're an insightful friend, to understand that Miss Mitchell and I need to straighten out some misconceptions. His dark eyes tell me how he likes straightening those out. That gaze holds a hunger only a banquet of food would satisfy. I'm the first course. Kiki swipes her keys out of the bowl and grabs her jacket. I follow her to the door as a swarm of butterflies inside me vies for escape. Their fragile wings glide and sing beneath my skin. My nervousness is a living thing. She hugs me. Whatever the hell your problem is, solve it, she whispers. Don't play this stupid. What she doesn't realize is I'm not playing. I'm slowly losing everything. Kiki releases me and tosses herself out the door. I close it behind her, touching my forehead to the solid wood. I wish that when I turn around, Mick won't be there. I can't bear any more of his assumptions. I can't stand to be near him and not touch him. Are you ever going to turn around? His voice, a gravel-threaded melody, commands that I answer, and I turn slowly. He rakes a hand through his neat hair, sending it into disarray. Jesus, Faren, don't tell me you're going out in that. His voice sounds as if he's in physical pain. That is so not the real issue. Why do you care, Jared? I walk into the kitchen, slam the tea kettle on the burner, and light it carefully. Let him get an eyeful. I don't give two shits. My hand trembles around the kettle, and I switch to my good one. Great, my hand was good through work with 6 patients, and it decides to stop working in front of him. I have lap dancing in 4 hours, I remind myself. I hunch in on myself. Don't let him see how much he hurt me. How much I'm hurting myself. Don't. I'm so deep in my thoughts I yelp when I feel him slam into me. He triggers every bad memory of what I've gone through, and I get so scared I stop breathing. Gooseflesh springs up everywhere. What are you doing? I yell. Mick doesn't answer. He tears me away from the stove with a smooth spin and slams me against the wall. Only his palm holding my back keeps me from ricocheting off the surface like a broken doll. I look up into rage-filled eyes, and he scares me. My emotions betray me. I feel him through the thin material of my dress, ready for me. For all of it. I'm sorry, Faren. I shouldn't have assumed, he says, his knee pushing my legs apart, pinning me. My wrists are buried against the wall above my head, and my bad hand starts to twitch. I can't take any more. The sexual tension, my mom's situation, the impending job I hate. The prognosis I can't escape. The tears scald and burn their pathway down my cheeks, and I turn my face as my hand continues its spasmodic jerk and dance inside his hold. His eyes flick to my captive hands, and then our gazes lock. What? Why are you crying? My eyes squeeze shut, but the tears don't care. They slip out, impervious to my unwillingness for them to escape. I sob and break apart as the one man who's made me feel alive holds me captive against my wall. My emotions crumble as the tea kettle shrieks. My eyes spring open, and Mick is a wavering image seen through desperate tears. His face never comes into focus as he takes my mouth. And I let him, as the tea kettle sings its symphony behind us. Chapter 12. Faren. He punishes me tenderly. Each kiss erases the hurt of his words. A man could never speak an apology as perfect as the one he makes with his mouth. Mick drops my hands, and they grip his tailor-made suit, crumpling the shoulders without mercy as the kettle sings. With a casual slap, Mick hits the kettle off the burner. It skitters across the surface, screaming its anger at the rough treatment as he plunders my mouth. His body begs to take mine, his every hard line against my soft ones. I forget again, my body melding to his as though it's always been meant to. Then my cell alarm chimes. Once, twice. 3 times. I lift my head. My early alert before work. Let it go, he says, kissing me into oblivion. Our tongues twine in an intimate dance. I almost do. Then I think of Mom. The sinful selling of my morals, needs to continue for her to live. She has less than a handful of years to exist, but they have to be on my terms. A state home is not part of the plan. I gently push Mick away. His lips are slightly swollen, and I can't imagine what mine must look like. No collagen needed for these babies. My sarcasm doesn't make a dent in my grief. What? Mick asks. I have a second job. That's my alarm. Don't ask. Mick smiles, his sexiness lighting him from the inside. I know what you do, Faren. It's fine. His fingers bite into my hips, a fraction away from a location too intimate for anything but consummating what we've begun. My stomach drops. You do. He nods. I know you're a physical therapist. I know about your mom. The air in my lungs freezes into shards of glass that cut me from the inside. Only Kiki knows about my mom. Now Mr. Perfect Billionaire knows. I think you should leave. It creeps me out that he's stalking me, checking my background. It's a small relief he doesn't know about that job. Guilt. I assume he knows I was attacked by my psychotic stepfather and saved by my mom, who was beaten into a coma by fists that know no mercy. Double guilt. I'm not interested in being somebody's pity case. I have enough pity. I want to forget. Can Mick distract me? I roll my lip into my teeth. His eyes track the movement. He leans down and touches my mangled lip with his own. I want you. It's not enough, I say. Mick puts his hands on either side of my head, caging me, and cocks his head to study me with hard-edged eyes. I thought you didn't want a relationship? Think of what I can give you. Think of what we can have. I think those thoughts until it repeats in an endless loop. It's all I think of lately. It's all I can. You know more about me than anyone else, Mick. You've seen to that. I can't keep the sarcasm out of my voice. I don't know everything. He's so close I taste his breath, yearn for it. I want to know more. All. He moves aside the strip of dress across my breast and presses his mouth to my nipple in a possessive suckle. A thread of connection I didn't realize existed that tethers my breast to my core begins, and a slow ache steals my will. I arch into his lips and moan. How can I stand anyone else doing this to me? He lifts his head, wraps my full breast in his palm, and squeezes just shy of true pain. I begin to pant. Do you like this, Faren? I can only nod as I step away to deny myself. By the look on his face, I deny Mick as well. I can't talk you into staying, he asks, his voice so low I strain to catch it. No, you won't be deflowering me tonight, Mr. McKenna. That came out harsher than I meant it to. Mick's expression darkens. I apologize for my presumptions about you. That wasn't fair. His eyes follow me as I walk to the door, hyper-aware of his gaze on my body. I whirl around to face him, so close to the knob I can touch it. I know. And I already told you, I'm not into rich men. His lips twitch as though he's amused, and I want to impale him with my stiletto. Speaking of which, do you have my shoe? I ask. A shit-eating grin lights up his entire face. I do indeed. Why do you think I came by? Another chink in my armor forms. Because you want to see me. I hoped. Of course, Mick dashes that all to hell. He strides to the front of my apartment, and there by the door, a fancy silver high heel mocks me. I don't wait for any more indecision. I yank the door open and sweep my palm out. Why are you being so difficult? We both know what we want, what we need. Mick asks against my cheek, as his hands grip my shoulders. Why do you assume we'll end up together? I counter. I assume nothing, he says. My brows arch as his hands heat my bare shoulders. He pulls me to him, and I'm so sure he'll kiss me that I close my eyes, holding in my sigh. But it moves out of me unbidden, like an invitation. Mick doesn't kiss me. I know it. He walks out, leaving me standing there holding the door. My lips are swollen from his kisses. Every patch of my skin burns from the memory of his touch and my desperate want of it again. I slam the door and stalk to my vanity table. Time to put on my face for strangers. I arrive promptly, the bronze dress a perfect complement to my coloring. I know how it looks in all lighting. Kiki encouraged me to pay attention to detail, and I stay the course. Hardest path of my life. I strut inside, not feeling like myself after Mick's frontal assault. I haven't felt alive in so long that I feel as if I'm dying, piece by piece, as I move deeper into the underbelly of the newest venue. I walk with a false seduction toward the knot of men like I always do, but a man I've never seen intercepts me. Miss Faren? He cocks a brow in question. I nod, glancing nervously about me. You're the auction tonight, he says. I blink stupidly, and he smiles, all teeth and condescension. A rolling hot lump moves through me. Here's how it works, he begins, taking my elbow as he scans my outfit. He gives a slight nod of approval, and I adjust my mask. You go behind those curtains there, he indicates ceiling-to-floor velvet drapes in a deep scarlet, and come out when the bell chimes. Walk the entire length of the floor, come to that center, spin. He does a little pirouette, and I fight a surge of nausea through sheer grit. Then continue back from where you entered. I'm a piece of flesh to be chosen by one of the men tonight. A random dancer selected like a prize, my humanity forgotten in the discarded pile of hundreds before me. Faren, he gives me a significant look, the winner might pay quite a bit to have you crawl onto his lap. I cast my eyes at my feet, so he doesn't see the sick anger swimming in them. How much? I ask to the ground. I have seen some prices go as high as 10. I meet his eyes, so filled with greed I can't make out the color. He takes my silence for acceptance. Good. He smiles at me, and I just stare. He moves nearer, and I fight not to move away. Now move that hot ass to the stage. I feel him leer at said ass as I move away. I don't blink so the tears won't fall. Chapter 13. Faren. The lights are too bright for me to see the shadowed faces of the men. I make out the white bidding paddles easily. I step onto the stage, and the curtains whisper open. The velvet makes a sinister slithering sound as it drags across the floor, widening the crack I look through. I stroll across the mock stage, and the whispers stop, turning I sense the eye molestation of the all-male crowd. I walk back, and try not to cave to my desire to run and never stop. The curtains close, and the shouts and bidding begin. The horrible auctioneer goes on, as I wait for the winner in the cramped space between the hall and the stage. Finally the gavel sounds, the stern echo final and unforgiving. A security guard comes for me, as if I would run off and leave the money. I think about it. In the end, I hear the amount the winner promised. I walk down the hall to the room I always dance in. Different building, same rooms. All with peeling, elegant wallpaper like memories of a time when there was hope. The rooms weep their sins all around me. I move through the door and walk to the damning chair. I don't turn when the door opens and shuts behind me. I wait until the unknown man makes the first comment. That's what I always do. Then his voice paralyzes me, my every nerve ending singing with adrenaline. I can't turn. I'm rooted to the spot. My heart beats a jagged rhythm of fear. Well, hello, Faren, he says, and I turn. It's better to face the nightmare than hide from the monster underneath my bed. My hands grip the back of the chair, the only safeguard between us. I've been waiting for this for a long time, my stepfather says like the predator he is. My mother's murderer. I know. I see the tunnel of my escape narrow to a pinpoint of light, then disappear. Instead of thoughts of escape, I have only one thought. It fills my mind, pressing every empty space in my skull until I think it'll explode. As despair chokes me, I think only of him. Mick. Chapter 14. Stepfather. You can take off your mask, Faren. He smirks, confident now that I'm cornered. I can't help but notice there's only one exit. I force myself to breathe deeply and ignore his request. Security is right outside. The police have been looking for Ronald Bunce for 4 years. I bet they'll make it a national holiday when I tell them he's alive and kicking, right here. If I can. It's Ronnie. I try never to think of my mom as ever having been married to him. She's still Faren Mitchell to me. I can vaguely remember my parents, James and Tannen. A time of normalcy, family dinners, movies, and ballet recitals. When Daddy died, I lost the anchor in my life. I was cast adrift. So was my mom. Not for long, though, as she was caught in the current that was Ronnie. Sadistic and manipulative, he knew all the right buttons to push to capture her. By the time Mom knew what kind of man hid behind his mask, it was too late. Now he looks at me with my own mask firmly in place, and I don't know how to escape. How's your mom, whore? He smiles and rage fills me. I'm so angry, I want to cry from the sheer frustration of not fulfilling what your mind pleads for me to do. I covertly pick up a glass dildo as Ronnie slinks closer. His slight belly and stocky frame belies what he was in his former life, a star wrestler. My days come. I know how strong he is, middle-aged but not finished. My palms slick against the sex toy's smooth surface as it goes slimy with my fear, and I almost drop it. I watch his eyes flick to my hand. My bad one twitches, and he grins. That's the one I fucked up, right? He asks softly. I shake my head, moving backward, hoping I can make a run for it, as he circles me around the chair. You can't get away, Faren. Your stupid mother only delayed the inevitable. My mother was dying, a slow and miserable death because of him. I noticed that I had picked up something else as well. I fling the lightweight box of condoms at the wall opposite of where we stand, and Ronnie glances back as the foil-wrapped goodies cascade to the floor in a rainbow of plastic squares. I bolt for the door. My bad hand circles the knob while my right clutches the phallus. A strong arm winds around my waist like a snake, and I'm airborne. I want Mick so badly I can't think. Somehow, I know he would save me. But Mick's not here, and as my stepfather spins me around, he slams me against the door. My head thwacks the unforgiving wood. He hisses, "This is going to be my way all the way. You got that?" I nod as I slur, "Your way," with a caveat. I'm not always wise with my words, but I don't want to die before I must. I don't want to spend what life I have left this way with him. My head lolls to the side as his eyes narrow. He shakes me, and I wince as my head makes contact with the door again. I briefly wonder where security is. Are they ignoring my safety because this excuse for a man paid over $10,000 for a dance with me? I know the expectation of more hangs between us. No amount of money is worth letting Ronnie see through what he'd meant to 4 years ago. If he does, my mom's sacrifice will be in vain. Stop with the fancy words, girl. They're not enough to save you. His rank breath belies the artifice of a suit that cost half of what I make in a month. My hand cramps as I struggle like a drowning person through vertigo and nausea. Caveat. He jerks his chin back, making a low grunt in the back of his throat. Caveat my ass. Yes, I whisper in a low hiss, smacking the dildo onto the side of his head with the last of my energy. Even I know he rang my bell with the head-to-door attack. Ronnie staggers back, his expensive suit like a costume to hide the fiend beneath. I slump against the door and shake my head. The room swims in streamers of color, and I let the toy drop. A fine fissure, like a delicate spider web, spreads from the point of contact at its smooth tip. Ronnie falls to his hands and knees like a stunned and enraged bull. I see cufflinks appear out of the sleeves of his suit, and I stumble toward him, insulted beyond reason that Ronnie has anything beautiful. I plant my feet, my bad hand shaking so badly it's doing its own dance. I ignore it and sweep my foot into his face. A spray of blood arcs, splattering all over the rich upholstery of the chair I would have danced on. He rolls over, as his blood dots every surface within 3 feet of him. "You bitch," he wails through his broken nose. I look at my foot, already turning black and blue. The top took the brunt of the force. As he fights for air through his shattered nose, I close my right hand around the cufflink and tear it off his sleeve. His eyes bulge, and I see my death in them. As he tries to stand, I back up to the door. My bad hand reaches out for the knob. I glance behind me. His eyes are on me. His blood drips all over his expensive white shirt, now dulling to rust. Ronnie's fists clench as he moves toward me. I bat at the knob again, and my fingers ignore my command. I'm panicking so much that I forgot to use my good hand. I transfer my cufflink trophy to my left hand, jerk the knob with my right, and swing the door open. I almost stop when I see that pandemonium reigns supreme. But it's not safe to pause when the devil's at your door. I feel his breath on my neck as I fling myself over the threshold into the pack of screaming and running people. I know why the security guards weren't at my door. They're on their knees. Cuffs like fine jewelry slip onto the wrists of the men who may have guarded me from Ronnie. A cop looks up and meets my eyes. His gaze narrows and he shouts to a free cop, "There's one of them." I turn and run, expecting to see Ronnie with open arms, his shirt stained from my high-heeled move. But he's gone. And so am I. I scatter to the back entrance and leap down the stairs. My head is on fire, my temples pounding. My sense of balance feels as if it's permanently gone. I grip the cold metal handrail, smack the paddle handle of the emergency exit, the alarm shrieks, and I jog into the night. I take a right at an alley I know, then a left. I hop on one foot and ditch the heels in a trash can. I get caught in the reflective headlights of a cat, indignant and hissing when I disturb his hunt for a midnight snack. I really run then, pouring on the speed as my bare feet slap sidewalks full of dirt, gum, and 80 years of pedestrian traffic. I see First Street as my lungs burn. I think of nothing but getting to my apartment. I run to the main door of my building, slapping my palms against it, and fumble with the security number for the coded lock. I jerk it open and run inside, feel the cool hex tiles on my bare feet, and look down. My foot is a nightmare of red. A large bruise forms with a deep knot of color in the center. From a nose. I shut the door and pray that I lost the cop. My forehead feels hot against the metal door. My heartbeat slows and my bad hand stops shaking. But not my body. It trembles, proof of my adrenaline drying in a fine sheen against my skin. I hope the freight elevator works tonight, because if it doesn't, I might sleep right where I am. A small mirror with flaking paint hangs crooked to the right of the elevator, separating the stairs from the fine mesh of the metal elevator doors. I catch sight of my face. Relief pours through me. The mask. I never took it off. The cops don't know who I am. With a quaking hand, I remove it and reveal my gaze to the mirror. It's me in there somewhere, and I give the girl in the reflection a sad little smile. I faced my worst fear tonight and survived. My anonymity is still intact. I leave the mask on the shabby table just beneath the mirror, probably meant to hold something while a person adjusts their tie or cufflinks. I slowly open my left hand. Uncooperative in battle, but faithful in this. I turn my palm up and peel my thumb away. My stepfather's cufflink glitters at me, solid gold with a small diamond in the center. Tears blind me as my bad hand holds onto that tangible evidence of my success. It's a token of my survival. Maybe I'm like the cat I met at the dumpster. 9 lives. I could use one about now. I move through the elevator doors and close them with a clank. I shut my eyes as the elevator moves to the 5th floor. The soft rocking motion lulls me as I move closer to my haven of solitude. The bell chimes when the elevator arrives at my floor, and I walk the short distance to my apartment door. Opening it with my right hand, I shove the door open and close it behind me, turning to latch it. I lean against the familiar surface. Finally safe. Not for always, but for today. I turn and see McKenna sitting on my couch, long legs stretched out. His face changes to a look of concern when he takes in my disheveled clothing. Or it could be my wide, shocked eyes. "Faren," Mick says, unfolding from the couch. I watch his big body move, and I can't hold my emotions in check anymore. I know it's wrong to use him like he wants to use me. I should be ashamed, but all I feel is relief. "What happened?" Mick asks, those dark eyes raking down my torn dress to my dirty, shoeless feet. His expression darkens. "Who hurt you?" I meet his eyes, and they're full of protection. For me. My bottom lip trembles from the aftershock of the night, his concern, my revelations. He takes my hands, and my left isn't prepared. The gold cuff link rolls out onto the floor with a clatter of metal against wood. Mick's eyes sweep to the trinket. He scoops it up and holds it in front of my face. "Who is he asks with quiet menace. Not directed at me, but the phantom attacker. My mouth parts, and his eyes move to my lips. "Nobody," I reply. It's the truest lie I've ever told. Chapter 15. Faren. Mick grips the cufflink, and it winks its damnation at me. What had possessed me to take it? I got mugged. It's not a smooth lie, but it's all I have. Mick searches my face, and his arm falls to his side. His eyes drill me for a heartbeat. Then Mick sets it down carefully on the small table that holds my keys. He frowns and puts his strong hands on his hips. "You were mugged by a man wearing cufflinks?" What can I say? Yeah. When his eyebrows pop, I quickly expound. I think he was a pimp or something. The web of deceit grows and sounds even more ridiculous. And it does circle the truth fairly well. Of course, the whirlpool remains, and its vacuum is trying to suck me in. Mick's gaze shifts to the cufflink again. What did he look like? Mick's trying to take charge, flesh out the culprit, exhaust the inconsistencies. I don't lie. He and Ronnie don't run in the same circles, I bet. He's about my height. That hot gaze slides to mine, full of rage, and I step back. Don't look at me like that. It's not my fault. He rakes his hand through his neat hair. It spikes and makes him look younger, though I know he hasn't seen 30 yet. Who the hell is worth $1 billion and doesn't even have a gray hair? My distrust builds as quickly as my lust, and they jockey for position inside me like enemies. I know that. His eyes sweep back to mine, the black of his anger bleeding into the deep chocolate of his gaze. I'm not blaming the victim. His earlier comment about me leaving in this outfit stains the air between us, spoiling our breaths as he stares at me, yet he never references it. His brooding gaze seeks me like a heat missile, and I see something different in their depths. Come here. I take 2 steps that put me close to Mick, so near I feel the heat from our bodies. He makes me feel small, and I'm tall even without heels. He must be 6 feet 3 inches. His hands land on my shoulders and stroke the skin. Mick moves those hands back and forth, warming me. His touch causes a riot of goosebumps that run to my nipples. They rise like small peaks on the mountains of my breasts. Mick's eyes flick down before they slowly rise to mine, holding my gaze prisoner. He captures me easily, as though he understands on some basest enigmatic level. I never want to let go. I step back. His hands slip down my arms, his fingers moving into my hands. Our fingertips cling for a breath before parting. My left hand twitches as he releases me, and I see him smile. I smile back, reminding myself that he has the means to learn anything about me. He's already investigated me enough. I'm going to get cleaned up, I say. You should call the police, he says, his eyes tracking me as I make my way to the bathroom. I nod. You're right. His eyelids drop, covering his skepticism. But you won't, will you? I shake my head and dip my head to hide my smirk. Neither of us ask the biggest question. What was I doing that got me mugged by a man who wore solid gold cufflinks? Why doesn't Mick demand to know where I was? His eyes ask, but nothing comes out of that sexy mouth of his. How can Ronnie Bunce run from the law, but do well enough to pay $10,000 for a lap dance? I'm staying, Mick states as he strolls to my couch and gracefully falls into. Suit yourself, I murmur, when it's all I can do to breathe through him being here. His lips twitch, and I stalk into the bathroom. I crank the shower faucet on, and it groans to reluctant life. I let the water run, because it takes so long for hot water to travel through 1,000 feet of 80-year-old cast-iron piping. I strip out of my outfit and toss it into my small waste basket. It's garbage, like the memory it symbolizes. There's so little material, it fills up only a third of the hole in the can. My eyes fixate on the glittering sunset material, and tears threaten. I know deep down that just because I've thrown away the evidence of what I do, doesn't mean I won't do it again. I know Thorne will move the lap location like he does each week. He'll stay just one step ahead. I just can't do it with that monster. Not now, not ever. I can't tell Jared McKenna that my stepfather tried to attack me tonight. Jared can't serve justice to Ronnie, because the job I perform places me before him like a platter of forbidden fruit. My mom's sacrifice will be for nothing if I keep dancing. I can't go back. I must. The water hits my neck, and I lift my chin and let it pool and run down the front of me. My billionaire, whatever he is sitting in my cramped living room while I bathe mere steps away. Arousal beats a path between my legs and pulses there. I leisurely soap myself, forgetting my brush with danger. I take extra time between my legs. My guilt roars up in a hot flush when I remember how Mick assaults my lips. My breasts. I want him to do everything to me, and know nothing about what I do. I bury the shame of using him deep. It's a dangerous game that I've set myself up to lose. I simply don't have Mick's fiscal resources. I have to follow the path I've set, but I don't have to like it. I finish washing my hair as the water cools. The tank in the old building blows through hot water in less than 15 minutes. I step out, towel myself off, and wonder if Mick wears a suit to bed. How does he look without it? My cheeks singe. My cell rings outside the bathroom, and I let it go. After the 5th ring, it cuts off, and I hear the melodic tones of Jared McKenna. Jesus, maybe it's Thorne. Or someone equally awful. My heart starts an unlawful rhythm. Why would Mick answer my cell? That. He just thinks he can do anything. I jerk the towel around myself and stomp out to the living room. My long hair wet enough to drip a trail of pissed off behind me. Mick's eyes flick up. His large hand holds a big rectangular cell. One I don't recognize. He finishes his conversation. Yes, I'll be there. His eyes glitter as he takes in my lack of clothing. I've said yes twice. Handle it. His head dips and his gaze slides away. Mick listens to the anonymous caller and says with finality in his voice, I won't revisit this conversation, Jimmy. That's what I hired you for. He swipes the cell, and it appears to power down, the screen brightening like a falling star before winking into velvet blackness. Mick's shadowed eyes return to mine. He points the cell at me and cocks his head. You know, I like what you're wearing, don't get me wrong, but shouldn't you have clothes on? My face flames. Images of where my hands were on my body filter through my mind like a shuffling deck of cards, and I reply in anger, as I often do when I'm nervous. Oh, cornered. You answered my cell, I accuse. Mick smiles. No. He lifts his own in answer. I feel my face furrow. He expounds, same ringtone perhaps. He crosses his leg casually. His eyes belie the aloof mannerism. Holding heat, his gaze never leaves the bare skin my towel reveals. I back up and want to cross my arms so badly I almost drop my towel. He smirks again. Nothing so obvious as that. When Mick smirks, just the corners of his lips turns up. Prove it, I bark. And with a thumb press, his phone blinks back to life and my ringtone sounds from his phone. So it's a coincidence, I say quietly, mollified. It appears so. His eyes touch mine, then look away. Though I am not a believer. My head whips to his. In what? Those eyes lock on mine as he stands and stalks toward me. He watches the water drip around the hollows of my collarbones, running to the shadow between my breasts. Coincidence. His breath whispers against my face as he reaches me. Chapter 16. Faren. He inserts a finger inside the terry cloth that tightly circles my breasts. I clutch it with my good hand, while my bad hand loosely holds the fine material of Mick's lapel. I want to finish something between us, he says. Mick's eyes roam over all my exposed flesh. And I want to know what you're doing in my apartment, I answer, and Mick chuckles. It seems as though he's always laughing at me, but nothing I'm doing is funny. Time's at a premium. I barely escaped from psychotic daddy. And now I have sex-on-a-stick moneybags who blanks my thoughts every time he's within a mile of me. That's a good thing. I'm not much for introspection at the moment. I need to take back the reins. I glare at him, wanting him while despising his assumptions. Mick spreads his hands inoffensively. I am a man of many talents. Okay. My death grip on the towel tightens without mercy. This is your modus operandi. You pick girls' locks as an attraction maneuver. Because I've got to say, pal, that's a creeper move. My brows rise. For the record, after the whacked-out night I've had, coming home to you was the cherry on top of a freaky cake. Mick's eyes crinkle, and he laughs, filling my small apartment with the genuine and wonderful sound. What's so funny? My tone changes into clear suspicion. His grin stays as he answers, you. Fine, you park out here like the rich stalker you are. When I come back, I expect a full explanation. Yes, ma'am, Mick answers. It sounds more like, come and get me. Or maybe that's my overactive imagination. I've been doing a lot of that since I met Mr. McKenna. I slam the door to my bedroom, rip off the towel, and fling it into the corner. I stride to my dresser, tear open my top drawer, and hunt through my panties and bras. I pick, without shame, my sexiest matching set. They remind me of the outfit I threw away. That I can't afford to throw away. The memory that sunset dress represents is worse than keeping it around to remind me. I slide the all-lace thong onto my body, the edges glowing like a deep burning sunset along my creamy skin. I throw my bra on with a vicious hook and twist, dumping my breasts into the wide lace. The thickest part barely covers my nipples. I take a quick look in the mirror, the adrenaline from my escape the fuel to the fire of my eventual consumption by Mick. I want answers. Why is he in my apartment? Why is he taking over my life? Why am I allowing it? I know why, but can't admit it. Too many truths in too short a time. I feel as if a fuse in my brain has short-circuited. A trend where he's concerned. Mick hit me with his motorcycle. Even I have to concede how weird that is. Mick knows a lot about me, but he doesn't know about my terminal illness. He doesn't know that Ronnie Bunce bought me for $10,000 and never got his dance because of a fortuitous raid. What's with his relaxed attitude? Wasn't his classy black rose going to get tarnished now that his revolving lap dance club got nailed by the police? Exchanging sexual favors for money is illegal. A spike of shame pierces me. It feels so real. The hot poker of my embarrassment is there regardless of my justifications for why I do it. Mick would probably die 1,000 deaths before he'd date a dancer. Unlike him, I know what will happen. My fate is set. My eyes slide down my body in the reflection, noting the healing bruises. The one high on my upper inner thigh is a pale gold smudge. The one from McKenna's bike is solid with the faintest trace of tread. I fight the urge to laugh. Mick's ownership is a stark duality. I work at his club, and it bruises me. His bike hits me, and I bear his mark. Bruised but not beaten. The final consummation remains. An idea forms, and my lips twitch. I can taste whatever I was, before drowning in my current reality. The truth sets us free. I slip on a pair of shorts, so skimpy the bruise from the bike is in full relief, a lash of purple against my leg. The proof of my occupation lays hidden where Mick can't see. Yet. I want the pole bruise to show like the brand it is. I want his hotness to be acutely reminded of how we met. Though I know he remains blissfully ignorant of that pivotal first meeting. I'll never forget the way that filthy money felt as I clutched the damp bills. I throw a pewter cami over my bra and turn slowly in front of the mirror. The soft pewter sweatpants shorts look like mist against my pale skin. The color is a perfect complement to the bruise, showcasing it. I slip on platform flip-flops with a glitter thong of silver and walk out of the bedroom. Project Guilt Trip is in full throttle. I want to provoke Mick. Shatter his reserve. I'm shaking off my stepfather, trying to resume abusing me. I'm moving toward my goal of spending my remaining life the way I want. People always think about what they do if they have no time left, but I surprise myself every day. My plans morph as time unravels. I walk out of my bedroom and pause when my eyes catch Mick reclining on my couch. His long arms flow along the back, nearly spanning the length of it, and I gulp. Mick's sheer size moves me, makes my attraction to him more acute. I like the idea of being overwhelmed by him. He has shed his jacket. His cufflinks glitter on the bare glass of my coffee table. As I move toward him, Mick studies me with eyes that stand at half-mast. He appears casual, but I'm familiar with pain and anxiety. It's how I gauge how much torture my physical therapy patients can endure. I smile when I see how I'm playing him perfectly. His eyes roam my form and skitter to a pulse-freezing stop at the large bruise. Mick takes a cleansing breath, and the exhale shudders out of him in an empty echo. Okay, he relents, let's talk. His eyes don't move from that mar against my pale skin, heavy and damning. Go ahead. I sit down across from him. I cock my head, my long hair sliding over my shoulder, and I watch him lick his lips. After all, the burden is on you. Every bit of it. I'm sorry, Faren. You spend a lot of time apologizing. His eyes narrow, deepening to dark chocolate. You know, you're goddamned rude sometimes. I nod. I don't know if that's the truth, but it feels right. Yes. Fine, Mick says, nonplussed. As long as you know it. I lean forward, pushing my elbows into my sides, the motion driving my breasts forward, and Mick's speech is arrested, his gaze pegging my assets as surely as the sun rises. Listen, I begin, you hit me with your bike. His eyes return to mine, and a flush takes hold of his face. It's subtle, a heightening in the color across his cheekbones. It spreads as I watch, lighting the top of his ears slightly. I watch Mick fight his emotions. Bingo. If there's one thing lap dancing's taught me, it's my value. My body is a powerful tool. I've given up chunks of who I am in exchange for control over others. It's evil. It's also a terrible necessity. I put his feet to the fire. And you more or less called me a whore. You implied that I was faking innocence. I lean back and cross a long leg, so utterly not innocent. Mick watches my movement with a look I can't read. And now, I throw my palm vaguely toward the door. You've shown up in my apartment through entry of dubious means. I think the weight of explanation lies firmly with you. That color that rose to the surface of his skin fades. Fair enough. But you might not like what you hear. We stare at each other as my heart drums a rhythm that's fierce and insistent, reminding me I'm alive. That reminder is brutally beautiful. Fine. I'd rather have the bald truth. It's better than lies through omission, I say. His dimple flashes and disappears. Mick plows a hand through his hair, and I take in the edges of a sleeve tat. It's been hidden all this time underneath custom-tailored shirts, tethered by precious metal. Now he has rolled up his sleeves, folding them halfway up a bulging muscled forearm, and I'm struck anew by his physique. He has the body of someone who's known physical labor. A man honed by honest work. Not the privilege of the wealthy. The honest part is up for discussion. That can't be. Rich guys like McKenna have people who do all the work. They just delegate. Like the old story about Henry Ford pushing a button from his desk. An expert would come in and answer whatever question Ford couldn't answer. Mick leans forward, his legs spread while his knotted hands dangle between his knees. He sighs, looking at me. I've misunderstood you. He has no idea. Mick stares at me, and I make my face blank. Easy to do when he's not touching me. I stay on my side of the coffee table, and he stays on his. Miles separate us, and nothing does. Thinking about it makes my head ache. I feel the heat and magnetism between us, like a living vapor, twining and seeking entry into me. You asked me why I want to date you. Can it just be that I find you attractive? He asks, and I answer a question that might be rhetorical. No. I hold his gaze. You're mega rich. You can have any girl you want. I'm not flattered. Yet. True. I laugh and fold my arms. The arrogance. You told me you wanted honesty, Mick defends simply when he sees my expressions morph in a myriad of emotions. I nod. Yes. When I hit you with my Harley. Mick dips his head, and his hand massages the back of his neck in a frustrated swipe. He lifts his eyes to mine, and his hand falls. Mick's gaze seeks the bruise on my thigh, on perfect display against the backdrop of my gray shorts, and peaches and cream perfection. It's ugly. A battle scar. He moves forward. I had to make it right. Here's a young woman, so distraught she doesn't look where she's going, and I barely stop in time to. I finish for him in my head. Not kill her. It's an Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole, Faren. His molten whiskey eyes never leave mine, and the intensity of that gaze pins me helplessly against my chair. His eyes caress me as he speaks. I never meant to fall down that hole, but once I made sure I'd taken care of your needs, and you would live without permanent damage. He lifts those broad shoulders and claps. I found out what I needed to. His eyes don't waver as he pierces me with the heat of his confession. I know you take care of others. Then, I wondered why you chose to be a physical therapist. So I Googled you. I feel a slow tumble of muscled limbs as Mick rotates down that unknown tunnel that is my life. Oh my God, he Googled me. Goosebumps rise, fleeing over my skin, and I shiver, thinking of what he knows. His expression frightens me. It darkens like the promise of a storm bent on staying a while, cleaning the corners of everything it touches and scattering it to the wind. And that bastard who called himself your father. I watch those large hands of his separate, clenching and flexing. They remind me of my own bad hand. My eyes stray to my isometric device, and Mick follows my glance. He nods. I know how difficult your recovery was. I know what he did. You don't know everything. My stomach burns, even though he does not mention Ronnie by name. My mother's beating and subsequent hospitalization was sensational enough to be easy pickings on the internet. Mick shakes his head. I know enough. I can handle him knowing. I can compartmentalize his hotness, his wealth. It doesn't have to affect me. It's something for me to experience, as my punch card for this life fills as I sit here with him. What I cannot stand is his pity. I can't bear the compassion in his eyes. I won't be some kind of mercy case. I want to know, just once, what real sex is before what I do makes me indifferent to what sex can be. And my heart has made up my mind for me. My intellect screams that I should just find out about sex with an anonymous Joe. Hell, there are a million laps that would take what I offer. I don't want those. I want Mick. He knows it. I know it. For the first time in my life, I'll have what I want on my terms. I stand, and he does too. His fists are still clenched, ready to pound someone. Those few seconds of introspection I force on myself were mine alone. Mick still wants to avenge me from the phantom mugger. I scare myself with how badly I want him to hurt Bunce. Feeling that way doesn't help me with my most pressing goals. I need to keep my shit together. I can't allow things to get all jumbled. Ronnie will turn up. My mom needs me. I need the job that's under Jared McKenna. And I want to be underneath him as well, losing something precious. Not stolen by the thievery of men who hold value only for their wants. Chapter 17. Faren. Mick takes my left hand as we impose an artificial and calculated distance between us. He raises it to his lips and kisses the hills of each knuckle, lifting his eyes to mine between the valleys of my left hand. My hand spasms in his grip, and his eyes tighten. I'm embarrassed and try to snatch it away. No, Faren, he says. I can't make the damn thing cooperate. My lip rolls into my teeth, and I hold it there, worrying the supple flesh like a dog with a bone. Mick turns over my hand, and his deep brown eyes run over the fine scars that map where the doctors played Humpty Dumpty. Putting me back together again. I gasp as he lays his mouth against my shaking hand. It quiets under the heat of his lips, and a sigh escapes me. His touch commands a visceral reaction from my body. It's sensual when he doesn't mean for it to be, tender and resolute, taking me by surprise. An unguarded moment, but not unwanted. He did this to you. Mick's tongue flicks over the uppermost knot of scar tissue, a peak in the center of my palm. The press of his hot tongue undoes the yarn of my memory, and the ball unwinds. I try to hold it back, but like all memories that hold savagery, this one runs like uncontainable water. I see the knife stab my hand, pinning me to the carpet. A matted pool of blood congeals under me, binding me and cooling me. I can't move. Bunce gets close. He twists the knife. My fingers flinch involuntarily, movement where none was meant to be. Gotcha, he whispers in a foul vapor of stale beer and unwashed teeth. I scream deeply, my voice a hoarse shriek. Mom lays unblinking, one side of her face frozen. The other eye slides to her daughter, crucified on the floor. Bunce never sees her roll in a graceful turn of feral fluidity, the instinct to protect her child the only one that matters. The heavy glass sphere in her hand hits his head with a meaty thwack. He's unconscious when I tear the knife from my palm. The metal slides and grinds as it sucks out of my flesh. I gasp in pain, swallowing it like the deeply bitter pill it is. Run, Faren. Faren Mitchell screams. I stagger to my feet, and stumble out the door and down the steps that led to our perfect house. Like a spoiling cake, the interior had rotted while the frosting remained pristine. My call for help came too late to save my mom. Faren. I hear my name through my fog of recollection, a soupy existence on a plane only I know. My private hell. My eyes open to Mick cradling me. Come back to me, he says. I'm here. My mind still floats in the horrible memory, suffocating me. I went away for a little while, when he kissed the remnants of that battle for my life. Mick folds my body against his. I'd kill him if I could. His face contains thunder. For the first time in my lust-filled dilemma, I wonder who the real Jared McKenna is. I come back to myself, as Mick watches my personality fill the vacancy of my eyes. I see the truth in his. Mick doesn't want easy. He might even believe in fate. I've never believed in fate more than I do in this moment. I know, I say, answering him. His eyes search mine. I really am sorry. I nod. His strong hands wrap around me. Then, inch by painful inch, he sets me away from him. Our bodies silently cry out for each other, and he actually winces. Mick continues to gaze at me, seeming to come to a decision. Maybe it was him, watching me battle a memory he can't know anything about. Maybe it's my recent close call with danger. I have something to confess. A smile ghosts his full lips, and I find myself licking mine in unconscious response. Oh no, what now? I want you to know how I made my money. His weighted eyes land on mine. I shrug. Nothing he can tell me will bring him down to earth for me. I'm living a rare existence measured in breaths, not years. He can't affect me with his background, though I am curious. My heart races from remembered tragedy, from his nearness to me. I invented something. The way Mick says it, he sounded as though he's admitting something embarrassing. That's not what I'd thought he would say. His words peg me to the floor as my mouth hangs open, begging for flies to catch. He chuckles, nervousness threading through his attempt at a light confessional. He explains his invention, giving me the layperson's rendition, I'm sure. I fold my arms under my breasts as I get up and walk to my couch. I stare at him. The calloused hands, the muscles too striated for words, make sense now. Those muscles don't dance before my eyes, because he's a mirror lover in his 1,000-square-foot gym of glass and exercise equipment I imagine is at his disposal. Let me get this straight. You invented a fuel cell for airplanes? That's ground-shattering technology. What? Do you have an incinerator for the money in your mansion? Mick doesn't deserve my sarcasm. I can tell he told me that to normalize himself in my eyes. I scan his expensive clothes. His shirt is worth more than a quarter of my monthly pay. His face hardens. The beautiful cleft in his chin is a dark spot, like a period on the end of the sentence of his anger. Listen, I never had money. I did the same thing my dad did, but with a twist. He was an auto mechanic, and when I was a kid, I dreamed of planes. He stuffs his hands into his pockets, stares at his Italian shoes, and frowns. I wanted to fly planes, but at the time, pilots needed perfect vision. So, I became an airplane mechanic. I went through school, working full-time, and I found I had a knack for making a leap of logic. Several, as it turns out. I don't miss his double entendre. My ear has been to the ground since the minute I lay on that cool street, his hand in mine as his bike rumbled in the background. Mick meets my eyes. A trick of light makes them look like low-burning embers of raw emotion and conviction. It's not only planes. The part one conceptualized to advance fuel economy has given me the means to do more than I'd ever imagined. I've used those means to grow an empire of holdings. But in the beginning, I was just a kid with a dream who used what he'd been given. His eyes bored into me. With a ton of sweat and determination, I made my life what it is now. I don't know what to say. If he says he misjudged me, I'm guilty of that as well. I feel shame, but for different reasons. If he has billions of dollars, why does Mick choose to run the premier strip clubs of the West Coast? His Black Rose establishments pepper this side of America. If he's so goddamned good, so hard-working, so everything, why is he okay with selling flesh? He nods, almost to himself. There you have it. I'm not some rich guy who, what did you say? He chuckles. Poop's gold, I reply absently, buried in my conjectures. Mick laughs in a rich baritone that makes my insides clench and my core tingle. I'm so in trouble. Why did I have to meet someone who seems so tailor-made for me, when I can't fully realize the potential? It's like a horrible tease. As Mick unwraps his history like a finely packaged gift, the mystery, the fine layers of the man don't dissuade me. His motivations should alarm me. Instead, they heighten my desire. "Hey," Mick says in a quiet voice, seeing something on my face that makes him move toward me in 2 graceful steps. His eyes search mine. "I told you that, because I want you to know we're not much different." I shake my head with a little laugh. "Au contraire, Mr. McKenna. We so are." His lips twist in sage agreement. "You're right. I'm jaded and you're innocent." I feel the heat from my blush and hate it. I hear another low chuckle and move away, erecting that careful distance again. But Mick gently tugs me against his hard body. "No, we're the same where it counts, Faren." He laces his fingers through mine and raises our knotted hands to his heart. I swallow through the heat of my desire and my despair at my circumstances. I feel the warmth of our hands through my thin cami and close my eyes, so lost in the sensation that I can't think. His words slip into me like cool water against my parched mind, soothing, complete. Dangerously drowning. In here. Mick presses my good hand more tightly against himself. His heartbeat pushes against my flesh. He doesn't elaborate. He doesn't need to. Our hearts beat in sync like they were always one, and I suddenly know. He wants meaningful sex. And I want more. Chapter 18. Faren. We bounce apart like guilty teenagers, caught making out, as pounding reverberates against the door. Faren. Kiki. Fuck. I give Mick an apologetic look. He frowns, but walks over to where his jacket lies neatly folded. My heart rate decreases. I heave a sigh and undo the 3 locks. The chain keeps the door latched as I take in Kiki's brown eyeball. "What?" I hiss. Her wide eye lights on my body, roaming me head to toe. Seeing I'm in one piece, she glances behind me at Mick. "I heard." "Not now." "Yes, now," she insists. I close the door, slide the chain back, and open the door. Kiki breezes in, wearing half of her costume from the club. Mick gives her a considering look, the wheels in that fine mind turning. I guess he really doesn't know who works for him. Too many women to keep track of. Mick sure as hell knew who Thorne is, though. But acknowledging him in my hospital room would have meant explaining why, and I don't think Mick's ready for me to know that part. He hasn't told me he owns 10 clubs on the West Coast. His confession might have meant more to me if he'd come clean about that. However, it's not a requirement. I cast my eyes to the floor, regaining my composure. It's not fair that I expect him to tell me why he owns strip clubs when I don't admit I'm one of his many employees. I turn my bad hand over and look at the healing bruise on my wrist. Using my wrist as a balancing tool on the pole instead of gripping had become too much. I don't know how much longer I could have kept it up. Certainly not on the complicated sets. That had been a small part of my decision to move to laps. They were awful, but they didn't take handwork. Well, not that kind. "The cavalry's arrived," Mick says dryly. I smirk, my eyes roving to his crotch in what I think is a subtle glance. His brows pop as he catches me checking on the condition of his package. I feel heat climb my body, and I want to gag at my obviousness. He's making me obtuse. "Yeah," Kiki says, her hands on her curvy hips. She looks from me to him. Did I interrupt anything? Kiki doesn't care. She asks the question as she faces me so Mick doesn't see her expressions. Not obvious or anything. Yeah, right. But he sees my expression. My eyes are the window to my soul. Finally, I answer, no. My eyes flick to Mick's, and his tighten with my words. Mick was just leaving. I don't want to put him off. But he was waiting in my apartment, breaking and entering. Into my body. My heart. I should be scared by his intense interest. Worried over him waiting for me. Alarmed about his knowledge of me. But I don't have the time. I have time only for what I choose. Mick's unhurried gaze roams my body, pausing where he wants. He moves to the door, giving Kiki a second glance. He seems to be trying hard to place her. I see it when he does, and I clamp down hard on my expression. Have we met before, Miss King? His piercing scrutiny is unnerving. Kiki tilts her chin up to meet his eyes. Just here with Faren. She gives nothing away, and I want to kiss her. They have a stare-a-thon while I stand uncomfortably beside them. I guess not, he says in a slow drawl, his eyes shifting to mine. She nods. See ya. His eyes meet mine in a fierce stare. He pulls me against him as if Kiki's not there, as if his realization of who she is and what it means for us doesn't exist. Mick's thumbs press under my jaw. His long fingers wind around my neck, and he lifts my mouth to his. My platform flip-flops, bringing me inches closer to those full lips. But it's not enough. His head bends, and I rise to my tiptoes to meet him. The kiss grows, and I melt against him as his tongue slides between my lips. When my hands move to his shoulders, I grip his lapels, dragging him nearer. Mick resists, deepening the contact, releasing my face and stepping away. His eyes flick behind me. The translucent brown of his irises are replaced by the black velvet of desire. I'll be in touch, Faren. My lips still tingle with the touch of his. I can still taste him. My hand covers the mouth he just kissed, and I say nothing as I watch him leave. Kiki walks around me and shuts the door with her ass, slapping her palms on the wood, and stares at me. What the fuck was that? I turn away, guilty over Kiki not knowing. I don't know what to do, so I talk about what I can. My stepfather showed up. What? She shrieks, put off course by the revelation. I cringe before I go to the stove and slap on the tea kettle that Mick had moved. My hand shakes as I turn on the burner. Faren. Sweet Jesus, talk to me. I don't say anything, cranking up the heat while I wipe down the already clean countertop. Okay, Kiki says and paces behind me. I got a weird-ass email from Thorne saying that all laps have been suspended. He gives an alternate address for the next lap place. I'm on call, so I still get the emails. I pivot toward her. Yeah. There was some kind of raid tonight. Kiki's eyes go from slits to saucers, her brow furrowing. What? Laps aren't illegal. Neither one of us talk about the extracurricular stuff, but someone obviously did. I don't think any of the girls don't do the extras. I might be the only virgin, but I'm certainly no longer innocent. Kiki exhales sharply, and a strand of dark hair floats around her face. Bunce was there. Kiki's face crumples. What the fuck is he doing? I mean, he should be in jail, and he's going to lap dance venues. I was the auction girl, I admit as neutrally as possible. Oh shit in a sack, girl. Kiki's eyes narrow. She puts it all together, easily. Pity, sympathy, and fear mix in her expression. He won you. I nod again, my eyes still dry. That's a miracle. Yes. I didn't know. It was like it was a setup, but I don't think Thorne knew. How? Her brows rise. Cops busted in as he was chasing me around the room. Kiki puts her hand to her ample, heaving chest. Her throat convulses in a hard swallow. That was close. Yeah, it was. My anger rises like high tide, swamping all my other emotions. He has no right. I shake, my bad hand trembling with my anger. Mom is in that stinking mental limbo, lights on but nobody home because of him. Yet all he can think about is getting at me. What the hell is Bunce doing, that he can even afford to come to a place like that? We gotta go to the cops, Kiki says. I shake my head. What do you think will happen if we do, Kick? After staring at me for several moments, Kiki answers, they'll throw your ass in jail because of the extras. Bingo, give the girl a prize, I mutter. Neither of us says what I'm thinking. I wouldn't be able to see Mom. I wouldn't make money. Mom would go into a state home. Ronnie Bunce might go to jail, but maybe not. He's free to come after me. He obviously has financial means. Somehow. It costs a lot of money to be a member, Kiki says speculatively, voicing my thoughts. My cell chimes with an email notification, and I ignore it. The kettle whistles, so I pour the water into cups I always keep on the stovetop. I stuff tea bags inside the cups. How much? I ask as I face the stove. When I worked there, the other girls would talk. It's a short-term occupation, obviously. I glance at her, and again that silent communication flows between us. It's a grab-the-cash-and-go job. Or become more than a lap dancer. I have an epiphany, and I almost drop the tea. Kiki's eyes move to my face as she twines the teabag string around her finger and dunks it. What? Kiki whispers, watching my expression as the light bulb flicks on. Holy crap, I think I know what that creep is doing. Kiki studies my face, pumping the teabag up and down, her eyes full of questions. Pimp, I say emphatically. A light goes on in her face. You think? Her shaky breath skates across her hot tea, and her eyes meet mine over the rim. I know, I say, taking silent inventory in my memory banks. I think about how he acts as though he owns women, especially me. I've witnessed his attitude with Thorne at the club. Of course, I know better. Nobody owns me. Chapter 19. Faren. Do we have a plan? Kiki asks, pouring more water and leaving the old bag in the cup. We. I say. Wrong pronoun. Don't own this, Kick. You gave me the idea, and I took the job. It's my mess. Kiki leans forward, her hair tangling a little around the tea string. You didn't bargain on Bunce. We sit in swollen silence for a moment. True, but there's more. Kiki flops against my couch, tea forgotten on the coffee table. God, what now? My eyes aren't dry anymore. The mist of my sadness hangs on tenaciously, but I'm not inviting her to the pity party. Instead, I face it head-on. Remember when I got hit by Mick's motorcycle? Mick, huh? One side of her mouth lifts into an amused tilt. I slowly nod. Yeah. I meet her dark eyes, and something she sees smooths out her features. Okay. She snaps her fingers. You were seeing the headache, Doc. Her brows rise. It's more than a headache. Her eyes search my face, her posture tense. What? I spit it out like a chunk of barf. Brain tumor. Kiki had been leaning forward, but she slumps back again. I know then that it's more of a stunner than I thought. Nothing shuts up Kiki. Finally, she looks at me. Why the hell didn't you tell me, Faren? I look at my hands, the left scarred from many surgeries, the right smooth and perfect. I lift my shoulders. It was too much. Kiki blows out a breath that sounds like a deflated balloon. Oh my God. Jared McKenna, the job. Your mom. I don't wince at the tone. Those are the same things I considered, though, not in that order. Yeah, I say, taking a sip of my cool tea, grimacing, then setting it down. We sit in silence, Kiki staring at the solid sheet of black that meets my window, midnight fast approaching. She looks at me. I know this sounds hard and shitty. Months. Kiki puts her head in her hands and cries. That's not long enough. I nod. Hell yes, it's not. I reach into the almost empty tissue box and pluck out 3 tissues. They float and settle on her thighs like discarded clouds of sadness. Kiki crumples them, her eyes pegging me with such intense sadness that I have to breathe through my own grief. Her wet face, the snot mixing with her tears, is too much. The reality is worse than what I'd envisioned. Are you sure, Faren? Her hope nails my sadness to the walls of emotions. It squirms for freedom. Yeah. This is how you want to spend your time. With a billionaire strip club owner, running from your stepfather and dancing on laps. Kiki shakes her head, trying to make sense of my reasoning. Anger boils inside me. It's about my mom. They'll put her in a state home. Kiki stares at me, then slowly nods as my angry eyes beat the hell out of her. The situation makes me so mad, but Kiki's here, and she's asking the questions I don't want to explore. True. So what's your excuse with Jared McKenna? I can't stop the blush that rolls over my skin in a hot wave of recall. Wow, you've got it bad, she says, watching my reaction. He has something I need, I reply, not meeting her eyes. Kiki leans forward. I'm really sorry, Faren. You're my best friend, and I can't even think. She hiccups another half-sob. Don't, I beg. She nods, struggling with her emotions. Finally, Kiki wrestles them into submission. Any guy has a cherry picker, Faren. I get a visual of a giant penis with a gizmo at the end, Virgin Slayer. I frown. He's your boss, he's... She rolls her eyes, as if the whole scenario is unbelievable. Because it is. He's Jared McKenna. So far, you've been lucky the hunko love moneybags hasn't put two and two together. Not yet, but soon. Not so far. I put my hands under my butt and jiggle my legs. When he finds out you're a dancer, that your mom was hurt by bunts. He knows. Kiki's brows shoot up. A laugh escapes my throat, which is so tight with grief, I didn't think it was possible to laugh. He's had me investigated. I mean, he Googled me. Kiki narrows her eyes. That's just weird. I don't know if I should think that's flattering, or you should run like hell. I laugh again. I kinda told him that. And Mick doesn't think there's such a thing as coincidence. Kiki shakes her head. No guy believes in fate. I just stare at her. Kiki whistles. Huh, he's a different dude. A different, filthy rich dude. Yeah. Kiki shoots me a significant glance. Let's address the filthy part. I sigh. I don't know why he peddles visual flesh. Kiki barks out a laugh and points at me. Making me laugh in the middle of this revelation is pretty smooth. We fall silent again. He didn't get rich by accident, I say. He wanted to fly airplanes but invented some fuel-saving thingy, and now he's got his own planes, pilots, the works. Kiki's nose scrunches up, then she wags her finger. No. Her expression tunnels down to skepticism. So he makes bank with the invention. He was a real guy before. Kinda a real guy now too, I say, somehow keeping a straight face. Stop with the sarcasm, yo witch, Kiki says. I smile. She can almost make me forget. Almost. He's Mr. Right now. I cross my arms in a huff. I can't explain the enigma of chemistry. I've never felt it before, and I've had tons of opportunities. Why does it have to be Mick? Why couldn't losing my virginity happen with some anonymous fool who can give me the experience without caring about anything more? My shoulders sag. I don't know. I can't explain it. I just know that it's not fair for me to offer him what's not there. Faren, Kiki says, as serious as a heart attack, you gotta know he wants more than a few fun humps. Kiki thrusts her hips back and forth with a cocked brow, and I laugh again. I know Mick and I share something. I keep saying we don't need to go further, that we can be casual. Somehow, he nods and says the right words while his body moves against mine like ownership forever, and maybe the promise of something I can't contemplate. Love. The L word is worse than a curse right now. It's a have-not. He can have anyone for a fuckfest, Faren. He doesn't need you. Kiki folds her arms, deep in thought. This is going to sound awful because you know I think you're a little haughty, but, her eyes apologize, he can have any hot piece of ass he wants. Experienced tale. I know. I shrug with a small sad laugh. I don't understand it either. The more he knows about me, the more he seems determined to have me. And Kiki says, "Truth time." And I want to let him. Kiki stands, and I do too. She walks over and hugs me, some 5 inches shorter than me. "You don't have to do this, Faren. You want an anonymous guy to take your virginity? Done. You want to quit the lapse? I'll give you the money. You want me to make an anonymous call to the cops and let them know their local high-end pimp is wanted for attempted murder?" Her eyes hunt in mine so deeply, I feel as though she's mining my soul. "I'll do anything to make this better." Kiki cups my face and swipes the lone tear that tracks down it, pulled by gravity, eased by her finger. "Tell me what I can do. Because goddamn, you don't want love mixed in the witch's cauldron here." I'm so overwhelmed by her generosity, I can't speak. The lump in my throat chokes me. Our eyes lock. "Don't tell me you're falling for Mick." I say nothing. I don't have to. "Oh shit, honey." Kiki wraps me in her arms as I sob. The pity party's begun, and she's crashed it. Just like I knew she would. What are friends for? Chapter 20. Faren. Bryce again. 1, 2, 3. He huffs through his leg extensions, and for the first time, my mind wanders during a session. It could be because Doc Matthews is pressing for protocol. I have big decisions to make about radiations, chemotherapy, and the rest. I don't like the rest. I know the counteractives will make me sicker than the actual progression of the tumor's growth. They'll screw up the things I want to gain from the short life I have left. I can't allow it. So I'll go in and sign a novel's worth of release forms. They don't want to be responsible for my decision. My phone chimes with a text just as Bryce finishes his set. He stands and grabs a terry cloth hand towel from a peg that reads Bryce, and he gives me a penetrating look that's part glare, part inquisition. "You're not all here today, Miss Mitchell." He wipes sweat off his forehead, then drags the towel up his forearms. "You're not all here." True. Definitely not all here. I don't answer with the whole truth. I have a doctor's appointment, and I'm thinking too hard. "Huh," he says, staring at me. "Headaches," I supply, and Bryce's brows cock to his hairline. I sigh. "You know, migraines." He nods, and my shoulders drop as my mind skitters across things like another therapist taking my patients when I'm gone. I shove the thought away, latching onto the conversation at hand. "Yeah, my mom gets those once in a while," he says. We stand awkwardly for a moment. Then Bryce asks, "Am I about done?" I am. I push through my emotions. "Yes, you've got almost full extension now." I narrow my eyes, thinking about how hard he must have worked to finish his sessions early. My brows arch. "I guess you were doing your homework." Bryce grins. "For this?" "Yeah." I hear the part that he doesn't say, "Not for school." "Listen, Bryce." He gives me the hand. "Nah, don't need a lecture about my future from my physical therapist." I smile. "Okay." Bryce nods and turns away. No limp anymore. He pivots back, and I see the light bulb of a question on his face. "Yes?" I ask. His eyes travel to my hand. The left. "Is that why you do this?" I don't look at it, but I feel the subtle tremble. "Yeah." I give him steady eye contact. "Can I see it?" Earnest. Young. Leave it to a teenager to go where adults fear to tread. "Okay." I don't want to show anyone, ever. I hold out my hand, and he towers over me. Bryce was a lineman on the football team before he wrecked his knee, and I feel the acute disparity in our sizes. He'll play again. We made sure of it, together. Bryce's large hand opens my left hand. My fingers slightly curl, but the pinky sticks straight out, frozen. The twisted pucker scar on my palm is just off center. He runs a finger over it, and my entire hand convulses. His eyes sweep to mine. Why does it do that? I swallow hard. I collect myself as he hangs onto my hand. There was nerve damage from the wound. His eyes darken. Who did this to you, Miss Mitchell? I try to lighten the moment. I thought you hated me. I give a small smile, and he frowns. He doesn't take to my effort at distraction. Bryce shakes his head. No, I never did. I hated the therapy. I nod. I knew that. I gulp again. My stepfather. Jesus, he whispers in horror. He looks at my messed up hand. A raw ball of pink flesh stares back at us. It's pretty horrible, bare to the scrutiny of a teenager whose main gripe is not playing football. Can you use it? He asks. Not much. Yeah, some. His anger is palatable. It beats the air between us into a thick trench of emotion. Where is this dick nozzle? I burst out laughing, and he lets go of my hand. Dick nozzle, huh? I grin, the tension evaporating. He replies, totally serious. I was editing that. My brows quirk. Wow, editing. Must have had a really choice comment. I hope they find that bastard, Bryce says. I hope so too. My palms sweat. I have laps tonight, in a new location. I don't know what I'll do if Ronnie shows. Somehow, I don't think Thorne will give two shits who Ronnie is. Why does Mick have that prick in charge? More questions than answers. Ones I can't ask without giving away what I'm doing. After Bryce leaves, I reach into my smock and pull out my phone. A text from Mick. Of course. A thrill shoots through me with dread at its heels. Mick is circling so close to the truth. Truths I don't want him to know. Before I leave the clinic, Sue asks how my visit to the doctor went. I thank her for the recommendation and say it went well. It's just another of many lies. I'm becoming expert at sinning by omission. I have the papers to sign and my mom to see. And money to collect off the lust of men. But I look at the text from Mick. Apparently, no circumstance in the universe can distract me from him. I'm getting sucked into the vortex of Mick. I want to see you. I want to see him too. My hand shakes as I text back the most important word of the day. When? I load ice into a wash rag that I press against my eyes. It'll take the swelling down to something I can hide with makeup. The tears come, no matter how hard I resist them. My mom's situation is worse. They're talking of moving her to the state facility. The discussions have moved to down payments for retention. Like my finances are incontinent. I have 2 weeks to come up with 10% of the year's care of my mother, or she'll be moved. My right hand throbs from the papers I signed at the hospital. Do I hold them liable, since I don't want drugs that lengthen my short life, but make what's left diminished? Yes. I sign anyway. After 30 signatures, Faren Mitchell is a parody of who I am. White pages with blue mock me. I slip on another work outfit. They all blend together now. I twirl in front of the mirror, with no admiration for how it makes me look. Deliberate calculation stares back as I go through my mental tally. Is it short enough? Does it show just enough skin? Did I remember to coat my nipples with edible strawberry lotion in anticipation of a stranger's suckling? Can I shower fast enough before Mick arrives to scour the filth of other men's mouths and fingers from my body? A burn begins behind my eyelids. I widen them, and the feeling passes. I will not cry. I will work, dance, and collect money. Above all else, I will not contemplate what it means if Ronnie Bunce is psychotic enough to reappear. I drop my cell inside my purse, along with my keys and lip gloss. I slip through my door and turn the bolt with a swift click. I turn and scream, my hand flying to my neck. Mick stands there, a wicked look on his face. My startled gaze drags over him. His outfit is impeccable, but more causal than I've ever seen. I'm in my stripper outfit. Thorne is expecting me. Shit and double shit. Mick had told me he'd be here at midnight, not 9. I moved heaven and earth to get off work early, and here he is. I'm so mad that Mick can't keep to our arrangement. I get a physical reaction of pleasure that he ignores it. My nipples harden, and a sliver of his neck holds my eyes as his heartbeat pulses in the exposed hollow. My body remembers him perfectly, reacting in a predictable, pulse-thudding surge of desire that hits my core like a typhoon. The fingers of lust touch every intimate spot on my body, awakening it for him. Surprise, he says, his deep rumble threading through my body. Chapter 21. Faren. My hand lowers from my chest, my heartbeat undaunted as we stare at each other. I thought we agreed on midnight. Mick's deep auburn eyebrow arches. You agreed. I swallow, and his eyes catch mine. Where were you going? He asks, his eyes driving up my body like a whip of heat. Oh God. Out of milk. Really? He folds his arms. My gaze shifts to his bulging biceps. He probably gets those sleek muscles from counting his money and throwing the extra into his built-in incinerator. I realize how uncharitable I'm being and laugh at myself before slapping my hand over my mouth. I'm living a surreal existence, and I keep finding pockets of humor at the strangest times. At least it gets me out of my insta-lust problem. Mick strides to me and my mouth closes. His athletic fluidity makes all of my other senses step back as my vision narrows to only him. His shirt sleeves are rolled up to his elbows. The material stretches taut over his chest and arms. The fine muscles in his forearms ripple as he puts one against my locked door and presses against me. I feel his hardness through the thin material of my outfit. It should trigger every alarm I have from the soulless job I perform, but it doesn't. Everything to do with Mick seems too real. Are you laughing at me, Miss Mitchell? He whispers, pressing against me deeper. I gasp when his mouth moves from my earlobe to the soft skin underneath it. His mouth swings back and forth, making me shiver uncontrollably. I lose every thought of work, timing, and my inappropriate milk-fetching outfit. In his arms, I come alive. My hands creep to Mick's broad shoulders as I beg with my mouth, rasping against the stubble that peppers his jawline. He doesn't make me wait, taking my mouth in a sweep of brutal ownership that makes me stop breathing. He ravishes me with a kiss so simultaneously deep, hard, and tender, I let go of him through sheer self-preservation. Mick sweeps his arms behind me and draws me into him, disallowing my escape. When his fingers plunge into my hair and my lipstick is worn away, Mick finally lifts his head. We stare at each other, our ragged breathing the only noise that fills the hall. Mick grins. Now that's the only look I want you to wear, Faren. Naked would be better, but I'll take this too. His deep voice vibrates against my body, and I shiver from that subtle vibration, from his scandalous words and the images they provoke. I swim to the surface of my mind. I'm in the hall of my apartment building, making out with Mick in my lap-dancing outfit. Mick scrutinizes my morphing emotions as they blaze across my face. His brows pull together. The dip of dark red hair at his forehead is near black in the shadowed hallway. Tell me where you're really going, Faren. Mick demands, not with his words but with the gentle kisses he lays between my breasts, and I shudder, sinking my fingers into his hair. He groans. No. My face turns, and his fingers tighten into my hips as he drags me deeper into the stiffness that presses between my legs. You don't own me, Mr. McKenna, I say in a voice low with need. God, I love your defiance, he says, his tongue against my flesh. It's such a turn-on. My eyes seek his. Only because it's true. He raises his eyes to meet mine. I can feel each of his fingers blazing like spots of heat through the slinky material of my dress as he cinches those fingers tighter. I could find out, Mick says. His words are light, but his eyes are dark with intent. I nod. You could, I challenge. Mick cages me with his arms, the heat from those hands beside my face, and sighs. It's not good enough. I want you to want me. I laugh, and his brows jump above those dark eyes. His expression makes my heart race. I want him to dominate me, control me, because I don't want the control I have to own. In this one thing, he is the antidote to my situation. The perfect opposition to my decisions. I do, I answer. The truth is almost painful. He surprises me by cupping his large hand over my sex, his thumb pressing against my clit. I buck against his hand, sucking in a breath that he captures with his mouth. I know that you want me. He lifts his mouth and meets my eyes. Mine are half closed with lust. Mick moves his thumb, and moisture surges down against where he touches. I whimper at the swirl of that soft pad against my most intimate of areas. I can't argue because what he says is true, but... Okay, I gasp as that dexterous thumb swirls faster, harder. Then what are you saying? His hand leaves me, and I slap my door, my bad hand steady as a rock. My core throbs for a finish he doesn't provide. It's not blue balls, it's blue clit. His finger moves to my jaw, running the length of it. I don't know. His stare never drops, as his finger slides a trail of heat between my breasts. I sigh, moving my face away from him. He steps back, and my body is cold without his. You do know, or you wouldn't have said anything. You've made yourself into a billionaire. I glare at him with uncertainty and sexual frustration. You're not going to let one woman get under your skin, screw up your agenda, your easy life. Mick's expression darkens. He slams his hand next to my face, and the door rattles as my eyes widen. You're scaring me, Mick, I whisper. Good, he says, an inch from my face. You don't seem like you know what you want, or how to protect yourself. Keeping me at arm's length, because you're scared of what's here between us, isn't working. His eyes move to my mouth. It isn't going to work. I move into his body, and his hands drop, clenching to keep from touching me. His body leans toward me, a physical tell of his desire and forced restraint. But I keep pressing. It is working. I pled for neutrality because I know what I can reasonably give. And there isn't one speck of reason within our entire relationship. A casual meeting was lost the second he took my hand in the middle of the street. Neither one of us would admit it. We still won't. He loosens a hand and touches a tendril of my hair, spreading it to thinness between his fingers, then tucks it behind my ear. It's not going to work for me. He drops his hand. I don't know what to tell you. I want to tell him everything. Mick is telling me that he wants sex, that he wants more. But he wants the Faren he thinks he knows. The martyr who has been through hell and survived, who takes care of her mother. A woman who is an enigma. A fixer. Not the Faren who performs illicit dances at his clubs. Who is a dead girl walking. No, he doesn't want her. I change the subject like a gutting. I'm meeting Kiki later. We need a little dress-up girl time. I can see he doesn't believe me. Fine, he says with a casual shoulder lift. I don't offer this to most women. I feel so special, Mick. My sarcasm echoes in the hall where kisses did moments before. Mick rakes a hand through his hair. That's not what I meant, and you know it. I shake my head. No. I press my finger into his chest, and his scent wafts between us, cinnamon, spice, and male. I suck it in, greedily. What I do know is that you're used to getting what you go after. I fight my instinct to fling myself in his arms and wrap my legs around him. His face falls into grim lines. True. Then why are you telling me you want more? That my defiance gets you off? We both know it's some kind of flame that'll burn bright only to snuff out. What's the point? I shouldn't say those things. I had planned to give Mick that precious part of myself, And now I think, worse than my approaching death, that I might have given more than I meant. Having sex with him might slowly kill who I am, instead of being the easy experience I wanted to mark off before I'm gone. Mick grabs me, his fingers desperate against my bare back. He breathes against my goose-pebbled flesh, and his steady words sink like talons of truth into my psyche. What if it's not? What if the flame doesn't burn out, but more brightly than before? That's the question that presses between us, understood all too well. Mick gently pushes away from me, and I look at his face, gorgeous and serious. He walks backward, his eyes pinning me as time stood still between us. So much unrequited. Midnight, he asks, like confirmation. I nod. I know what's on the table. I know how it'll end. It's the journey that scares me. Chapter 22. Faren. I wait until my racing heart returns to normal, and then slowly walk to the freight elevator. I slap the down button. After the elevator lumbers to its aggressive stop at ground floor, I push the metal door aside. I look around the foyer. It has been recently cleaned, and I watch my footing on the hex tiles that gather like a sea of white puzzle pieces. I throw on my unattractive puffy coat and move through the dark, narrow sidewalk to the off-street parking, shivering as I fumble with my keys. I slide into my mom's rat-trap VW. I try not to cry, because I have half a dozen dances to slink through. I tip my head back, and hot sadness leaks down the sides of my face, dampening my temples. I gulp and bear down on my emotions. It's unnerving how smooth I've gotten at that. How numbingly simple. I drive to the new venue, after tapping the address into my GPS. The arrow rotates as an iconic race car appears on the screen. I follow the directions given by the sexy British voice and park where it tells me. My eyes take in the skyscraper as my hand clutches the gearshift. I can't count the stories. The building seems to disappear into a sky polluted by the light of the city. In glittering silver neon, the name blinks at me, Rose Enterprises. Of course, Thorne's venue would be one of Mick's buildings, though I'm surprised he's so careless after the big raid. I thought he'd be more cautious. Embarrassment seizes me. What kind of woman wants a man who peddles what Jared McKenna does? He's hiding behind being a self-made billionaire when he gets a hefty kickback from young, desperate women. It's sick, and I wait for the justifiable shame to strangle me. A wheezing exhale escapes my lips. My moral compass no longer points true north. It's guided by circumstance and fate, neither conferring with the other. I sit inside my car, hands gripping the wheel. A second cell chime reminder sings in the silence of my car, and I jump. Sighing, I slide out of the cold darkness of the car's interior that held me like a cocoon, and walk toward the gigantic sleek glass doors. A bellman greets me with a secret smile I want to slap off his face. I brush past him, as though it doesn't hurt that he knows what I do. I wait until I get into the elevator before I slip on my backup mask, both hands trembling tonight. I can't remember where I left my original. The altercation with Mick, the surprise of him showing up. It's too much to hide. But somehow I must. I walk through the elevator doors as they slide open. The venue is the nicest I've attended, if I think on those terms. Hand-cut glass chandeliers drip their elegance like an upside-down wedding cake, 5 tiers tall in a triangle formation. The table is dead center underneath them, and holds a group of 10 men. I approach, thinking the clients are in short supply tonight. My eyes seek every corner for who else might be here, what other anomalies are present. Thorne rises like a Poseidon in a deadly sea, reaching out to me. I want to run from that outstretched palm. Instead, I move nearer, and slid my damp palm into his dry one. Faren, Thorne says, giving me a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. He draws me behind him, and every male's eyes are glued to my ass. I whisper by them. A hand passes through the fringe of beads that make a faint noise as I walk. No touching, Thorne reprimands him playfully. Tension sings in a taut line through my center. The man from my first dance slaps a paddle on the table. Enough of this showmanship, Thorn. Jay shoots Thorn an angry glare and Thorn smirks. He has all the power. I am merely the puppet whose strings he manipulates. I want to speak, and Thorn sees it in my expression. What is it, Faren? I hate his face. I feel the intensity of my blush and know it's bad. Why am I the only girl? That's an interesting question, Thorn says. Jay rolls his eyes, twirling his finger. Get on with it. Your attempt at foreplay grows tiresome. My eyes flick to Jay's, then back to Thorn. I'm not sure what's going on. It can't be good. My gaze lands on each man, and I feel my shoulders drop. Ronnie Bunce isn't among them. The laps are old. Jay is maybe 30-ish, but the rest are over 50. The old pervs. I keep the revulsion off my face, but the effort's not pretty. Faren? Thorn begins, running his eyes down my body like he knows it intimately. I loathe his show. Jay narrows his eyes on Thorn, his assessing gaze moving between the two of us. Thorn lowers his voice. You've been selected for a bidding lap dance. His words are a sucker punch to my gut. The last auction had been won by my stepfather. I had escaped by a hair's breadth. This one has all the trappings of some new violation. An older man dressed as a butler flows out of a corner. His silver tray is ready and waiting with a single card on it. Thorn said, a predetermined figure has been selected for this dancer based on popular demand. I cringe at his words, my eyes hopping from one face to the next. I watch the card pass to each man. Whatever they see causes them to look at me, then each other. No one speaks. A silent acquiescence flows between the bidders. An excited but invisible buzz begins, and I cringe. What's on the card? I realize they've all been my laps. That's the common denominator. I've tried to expunge the memory of dancing for them, only to have their physical presence serve as a grim refresher. The winner of this auction gets all the extras as part of the cost and can pay an extra $5,000 for a maskless dance. Maskless. My head whips in his direction, my hair skating across my bare shoulders in a flurry from my response. No. I say, backing away. Thorn, you promised. I know it's pointless, like that man owns a shred of integrity. I've never wanted to kill anyone but Ronnie. However, Thorn might be the exception. He sees it and throws his head back, laughing. No one is going to want to pay that much to see my face anyway, I say. I cross my arms, unconsciously putting my breasts on sharp display. All eyes follow the movement, and I fling my arms to my sides. You can always say no, Faren. No one here is about force. Thorn looks around at the men's lascivious eyes. Right, gentlemen? They murmur their agreement, but their gazes reveal their lies. They want more than they have a right to. It's laughable. Thorn hides behind his position, his criminal coercion. I look at the one client who might show me mercy. My eyes lock with Jay's, and I beg a silent plea. Our stare is broken when one of the men stands, tossing his cloth napkin on the table. This is absurd. No woman is worth that. The room falls instantly silent. Only money has the ability to suffocate noise so completely. Thorn inclines his head. His cufflinks are a parody of Mick's. Thorn's like a one-dimensional copy. He tries so hard that all a person sees is artifice, not the result he covets. For me, everything circles back to Mick. Mental, physical, all of it. The irate client stalks toward the door. Thorn makes no move to capture, wheedle, cajole, or beg. He just lets one of the birds walk. He turns back to the others. One less man to take away this lovely young dancer. Thorn says dancer like whore, and winks at me. My head dips and tears sting. They are not tears of sadness but pure, unadulterated rage. I hide it, casting my eyes to the floor like lures. Faren. I inhale deeply in an attempt to calm myself and lift my hate-filled gaze to Thorn. He nods at my expression, his indifference to my feelings profound. Let's begin, gentlemen. They wouldn't know gentle if it bit them on the ass. They begin at the atrocious figure that should make me gag and feel like a prostitute. Instead, it makes me greedy for what it can do for my mom. $20,000 could pay off half her debt tomorrow. I'm game, I decide. I feel as if I'm watching myself from a distance. This is happening to someone else. Then the bidding stops. A final twitch of a finger rises then falls with the softest tap on the circular table. The ticket slides across the smooth wood to Jay. He's won. I'm so thankful. So resigned. Chapter 23. Faren. Jay leads me by the hand to a new room. We're encased in a modern swath of chrome, metal, and glass. It's so unlike the seedy, once glamorous confines of the carousel of past venues. The door is still marked with the number 1, like the other doors before it. The number hangs slightly askew, and I can't help but think Thorn has a sense of humor. He must run around with numbers in bulk. I put the fist of my free hand against my mouth to stifle the giggle. I know it's an insane stress reliever, and take what I can get. Inside the room, the bright city lights stretch below us. The acres of glass reflect the artificial lights like chips of brilliance embedded like diamonds. The dark velvet of the cityscape appears vast and untouched. We move to a chair that anchors the center of the room. 10 chairs stand in a half moon around the one I know will hold Jay and me. I whip around, my hand still clasped in Jay's warm, large one. Thorn is there, the evil smile of accomplishment, a natural break in a face that should be handsome but just looks chiseled apathy. I can't believe I didn't anticipate this eventuality. Thorn has met someone who presents a challenge. Someone he instinctively knows does not fit. Thorn doesn't know why, but his masochistic edge hones in on my innocence and desperation like a tuning fork, and I am helpless before him. The old laps file in toward me, surrounding me. Their eyes tell the story of their intent. They're the audience for my performance. My eyes narrow on Thorn. This isn't a problem, Faren, right? That empty gaze challenges me to deny him, to quit. But like any predator who senses a weakness in his prey, he's got me by the short hairs. Thorn doesn't know the reason, he just knows he does. The soft underbelly of my desperation is present for slicing and dicing. Thorn jumps in with both feet to crush my hope. I turn away from him as the men settle in. Jay squeezes my hand gently, and my eyes rise to his. Jay's gaze tells me it's still just him and me. We can do this. I don't know when I went from being a girl giving him release to a girl he wants to save, but it happened fast, like a switch being flipped. We move toward the chair, and it looms large at our approach. Jay drops my hand, and the fringe of beads sways at my rear as quiet music fills the space. Not a murmur, mutter, or voice can be heard. Jay begins a silent striptease, removing his suit. The tie pulls through his collar, a flag of silk floating to the armrest as he unzips his pants. My hand shakes when I pick up the towel. I can't stop my eyes from making a downward shift to his giant erection. I swallow, brave as I've ever been, and stand before him, ignoring Thorn's presence at my back. Jay reclines in the wide chair, a copy of every chair I've done a lap dance in. The cushion is wide enough to accommodate my knees on either side of his muscular thighs. I slide my knees in place, straddling him. Faren. Jay threads his fingers through my hair. His grip tightens, and he pulls me toward his mouth. No kissing. The heat of his lips touches mine. I pull away. The bruise on my upper thigh throbs as it begins to deepen, and I search his face. Beyond the tightness around his eyes is care. Concern for me. I can't have that. Right now, I feel as though I'm cheating on Mick. It doesn't matter that it's a job, that my mom is the beneficiary of these illicit monies. No, those are emotions. Real, vital, undeniable. No kissing. Thorn barks. You know the rules, Jay. I wonder what his full name is. I'm certain the reason for first names only is anonymity. Jay's fingers leave my hair and trail down my arms, gooseflesh rising in their wake. He gives a barely perceptible nod, and I run through the extras I remember. Hand job. Breast suckling. Vaginal digit penetration. Anal digit penetration. There won't be a police raid to save me. My head dips when I think about anyone but Mick touching me there. I'm selling my soul to the devil. I can't go back. It's bought and paid for. Being a virgin doesn't mean I'm innocent. There are degrees of compromise. I'm becoming an expert on skirting the inevitable, like swimming against a vortex. I look into Jay's eyes and move. I'm subtle at first, my upper thigh pressing against his erection. He takes liberties without asking, and I bite my bottom lip when his hand covers my breast. He grips the fullness at the bottom and squeezes it just on the good side of pain. I muffle a gasp. His hand moves to my back, fingers spread wide, and he bends his head over my captive tit. He covers my nipple with his mouth, and my body's confusion surfaces. Mick's tongue has been on my flesh, and my body remembers. It rejects all other tactile memory and latches onto the one that resonates. My nipple reacts in traitorous spontaneity. It rises as Jay laves the sensitive bundle of nerves, and my head tips back. My cheating mind thinks of Mick, and the thin strip of my panties grow moist. The shifting of legs and clothes behind us breaks through my fantasy of dancing on Mick's lap. 10 rich, perverted men are watching a young, desperate woman dance on a stranger's lap. I ignore them all, keeping my eyes shut tight. I rise up, moving expertly, faster and faster. My legs are more powerful than they once were. The bruise sings like a beacon each time my flesh strokes his penis through the thin barrier of my clothes. Jay's breathing becomes harsh. I hear a distinctive groan behind me, and move a little more slowly, grinding in deliberate arced strokes against his rigidness. His hands move to my ass and flip up the hem of my dress. The beads slide like cool ice against my flesh. The air glides against my butt cheeks, which are on full display. The slim thong offers no coverage. Jay's hands slap on the globes of my butt, and my eyes snap to his. I'm startled me out of my fantasy, rudely awakened into the reality of the moment. I hear a symphony of sounds under the music. Primitive and dark, they speak of what's happening behind me. I suddenly realize I'm present. I can't watch from the outside. I begin to panic. I need this, Jay murmurs as he thrusts his hips, and a finger penetrates my anus. My butt clenches against the invasion, and I fight against moving away. I battle for my shattering fantasy, as a stranger takes yet another liberty, stealing one more thread in the fabric of my lost innocence. His finger breaching that entrance is so unexpected, I fall against him. His finger sinks a little deeper inside me, and I cry out in surprise and horror. Jay mistakes my intense reaction for arousal. He forces my knees wider in a spreading shove of his knees, and I'm wide open. My panties are totally misplaced, and he crams his stiffening erection against the bare cutout on my stomach. I feel his hard flesh connect with my soft belly, and I know what will happen. I'm helpless to move away, as he traps me, perfectly unbalanced. With a final thrust, he releases against my stomach. I feel nothing, as I hear the chorus of grunts and moans behind me. The only proof of Jay's release is the cold edge of my dress as his cum soaks the material. My heart tattoos a staccato rhythm. Artificial detachment coats me in icy calm as I crawl off Jay's lap. His penis sits like a limp, soggy noodle and provokes my gag reflex. My good hand comes to my mouth as I meet Jay's eyes and choke. He rises, stuffing himself inside his slacks and zipping up. He reaches for me. I stagger back, vertigo hitting me like a released demon. Strong arms come around me from behind. A man's forearm sinks into the damp mess at my front. Pull it together, Faren, or we're going to have some words. Thorn. My teeth sink into my tongue. Copper pennies fill my mouth, and the dizziness floats away. Jay's face comes into sharp focus. I elbow Thorn in the gut, and his arms release me. I run to the door, while men in various states of undress follow me with hooded eyes. I tear open the door and rush to the bathroom. I shake as I empty my stomach into the porcelain bowl of the toilet. I can't do this. But when Thorn gives me my cut from the $20,000, I bend my head as he berates me. I say yes to negotiations for something more. With Jay. Even though my heart longs for Mick, I agree to the deal with the devil for my reasons. They don't seem as important as they once did. Chapter 24. Faren. I drop my keys twice as I try to unlock my apartment door. My bad hand trembles so much, I'll have to put a heat compress on it to loosen it. I move through the door and slam it. I tip my head back, resting it on the solid wood, as I close my eyes. My heartbeat slows as I stand in my soiled dress and cry. Tears run down my face, and I stop the sounds that want to go from whimpers to wailing by sheer will alone. Memories of my childhood, after Ronnie Bunce took over, fill me with steel. Nights when he creeped past my door as I feigned sleep. The doorknob wiggling. The kitchen knife in my sweaty grasp underneath my pillow that comforted me. Cold metal with killing potential guided me towards sleep in that faraway memory. I slide down my door and my soul shatters. Broken sobs tear out of me as I clutch my handbag in my good hand. I cry for what I'm becoming, what I've lost, and how the end of my life is turning out. At first, I don't hear the pounding on the door. When the noise breaks through my despondency, I rise up on my knees and turn the bolt. I sneak it open a crack and meet Kiki's eyeball. Oh my God. Faren. Baby, what's wrong? What is right? My chin sinks to my chest, and my tears soak the bit of material that makes up the bodice of my dress. The door swings wide, smacking against the wall stop. Strong hands lift me by my armpits. My bad hand thumps Kiki, and a nervous laugh chuffs out of her. What the hell? She kicks the door closed and looks down at the stiff material of my dress. Her eyes rise to my swollen ones. Tell me what the fuck is going on. I shake my head, tearing off the dress. Somehow, as I trip out of the thing, the fringe comes away and tiny glass beads skitter across the scarred wood floor like rioting gems. The music of their escape scrapes across my raw nerves, and I hitch in another sob. Okay, Kiki says, throwing up a hand. We're getting you out of this. She wrinkles her nose and picks up the ruined dress with her long nails. Dress, and getting you into a hot shower. I laugh. Water won't wash away my crimes, my grief, my sins. Her brows sink low over her brown eyes. She's so full of compassion that I look away. She grabs my arm, and I let her herd me into the bathroom. When the pipes stop groaning, I step into the spray. I let the warm water trail over my face, gather in my open mouth, and fall across my body. Kiki's silhouette remains a ghost of shadow through the opaque shower curtain. I don't know how long I stand there, but when my fingers prune and the water begins cooling, I raise them in front of my face. My abused left hardly twitches. The steam and heat of the shower had restored most of its function. The bright pink scars crisscross my palm, and I squeeze it. Kiki's shadow has departed. My hand jumps, and I force it to soap my body. I take my time, putting myself back together piece by piece. When every part of me is clean, I move out of the shower and towel off. I tuck the edges of the towel underneath my armpits and move to the door, surrounded by a cloud of steam. I hear low voices and hesitate on the threshold of the open bathroom door. I take a few deep breaths and pass through. I'm not surprised when Mick greets me from my couch. He holds up his phone. You don't answer your texts. Oh yeah, midnight. My eyes shift to my clock. It's 12:15. I nod and turn away, heading to my bedroom. I shut the door softly. I can't handle Mick tonight. I feel like the worst kind of human being. I'm losing everything that's ever mattered to me. Mick can't fix it, and he can't take away how he makes some of his money. Nor can I stop my feelings for him. I jerk on sweatpants and a cami, leaving my feet bare. I walk out of my room with my dripping hair and face free of makeup. What are you doing here? Kiki blanches. He was worried, and so was I. She gives him a covert glance. God, they're ganging up on me. There's no reason to worry. I turn toward the stove. It's pretty easy to act emotionless when I'm so numb. If I can perform one normal task, I have a hope of getting past this recent batch of misery. I feel Kiki behind me. Her soft-scented, vanilla body spray heralds her arrival. Faren, she says in a low voice, just tell him. Maybe he can help. Does Kiki think I don't want his help? That I haven't rolled the obvious around in my mind 102 times? I have, and I won't. I need Mick's money, but he has something I want more. I have almost enough to erase my mom's debt from the clinic. One more stint of laps, and I'll be free of that. It won't stop the pole dancing after the laps are through, but if I never see another lap in my life, it'll be too soon. I'll still need the cash from a few times per week at the pole for my mom's monthly care. Or that debt I've danced so hard to get rid of will come back to take a second bite out of my ass. No, I answer just as quietly. Kiki lays her face between my shoulder blades and sighs. I can't make you, but he's not stupid. She's right, I'm not. Just his voice makes warmth spread from places that had been dry and quiet moments before. How can I respond sexually to anything after what happened only a couple of hours ago? I can't answer. I don't know. Kiki slips away from behind me as my hand grips the kettle. I feel Mick's heat behind me, radiating through my thin cami. I shiver as his hands drop to my shoulders. His fingers dig in almost painfully when he leans forward. Let me in, Faren. Please. I can't fight them anymore. My best friend and this man who is wealthy beyond my wildest imaginings. He can have anyone he wishes, and it's me he pursues. My grip leaves the kettle, and Mick feels my subtle shift. I turn, and his hold on my shoulders softens just enough to allow it. When I face him, he crushes me tight. I shake in his arms, and Mick lifts my chin with a finger. Tears leak from my eyes all over again. Hey, he says, kissing each eyelid. What's wrong? When my tears become too much for his lips, he chuckles and wipes them away with the pads of his thumbs. I can't stop this, but I want to try. I look at him through the waterworks, and see Kiki behind him with her arms folded. Her eyes beg me to accept help. From him, from her, from anyone. I put my forehead against his chest, so I don't have to meet his eyes. His hand strokes my spine, his fingertips going from the top of my backbone to the bottom and trailing up again. I speak into his chest. I don't want to use you. The truth eases out of me like a feather on the wind. Use me, Faren. I want you to, Mick answers. Yeah, use him, Kiki pipes in, and I smile through my sadness. Mick chuckles. Listen to your best friend. I tilt my head back. You mean listen to you? His eyes search mine. His fingertip brushes away the last of my tears, and he nods. Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel my arms creep around his waist, and Kiki claps. Thank God, she squeals in a whisper that sounds like a hushed shout. Yes. Mick doesn't ambush me with his mouth, but sips slowly, awakening me anew. I rise on my tiptoes and press back. I hate that a small part of me clings to a hope I don't have, that I don't deserve. It's wrong. Except in Mick's arms it feels so right. Chapter 25. Thorn. I can't quit. I need one more lap gig to make that last 10,000. One more horrible, soul-sucking dive into the abyss of loss. Of who I am. I don't have a penny. I've paid every dime to my mom's debt, and the balance stands at only 10,000. Only. I sigh. My thinking about money has become so skewed. This last gig will tip the scales, and she won't be moved to the state facility. I breathe through my nervousness as Thorn stares holes through me. His chair creaks as he tips it backward, his muscular weight forcing it to accept his movements. He ignores its protests and taps an elegantly appointed lighter on his desk. Faren, you know how much I enjoy you. He tips the lighter upside down. Tap. Flips it right side up. Tap. I cringe. Yeah, I know. He smiles at my obvious discomfort. I nod but say nothing. Flip. Tap. My eyes key in on that lighter, the silver winking as he flips it. I hate it. Hate him. He tosses it to the desk with a final resounding tap. Thorn swivels to the side and stands. He walks around the desk, sets an ass cheek at the edge and folds his huge arms in front of him. We can't have a repeat performance of what happened with Jay. My hands twist in my lap. I wasn't expecting. Heat bites my skin like a colony of fire ants. You're a little starfish to get a tap. Thorn's so vulgar. I think I hate that about him the most. I glare at him, letting all the loathing I feel fill my expression. He barks out a laugh. I should make you give me another lap dance because I know you hate it. Hate me. I stay silent. I can't speak because I can't contain myself. I keep looking down, trying not to out myself. Look at me. I raise my eyes to his. His dark face is perfectly sculpted, every feature beautiful separately, even better together. Thorn works hard on his physique. The tattoo sleeves that cover both arms are mere shadows against his dark brown skin. But his eyes are vacant of understanding, compassion, feelings. You have one chance to redeem yourself, or it'll be off with your head, he says, laughing manically. I seethe but nod. You looked green at the last venue, and that can't happen again. Even with your behavior, you're a favorite. Thorn's eyes bore into mine. I lift my chin. This big, beautiful man with a black heart will not cow me. I can't allow even the finest crack in my composure. I need this. Faren Mitchell needs it. So I wait, my breath held as he lets me stew. An associate of mine has thrown his hat in the ring, so to speak, he says, letting out another dark chuckle. But his amusement overrides everything. Who? I ask, hoping for Jay. Gross as our dance was, I'd rather have the evil I know than one I don't. One more time. Ron. I feel my mouth open and close like a fish out of water. Thorn nods, spreading his hands apart. You should be happy. He paid the big bucks and the cops came. He didn't get his piece of the pie. My eyes flip to his. I wish I'm wrong, but I know I'm not. The Faren pie. When I stand, my handbag falls to the floor and the contents spill out. My hands fist as I hiss, I am not food. You're what? And who I tell you to be. If you want to suck up the cash, you need to do the deed. Period. Thorn makes me sick. But sicker still is being forced into dancing for my assailant. Does your boss know how you get girls to participate in your pathetic merry-go-round? Thorn jerks his chin back. McKenna. You think Mr. Bleeding Heart is aware of this? I stumble back. I think over my interactions with Mick, how certain things didn't fit. Thorn's perfect inky brows pull together, and he laughs. What? You thought that McKenna? I nod, and he scrubs the short black nap on his skull. Thorn shakes his head, palming his chin. No. Jared McKenna plays everything above board. He does not have a bead on this game. It's not a game. We're people, Thorn. He shakes his head. You're a bunch of girls who give rich dudes what they need. You can't play innocent when you rub your kitty against the pony. I kick up my chin. I could tell him. I lay my fingertips over the lips he'd kissed. If I tell Mick, then he'll oust Thorn and I can come clean. I know, Thorn says with a smirk. What? What do you know? My eyes become slits as I glare at him. I know you're McKenna's new plaything. Why do you think I don't force you for personal laps? His words are a slap in the face. My thoughts scatter like dandelion seed on the wind. I stare, my hands loosening, and dizziness seizes me again. I grip the chair behind me with my right hand. I fight against it, hoping I won't get a headache to remind me of my short path. Thorn sees me sway, and his arm reaches out to steady me. I jerk back unsteadily. His eyes are on me, his hand encircling my arm with bruising force. You tell him about the lapse, and I'll tell him you work it. He's collecting money behind Mick's back. Blackmail in its purest form. My vision narrows to a pinpoint of light. Thorn's face fills it. Test me, he provokes. I don't. Instead, I feel my right orbital region explode with pain so acute it staggers me, and I fold where I stand. It's the only time I've seen Thorn have an expression other than contempt, greed, or lust. That emotion surprises me as consciousness departs, and it follows me down the spiral of darkness. Fear. Chapter 26. Faren. Light. Searing and complete. My eyes remain shut, but I feel a deep burning behind my heavy eyelids. A sharp click like a pen closing. Then, when did this happen? I think I know that voice. I don't know. A couple of hours ago. A pause. We were talking, and then, I hear the shrug in his voice. She just folded like a deck of cards. I know that voice. Thorn. My eyes open slowly. The bright light is gone, and Dr. Clive Matthews' compassionate gaze comes into focus. Hi there, Miss Mitchell. I say nothing. Thorn is here. Where is here? I look around, my neck stiff, and see that I'm in another hospital room. Great. Your boyfriend said you fainted. Oh my God. My head swivels to Thorn, and he grins back. His hands are jammed in his designer denims, his sleeve tats in full relief. Ah. I croak. The good doctor gets a cup of water and bends the straw to my mouth. I sip, leveling a death stare at Thorn. I finish and open my mouth to deny Thorn's claim of any attachment to me. Before I can speak, Thorn says, Dr. Matthews said that you shouldn't be working so hard in your condition. My head turns to Matthews, and I narrow my eyes to slits of condemnation. Had he told Thorn? His brows rise. I thought we talked about management, Miss Mitchell. His brows fall as his head cocks to the side. You agreed you would minimize your activity as part of that plan. Thorn looks on with keen interest, his eyes ping-ponging from Matthews to me. I have to take this in hand, but I'm not sure how. I mentally recap. Matthews believes Thorn is my boyfriend. I don't know if Thorn knows I'm terminally ill, but he knows something is up. Mick doesn't know about the lap venues, but Thorn holds that over my head. It's a circle of madness and deception I can't decipher. I close my eyes against the chaos that my life has become. Just then, my cell sounds a text chime, and all eyes move to my purse. Want me to get that, babe? Thorn asks, his tone light and his eyes dark. No, I answer through gritted teeth. Let it go to voicemail. Dr. Matthews pats my knee through the hospital gown. I'd like to keep you here for 24 hours. He sees my face and chuckles. But I know you won't stay for that. I nod. Damn straight, I'm not going to stay here. You're free to go, but remember what we agreed on. Matthews looks at me before his eyes slide to Thorn. I nod quickly, hoping that Thorn doesn't know everything. He already knows too much. Get out of my room, I tell Thorn the instant Matthews leaves as I hike the blankets to my chin. No, he says. I scowl and he waits. An exhale rushes out of me. I don't owe you an explanation. His chin kicks back and a large hand scrubs his short hair. Yeah, you do. His dark eyes peg me to the bed. I stubbornly say nothing. Listen, Faren, I've got a good thing going with these lap gigs. McKenna runs his uppity whitey shit. Whitey shit? I ask, my fingers coming up in air quotes. He gives a stiff nod. Yeah. McKenna and I go way back, same hood. My brows meet above my eyes. I didn't expect that revelation. Mick had told me he was self-made. His intellect isn't in doubt. But that edge that he wears, his dark, gritty side. Here's the proof. Thorn isn't an accident as an employee. There's a real man hidden inside the suave shell of the billionaire that everyone else sees. So you're a charity hire? I confront. Thorn steps forward, his expression flashing from neutral to angry. You don't know jack shit, girl. We stare at each other. I know you're skimming money with the revolving lap venue, I say. That McKenna remains unaware. Thorn scowls, rubbing his face, then putting his large hands on his hips. I watch his tats undulate with the movement and swallow. I can't deny Thorn scares me on a primitive level. Or maybe any level. And I know that you like boss man, he says. I shake my head, but my expression gives me away. Yeah, he says, nodding and palming his chin. You dig my man Mick. How did you know I was seeing him? Am I seeing him? Oh yes. I know it's real because my bro doesn't dish on the cracks unless he's serious. Cracks? I ask miserably. Thorn nods. You know chicks. Oh my God. His vulgarity knows no bounds. Please leave so I can dress, I ask as politely as possible. Yeah, fine. Thorn nails me with a hard stare and pops his thumb into his chest. Then we're gonna chat, you and me. I nod. Anything to get rid of him. I wait until the door clicks behind him, then I swing my legs around and wait for the dizziness. When none comes, I let the breath I've been holding leave me. The floor leaches the heat from my feet as I walk to the bathroom and lock myself inside. Some wonderful nurse has hung my things on the back hook, and I smile, tearing off the offending hospital gown. I look in the mirror and see a pale, pinched face. I stuff myself back into my clothes, slide my feet into my shoes, and walk back into the room. What took all that time? Thorn asks, lounging against the door jamb. Let's go, I say. He moves to take my elbow, and I wrench it away from him. Don't touch me. Thorn wags a finger. It'll look suspicious if I don't act like the concerned boyfriend. He leans in, his grip on my elbow a painful circle. Besides, we've done a lot more than this. Shame engulfs me. A flush of anger mixed with embarrassment slides up my face, and he chuckles. Good girl. Or bad, from my perspective. His brand new, fire-engine red Porsche 911 Turbo Carrera hugs the curb like a screaming jewel. The color yells nouveau riche to all who stroll by. Mick probably has 10 of these tucked away somewhere, though I've only seen him ride the Harley. I swallow hard at that memory. Hey, Thorn says, and I realize I've allowed him to drag me to his car. Get in. Right. So we can chat. Accepting help from Thorn isn't smart. He's probably keeping a mental scorecard of favors, and mine is adding up. I don't need any more debt. But I have to get home. I sigh and dig at the handle from the top and clamp my good hand inside it like a claw, jerking it open. The heavy door swings across the curb, inching over the sidewalk with a whisper of space between the shiny red metal and the cement. I breathe through the look Thorn gives me when he sees the door hovering a fraction of an inch above the sidewalk. Good thing you didn't damage the goods. His eyes bore into mine. I'd have to reconsider taking it out of your hide. Wonderful. The prick. I lower myself into his car. It's like lying down in a bed. It's so low to the ground. I scoop my hand into the handle and shut the door as Thorn smoothly pulls away. We travel silently for a few minutes, and I watch his hands shift and maneuver in traffic. I wonder what Thorn could have been if he wasn't a rich thug. He's somehow a boyhood friend of Mick's. That fills me with unease because I can't reconcile the two. His hands clench the wheel, and I know I can't get out of our chat. So, what made you face plant? Believe me, if you're some sickie, I can't have you passing out all over the laps. Thanks for the compassion, asshole. The laps. It always comes full circle to that. His eyes land on me for a beat, then slide away. I have a business, Faren. I know you think I'm a cold prick. I laugh, I can't help it. He's so right. He frowns, tightening his grip on the steering wheel, taking me down familiar streets. There's no way I'm telling him. A business that's behind Mick's back, I say instead. He pulls over at a curb. The meter clicks to a glaring red expired as I look. The engine rumbles, causing our bodies to tremble. And the first girl I've ever heard Mick talk about is a cum sponge for old pervs. His eyebrows cock and my face flames. My hands twist in my lap, and I don't reply. Not so high and mighty now, are we? Thorn asks softly. I don't move when he snatches my left hand off my lap. I can't. He's that strong, that fast. He flips my palm over, and my fingers helplessly clutch against his hand. Thorn's eyes meet mine. What the fuck is this? I shake my head and hope he'll let it drop. I know he won't. I had an accident about 4 years ago. Bullshit. His black eyes blaze into mine, his hand tightens, and a little whimper breaks the seal of my lips. Please. I breathe through the pain. His eyes flash to mine before he drops my hand. It twitches between us. I won't be able to use it for a few minutes. My eyes meet his. I know accidents, Thorn says slowly. This isn't no accident. I swallow, clearing my throat. How do you know? My voice is quiet inside the purring car, my body tense. Our gazes lock. Because. His hand gently lifts my palm as it spasms between us and runs a finger over the scar at the center. I know knives. Of course he does. Chapter 27. Faren. I can feel myself begin to thaw toward Thorn as we sit there beside the curb in his purring Porsche. The silence seems to bind us together as we commune over our differences, our sameness. He hasn't coerced a confession out of me yet. The man who forces lap dances on all the new girls and asks no questions. I am so sure I know exactly who he is, what motivates him, only to realize that I'm not the only one who is guarding secrets. I startle when a street cop comes up to my window and give the glass a sharp tap with his knuckle. A blue uniform and irritated eyes blare into mine. Thorn raises his middle finger and pulls away. I turn. My hand presses against the window as I watch the meter cop take down Thorn's plate number. That wasn't smart. I laugh, whipping around and sinking back against the seat. He laughs too. No, it was stupid, but it felt fucking great. I nod. I understand great. I mean, I did. Listen, sweet cheeks, Thorn begins. I glare at him again, and he chuckles. You're so easy to get worked up. I think of Mick's hands on my body, and I can't deny Thorn's claim. But not for what he thinks. Truce. Thorn asks, his face in profile. What does that mean? I ask. I'm hoping for an alliance, even an uneasy one he seems to offer. It means you don't tell Mick I'm doing the merry-go-laps, and I don't tell him you're riding the ponies. I get a visual of a carousel filled with wooden horses that have the faces of men I've danced on. I hear the dry click as I swallow. Another lie. Another secret. I concede. Okay. You can always go back to the polls, Thorn suggests. His shadowed face turns to mine. Just be one of Ty's pole girls. I stare at him, and he smirks as his eyes travel to the street again. I say nothing. That's what I thought. You need the cash. I move my left hand under my right. A nervous habit. Why? Thorne asks, inching closer to First Street. Do you have to know? I don't want him knowing about my mom. He laughs. No. His face swings to mine as he pulls into my narrow alley, and the cobblestones make us bounce as he slows. Remember when I told you how you walk? I nod, my eyes dropping. How could I forget? You said that I was a whore. My voice drops on that last word. I don't deny it. I'm splitting hairs at this point. I've got to be tough, Faren. There's no way to survive this biz without my shit in one sock. I wait. He sighs, raking his hand over his skullcap of black hair. I said you walk like a whore. I didn't say you were a whore. We stare at each other. I offer my hand, and he takes it. One light pump, and it's done. I'm a fucked up dude, he says. Just so long as you know it. I'm not soft on the bitches. I can't afford to be. But I don't let any violence or hooking shit go down on my watch. My eyes search his. What about the extras? That's up to the girls. He shrugs. Thorne leans forward, and I press back against the door. I'm not gonna hurt you. Right. A truce is one thing, trust is another. Mine doesn't come easily, Ronnie trained me well. No girl is getting the beef stick during laps. If she wants to spread the peanut butter on her time, I'm not policing that. I blink, processing his words. Speaking of, the raid plays out in every corner of my skull, and I wince from the memory. Those cops. Thorne nods, intercepting my thoughts like catching the football from the quarterback. Yeah, I won't lie. That was close. Yeah, it was. I don't like lying to Mick, I say. The first absolute truth I've spoken since this whole mess began. Thorne exhales in a rush. Me either. Then why do you do it? Why do you? He counters. I can't. I just can't. Thorne's eyes move to the rearview mirror and widen. Fuck me. His tone of voice puts me on high alert. What? My hand flies to my chest as I turn to see what he does. Thorne revs the engine. Get your head down. I press my head between my legs as he guns it, shooting out of the alley. I pop my head up as he accelerates headlong into a hole in traffic that's hardly more than a gap. His wheels screech as he depresses the gas, shifting hard into second and ripping the wheel to the left as he zooms into the two-lane opposing traffic load. I hit the door hard. Holy shit. I scream, ducking my head again. Yeah. Thorne hoots, punching the roof. That rocked balls. He decelerates and I ask meekly, can I sit up? Oh yeah, go ahead. I lift my head up and wilt against the seat. A leaky sound escapes, and I notice it's my breath. God, what the hell was that about? Not what who. I look at him as he circles back toward my street. We crawl along in stop-and-go traffic in front of Pike Place Market. Mick. No, I reply in a wheeze. Yeah. Detour. Thorne drives past my turnoff and I say, hey, where are we going? You want to explain to Mick what you're doing with me? Not really. He watches my face. I didn't think so. I look at his strong hands, the tat sleeves bleeding up his arms, and ask, so what's the plan? I'll drop you off somewhere else. Where? He pulls up at a building and parks. I see my mom's clinic, and my heart stops. I whip around to hit him. Don't. Thorne's eyes are hard. I'm not a complete asshole, but I'm no punching bag either. He saw the violence in my eyes that fast. Thorne is brutal around the edges, and the potential for instant physicality surrounds him. My breathing picks up. How did you know I was going to hit you? You're nothing but a big tell, Faren. My brow cocks. Thorn laughs. You know, like poker. I give him blank face. Yeah, okay. Everyone has subtle body signals that give away what they're gonna do next. Your tells are big. Oh. That's not good, I admit. Thorn laughs. You really wanted to give me the smackdown? Yeah. Thorn's humor seeps away. Nobody abuses me. Ever. I nod. Got it. You knew about my mom. I fold my arms as my eyes wither him with a glare. Google. I Google every name I hire. His eyes glitter in the dome light when I open the passenger door. Bunce. Then you know I can't do that dance with Ron. I guess Thorn doesn't know him as Ronnie. Thorn frowns, clearly bewildered. I know you don't like the laps, I get that. But the dude laid down some serious cash, and you're gonna have to dance that lap. Cops breaking it up or not. He wants a big-time rain check. Thorn spreads his hands. I got a rep, ya feel me? I did, but I had been hoping that Thorn's little compassionate streak might extend to this. I hold up my palm. He did this to me. His eyes widen, and his surprise hums along with the powerful engine underneath the hood. He strokes the scar with his thumb, my fingers curling inward with every stroke. I want to snatch my hand away from the disconcerting intimacy. Yeah, he asked softly. I can only nod, my eyes are so full of tears. Thorn is a silhouette of muscled black, his image wavering through the water of my sadness. He puts my hand back on my lap and looks into my eyes. I'll see what I can do. Thorn, no, I groan. I can't. I can't face him that way. Thorn sighs, his head slapping the back of the seat. Fuck, I didn't know. It's the fucking mother of all coincidences. But it's gotta come out of someone's hide. My eyes widen. I get one leg out of the car, wanting to escape this conversation so badly the city air feels like a salve. Don't freak on me, he says. Let me see what I can do. But Faren. I turn. Maybe think about going back to Poles. Why? I ask. I only have to do one last lap auction. Then my mom will be debt-free, and I'll only have to cover the monthly expenses. A couple poles a week will take care of that. Some chicks can't tolerate the laps. Some chicks don't need it like I do. I don't think Mick will forgive ya for the laps. He might for the poles. Thorn's warning me, giving me an out before it's too late. But I don't need Mick's forgiveness. There's only one thing I need from him. That's a secret I've only shared with Kiki. I'm not sharing it with Thorn. To him, I'm just a desperate girl who's been dealt a raw hand. No bad pun intended. I feel a little bubble of hysterical laughter beg to escape. In his own skewed way, Thorn's trying to help. Why are you helping me? Thorn's eyes slide away, and I realize I should take his olive branch and run. I don't know, he says, carefully avoiding my eyes. Mick would want me to. What? I laugh. You're doing these shitty lap venues behind his back, and you're worrying about. I lift my shoulders. If he knew what you were screwed up in, hell, Thorn hits the steering wheel of his fancy car, and I jump. He'd. I prompt, my eyes searching his face. He'd kill anyone who touched you. I think about how tender Mick is with me. Mick doesn't do halfway. He's an all-the-way kind of dude. He can have anyone, I half explain. No shit. He jacks his eyebrows up and gives me a look that says he questions my intellect. He's got history. Trust me, you don't want to put him in a position where he feels he needs to protect you. Why? Tell me about him, I say. Thorn lifts his chin toward the open car door. It's not my story to tell. And my cup of care is all filled up right now, so why don't you scoot your ass out? His eyes are softer, but that hard edge is still there, still sharp. Okay. This is all I'll get out of him. For now. I get out and shut the door. His red streak of a car screams away from the curb, and the smell of rubber fills my nostrils as I trudge up the stairs to see my mom. Chapter 28. Faren. The doctor stops me before I enter her room, and my heart drops like a stone in a lake. The ripples and splash are seen and heard only by me. What is it? I ask. Dizziness assails me, and I remember that I collapsed with Thorn, that I'm damn lucky Matthews hadn't kept me overnight. I swallow against what feels like a panic attack, and when I open my eyes, I'm calmer. My mother's primary caregiver comes into sharp focus. Are you okay, Miss Mitchell? Hell no. Yes. My eyes move around him to my mom's door. Is my mom okay? His face breaks into a smile, and my life changes that fast. A rare sunny day in overcast Seattle pierces my mom's room with late afternoon sunlight. By habit, my eyes trace over the tubes that have kept my mom's meager existence going. But they're gone. Faren Mitchell is breathing unassisted. Her eyes are shut, the withering look is there, but the bloom is back on the rose. Soft pink unfolds across her cheekbones as if brushed on. I move closer to her bed and softly stroke her cheek. Without warning, her eyes pop open, but they're not hers. Hello, Faren, Ronnie Bunce says, his eyes inside my mother's face, latching onto mine like a bird that catches sight of its prey. I pinwheel backward, screaming as I fall. Into blackness. No. I scream, clutching damp sheets as I sit straight up in bed. I'm in between, that place where a nightmare seems truly real, a dream that still clings to me with tenacious fingers. My eyes search every surface of my room. I come up with nothing out of place. My personal effects mock me from their benign place in my life. Inanimate, unreal. I fall back against the bed, as my galloping heart slows to a trot. I try to regain the sense of joy I felt when my mom's doctor told me she's woken up, that she lives. Not in that vegetative existence where she might thrash on a good day, breaking the surface of the unconscious water she drowns in. On a bad one, Faren Mitchell appears as if she has already left this world. I sit up again and stare vacantly into the dim emptiness of my room. The clock fills the silence with its ticking. I feel something land on my left hand, oozing wetness into the well of my scar. My tears. I dread tomorrow. Not my day job, but the night. I turn and see the clock reads 3:30. I slide my cell off the nightstand and scroll through my messages. 2 from Mick. My palm dampens against the hard shell of my phone. A soft flutter like moth's wings ignites inside my stomach. Mick, Faren, text me. Mick, are you okay? I smile. No, I'm not okay. I put the cell down next to my body and close my eyes. It's late, and I have no right to respond. I've screwed things up 6 ways to Sunday. I grab the cell and text him anyway. Me, I'm okay. I wait 5 minutes. I watch the numbers on my digital clock flip over into my uncertain future. Me, you awake? I hold the cell in my good hand. He'll text. I roll over and settle into the warm nest of my covers, knowing I have to be at the clinic by 8. I don't feel my eyes close as my hand wraps my cell. It sits against my chest like the teddy bear I no longer sleep with. What seems like seconds later, the alarm sounds. It blares its rhythmic discordance like a tortured duck. I slam my hand down on the button, and blessed silence ensues. Thank God. I sit up, wiping my eyes and feeling like shit. I rummage through my covers, hunting for my cell phone. I find it buried in my pillowcase. I scroll through texts from work from Kiki. No texts from Mick. My stomach falls to my feet, and heat floods my system. I think of Thorn evading Mick in my alley yesterday, and wonder if it was the last time. Maybe Mick figures I'm too much of a pain in the ass. He'd be right. I get up and stretch. I pad into the kitchen, make my tea, and head for the bathroom. I crank on the shower. When steam rises, I jerk off my pajama bottoms and cami, and sink into the spray in abject relief. I think of Mick as my hands glide over my body, my slippery fingers touching every bit of me. I linger at all the places I want him to touch. I crank the faucet to cold, and it jerks me out of my reverie, my desire to climax so I can control myself around Mick. I hold myself back from pleasure. It's a savage torture of my want versus the experience I must have. If he gives me a chance to redeem myself, I want to be so primed for the pump that nothing can stop us. No excuse. No truth. Just my need to take Mick. Before he takes me, I bolt my door and turn, instantly stumbling over something. Another card. Wrapped in elastic and attached to my mask. The mask I misplaced. I do a mental facepalm and cringe. How does he know it's mine? My brows come together as I rack my brain. Maybe it's an innocent find. One that doesn't warrant a total meltdown of my threadbare control of my emotional fabric. I bend over, retrieve the mask, remove it from the card, unlock my door, and throw the mask inside without a glance. Closing my door, I lock it again and turn the card over. My heart thumps harder. Came by to see you. Out of town for a few days, Mick. I run my thumb over the deep, hastily scratched cursive. I feel each indent. I caress his signature twice. The rasp of my flesh over his penmanship evokes a sharp pang of lust mixed with longing. I slip my phone out of my smock pocket and look at the texts from Mick. They're from before Thorne and I almost blew it in the alley. Just the thought of any kind of collusion with Thorne sets my teeth on edge. I still can't get a feel for him. But I have different things to consider with his new information. Mick doesn't know about the lapse. It doesn't get him completely off the hook with me, though. I mean, he's still okay with making some of his money off pole dancers. And I'm hypocrite enough to be pissed about it. In a roundabout way, he's providing for my mom's care. I cringe and put my cell inside my pocket, along with the card. My fingertips linger on the thick paper. Can I afford my pride anymore? What kind of game is Mick playing? What kind am I? I move into the freight elevator and slam it shut. It lurches down and lands at the bottom with a teeth-slamming crunch. I flinch, step out, and hightail it to the door. I look left and right, letting the building door close behind me. I notice my VW is sandwiched between two cars. My off-street parking is not going anywhere parking today. I can't back out without ramming the yahoos who take parallel parking to a new level. Shit. I guess I'm going to get some exercise. I know it's not part of the protocol Dr. Matthews has in mind. I imagine him saying, brain tumor patients shall not run to work. Well, fuck it. I run. I grab Trixie's thigh hard, as she does a particularly good hamstring extension. I feel for the proper lift, hardness of muscle and method. It's perfect. She grunts, staving off another with 5 seconds of unapproved respite. Come on, I encourage, one more. It's killing me. I know. Give me one more real one. Otherwise, you're just going through the motions. I'd rather see 5 real than 20 fakers. Gah. She bellows like an enraged cow and pushes through the last set. She collapses against the weight bench underneath her, arms dangling like limp noodles. I pat her leg. Don't touch me, she barks. Grumpy, I answer in a neutral tone, though I can feel the smile in my voice. Trixie whirls around, her mousy hair and thin body like a whip that doesn't sit still. Where am I at, Faren? I hate to say, but I know what she's asking. There's still a good amount of atrophy. Trixie's hazel eyes narrow at my evasion. How much? I fold my arms. You're organic, Trixie, not a robot. Each patient is different. I'm not here to defeat you, but to encourage you. With pain? She asks, disbelieving. My lips twitch. I've heard that so many times I've lost count. Yes. We don't call this the torture chamber for nothing. She stands and looks up into my face. What do you estimate? Her shoulders droop, her mouth a grim line. Yet, I deliver news that makes her face fall further. I never lie to my patients. Only myself. I slide my patient folder through the glass slot and meet Sue's eyes. How's Doc Matthews? She asks, flicking a finger through the sheets page by page, swiping stickies away where they're not needed. I say nothing at first. Sue looks up over her eyeglasses. The bottoms of her eyes are magnified, and the tops are sharp. Focusing on me. Those two words, brain cancer, stick in my throat like a burr, and I want to spit them out. Instead, I swallow the lump in my throat and force a smile. He's great. Sue exhales in obvious relief. So you're feeling better? I nod, also true. Except for the terrible headache attack yesterday, and fainting, I've never felt better. I smile at how easy it is for me to dismiss the horrible incident when the little ones are becoming less frequent. Of course, it could be the calm before the storm. My smile fades with my pessimism. I turn to go, hiding my face to shroud my thoughts. Oh, Faren. Sue calls out, and I turn back. She waves a mask at me. The twilight doesn't fail to catch the refractions. The Swarovski crystals fling around the room like tiny diamonds in flight. I can't speak. I left that stupid thing inside my apartment. I know it. The mask that I had misplaced, that Mick found and used as a handy message holder. My belly does an unwieldy flop. Who what? I ask. Sue is obviously pleased. She'd remembered to give it to me. She slides it through the slot. It sparkles as it moves. He said it was yours. Who? I ask again, my voice fragile. Sue's brows draw together and she shrugs. Some man? He says you dropped it outside the office. I stand there like a zombie, and my bad hand gives a vicious jerk. My good one is softly fisted around the damning mask. Is something wrong? Sue looks as if she's about to dive around the partition and tackle me in full-on mother hen style. No. I say, a little more harshly than I mean to. It's mine. Just a little leftover Halloween stuff, still running around in my purse. Sue nods, but her eyes track me in a way they never have before. I'm getting more attention than I want from a coworker. But that's the least of my worries. My stepfather has been in my house. Chapter 29. Faren. My body freezes outside my apartment building in fear. Strobes flare at me in greeting, red then blue pulsing in the descending twilight. The sunset bleeds away as I approach my building, and a cop car stands sentinel by the glass doors. My thoughts fill with Ronnie. Cop cars at my apartment, dumped mask like a message. I can think of only one conclusion. Out with pessimism, in with realism. I'm not a fan of coincidence. My hand only trembles a little when I whip out my cell and text Kiki. Me, holy shit, the cops are at my building. Kiki has her phone glued to her ass. Unless she's in the shower, she'll reply. I wait until my cell pings. I look down and give a nervous laugh. Kiki, what in the fucking is happening? Are you okay? Am I okay? Hell no. Ronnie had my mask, he knows where I live. I'm not safe. Oh God, I'm not safe. Me, no. Yeah, I'm okay, but Kik, can you come over? I'm finally asking for help. Kiki, gah. I can't, I've got polls tonight. I've got to wiggle my ass and play grab the cash, after. Me, yeah. Kiki, you're not lying, are you really okay? No. Me, yes, just come over, K. Kiki. I walk toward the apartment building and see cops milling around in the small foyer. A cop walks up to me, His badge reads Tagger. He's my height, and his watery green eyes meet my gray ones. He does that eye flick most men do when they see me. Though my sexy clinic smock gets in the way of an in-depth perusal, he still lingers for the perfunctory 2-second eye rake. "I'm sorry, miss, I can't let you enter the building." His hand hovers over me, as if I'm going to sprint for it, slide across the tile, and make a home run as I land inside the elevator. "Right. I live in the building," I say, not quite keeping the bite out of my words. I'm tired, my feet hurt, and I'm freaked as hell about Ronnie. Now cops are telling me to get lost. Don't they effing know I am already? So lost. Tears of frustration fill my vision, scorching me as I refuse to let them fall. Instead, I level a glare at the cop who's just doing his job. Anger feels better than tears. It's not his fault he just stepped into the pile of shit that's my life. Tagger's brows rise, and he takes out a piece of paper and slides a finger down what I know must be a short list of tenants. His eyes meet mine, and they have a look. It's not easy to decipher, sandwiched between two buildings, in a tight, narrow alleyway full of puddled shadows. Faren Mitchell. My heart pounds harder, and my hand gives a warning tremble. That's one of the tells Thorne spoke of. The full-on shakes might happen in a minute or two for extra fun. Yes. Even to me, my voice has the quality of a squished whistle. He lightly touches my elbow, and I don't retreat. I'm afraid we have some bad news. His words hollow me. I don't think I can handle any more of the evils of life. I follow him through the door. My eyes take in my irate landlord and the splayed guts of the security code box. You fuckweasels didn't get here after my tenant called it in, what? 10 minutes ago. What in the blue fuck do we pay your salary for? To goddamn respond is what, my landlord yells. Tagger narrows his vision to a laser beam on Humphrey. His comb-over stands like a filthy flag on top of his head. I can just imagine him compulsively raking his pudgy fingers through it. Another cop has a little handheld device, his stylus poised but not touching. Apparently, fuckweasel doesn't warrant note-taking. Faren. Humphrey stalks over to me, and all I see is the spot of mustard on his rumpled shirt collar. Tagger steers me into the vestibule of my apartment building. I don't miss the look he gives his partner, a significant eye jerk to Humphrey. The other cop Scott calls Mr. Humphrey. My questions are not finished. Humphrey stops. He shoots me a scathing look that clearly says later. His fists bunch, and he pivots and walks back to Officer Scott in a jerky trot. His chubby body rocks importantly when he halts in front of Scott again. He's pissed, and not bothering to hide it. Tagger shakes his head. If it wasn't his property, we wouldn't be so lenient. He's a jerk, I say and bite my cheek. Tagger smiles and it changes his face, erasing hard years. Yes, duly noted. We climb the stairs and I slow. His hand takes my elbow. Where are we going? I ask. Tagger stares at me. So much in his face is left unsaid, and I can feel the blood rush to my feet. Where? I ask again. He sighs explosively. It's your apartment. I wrench my elbow out of his grip and sprint up the stairs. Miss Mitchell. Tagger bellows. I outpace him like an antelope on crack. I've kept in great shape, working to get out of the hole of disability Ronnie Bunce put me in. There's only my hand now. I can't make everything right. I throw open the top floor door, slamming it against the wall and making another crack in the plaster for Humphrey to bitch about. It slaps me in the ass when Tagger crowds behind me. I groan, clutching the door jamb, as my eyes take in my doorway. My solid wood door hangs from its hinges like a busted tooth, and I walk forward as though in a dream. Or a nightmare. Is it safe? I whisper. Tears spill, cutting fine pathways in my heart. Yeah, but Miss Mitchell. Faren, I reply absently. Faren, stay with me, please. I can't have you running off like that. He's not out of breath, but his eyes are tired. Tired of things I've never seen. And some that I will. Okay. I walk toward the torn mouth of my apartment. I step through the threshold and don't know where to look first. Everything that can be broken is. The silent tears roll on. I glide over to my stove. My pale green salt and pepper shakers sit untouched, the only perfect thing in the wreck of my apartment. I hug them, my eyes taking in my tea kettle shattered on the floor. It had been my mom's. Miss Mitchell, the cop begins. I walk over to my couch, the Afghans scattered everywhere. I sit and look at the couch Mick lounges on when he breaks into my apartment. God, I miss that. I laugh and hiccup at the same time. I raise my eyes to Tagger, feeling like a husk. I'm sorry, Faren, but I have to ask you some questions. Someone just came and beat the shit out of my apartment, and you have to ask me some questions. I thump my bad hand against my chest, and the salt shaker falls to the floor. We watch the salt dump all over the rug. Our eyes meet, and I think about luck. If weren't for the bad, I wouldn't have any at all. Tagger slowly stoops, pinches some of the salt, and with a deliberate fling throws it over his shoulder. I stare at him. For luck, he says without an ounce of defensiveness. Okay. I sound shaky. I don't believe in luck. His stylus comes up above his tablet, hovering like a chopper without landing. Ready. I give the barest nod. My bottom lip trembles as I try to shut off my mind, an engine that never quits. He starts in, and I respond. Where do I work? What are my hours? Everywhere. Impossible. I don't meet his eyes, and that makes it easier. Do I have any enemies? I look up. Tagger shrugs. I notice his dirty blonde hair needs a cut, curling above his ears. Seems personal. Oh, it is. His eyes run over me again, and stutter to a stop at my scarred hand. They lift to mine. His question is there, though he doesn't voice it. The cop knows the evidence of violence when he sees it, like Thorne did. He's not here to question me like a suspect, but he's suspicious. It's in the tense set of his body. I stand, and he follows me. I take a mournful mental inventory of the things in my home. I halt when I catch sight of my bed. My normal clothes are hanging in the closet. Slashed everyone. The only things that escape destruction are my stripper outfits. Each one of those is neatly laid out on the bed. Gooseflesh breaks out over my body, running down my arms. I move to my dresser and tear my drawers open. My panties are missing. Bras. Oh my God. I slowly turn, and Tagger gives me a neutral look. I want to hit him. You could have warned me at least. He shakes his head. I needed to see your reaction. I wipe my eyes, brushing angry tears away. What? I move into his personal space. You some kind of sadist? You get off on some freak coming in here and wrecking all my stuff. Tagger's eyes narrow. No, I don't, Miss Mitchell. He stares at me, then glances at the bed full of stripper clothes. But I am mighty curious why someone would break into your apartment and wreck everything. Then they take nothing but your lingerie and keep an assortment of very interesting clothes in perfect condition on display for your return. My eyes drop from his. I hear his frustration. Is there something you're not telling me? He asks. There is. But if I breathe a whisper about Ronnie Bunce, I have to answer questions about laps, extras, and my newest love interest. It could be dangerous for me. It could hurt my mom. Oh yeah, officer. I'm keeping billionaire Mick McKenna around to deflower me before I die. And my crazy as fuck stepdad wants to make good on unfinished business. They'd keep me wrapped up so tight I'd never see my mom. No way. I'm all she has. I can't be embroiled in some mess while her care hangs in the balance. No, there really isn't, I lie. The weight of my desperation pins every word with a grain of truth. Love is a powerful motivator. Tagger closes his tablet with a smack. I wish I believed you. Me too. I stare at him, folding my arms. He sighs in frustration. You have a place to stay. I don't answer fast enough, and he explains, you're not safe here. There's no way to secure the door. I can tell he thinks I'm some kind of wacko flight risk. I open my mouth. She'll stay with me. We turn toward the door, looking out into my small living room at the man entering my wrecked apartment. I heard his voice, and like Pavlov's dog, that ache settled right between my legs, heat spreading from my core to my toes. From just his voice. Tagger whirls around, his hand on the butt of his pistol. How did you get up here? His hand strokes the leather holster. My eyes move to Mick's, their root beer browns so deep I drown in them. Ben Franklin let me in. Tagger frowns. Mick holds up a $100 bill. Chapter 30. Mick. Hate to break it to you, Mr. McKenna, but you can't buy me. Tagger glares as Mick calmly plucks a billfold out of the interior pocket of his suit. No. Mick's brows dump above angry eyes, a tick beginning in his square jaw. Then maybe you can explain why my girlfriend is being browbeaten by a beat cop who leaves the apartment unattended after it's been rifled through. Girlfriend. I drink him in as he stuffs the money in his wallet. Tagger's forehead furrows, his body going tense. Where's Scott? Mick removes an imaginary piece of lint from his understated, tailor-cut suit. It perfectly showcases his natural elegance. His eyes cut to Tagger. I don't know. Why don't you find out and leave me here with Miss Mitchell? I can take it from here. I cringe at his unflinching handling of the police. Tagger doesn't move. We may need to assign police protection. That won't be necessary, Mick cuts him off. My eyes find Tagger. Police protection. He shrugs and my eyes narrow. He makes me feel as though I'm somehow to blame, like a police liability. You thought you might lean on Miss Mitchell until she cracked? Mick asks. Tagger stares at Mick, his fair skin taking on a ruddy glow. I turn my attention to Mick, my mouth agape. I'm aware of Miss Mitchell's background, Tagger says. I somehow cover my shock. I'm so glad everyone knows everything about me and doesn't bother to make me privy. What does my history have to do with this? I shoot Mick a hard look. Has he said something to Tagger? No, that makes no sense, unless they know each other from before. Tagger scrubs his face and scowls at Mick. I don't know how you know anything here, McKenna. Sounds personal, I mimic, and Tagger gives me a thoughtful look. Mick walks over to me and puts a large warm hand at the nape of my neck. The warmth from his voice is nothing to that single touch. A searing flame races from my head to my toes, coming back to latch onto my crotch in a vicious twist of arousal. My lips part, I keep from panting from sheer will alone. I clearly need more oxygen. It doesn't matter that Tagger is watching us like a hawk. Mick is touching me, and I can't get past that. He's a barrier I can't break, that I want to hold forever. It is, Tagger replies, his eyes noting Mick's hand on me. Ben Franklin always works, Tagger. Mick gives my neck a gentle squeeze, and a small bubble of sound escapes me. Mick glances at me, his aloof facade slipping around the edges. It's like ice melting before the passion of our contact. It doesn't work with me, McKenna. Mick's eyes slide back to Tagger's. I know you're working a case. He does. Tagger pushes his tablet into his pocket slowly, never breaking eye contact with Mick. I have a right to know what's going on, I say, stepping away from Mick so I can think. I feel like the only one out of the know. Tagger knows my background, Mick does too. They seem to know each other. And Ronnie Bunce is at the heart. Maybe it beats without their knowledge. There's been a similar pattern of break-ins, Tagger admits. My mouth opens then closes. When? Who? Tagger cocks his head. It's local, similar MO. Oh, maybe not Bunce. Hookers mainly, Tagger says, and my face flames. Definitely Bunce. First the mask, then trashing my apartment. Mick's expression darkens. I'm not a hooker, I say. That rides the line of lying. Have I had intercourse during a lap? No. Have I done everything but that? Almost. And I did it for the money. I think of my mom, how it was before Ronnie, and I bite my lip. That long-ago memory is a bittersweet whip of velvet inside my mind. We're not accusing you of prostitution, Tagger says. You'd better not be. Mick's voice sounds like a growl, and I barely resist looking at him. Tagger grins, seeming to love his role of authority. She's not your wife, Mr. McKenna. You really don't have any rights here. In fact, you being here is wrong on a lot of levels. Tagger turns to me. Do you feel threatened, Miss Mitchell? Of course. I answer immediately. Do you feel threatened by Mr. McKenna? He clarifies. My eyes shift to Tagger's as I remember Mick slamming me against walls and doors, pinning my wrists above my head while he assaulted me with his lips. I take too long responding, and Mick looks at me. No, I don't feel threatened by Mr. McKenna. Mick's shoulders relax, but there's a question in his eyes that I don't want to answer. Tagger closes the distance between us, and Mick tenses again. I would love to understand the animosity between them, but I keep my mouth shut. Tagger's arm stretches out and I flinch. Habit. His eyes tighten at my reaction. I won't hurt you, Miss Mitchell. I've heard that before, about 100 times when the cops came and Ronnie talked to them. He could be very convincing. I imagine he had his own stockpile of George Washingtons. Tagger's hand opens and his card sits inside. Take it. I pluck the card out of his hand and slide it into the front pocket of my scrubs. Humphrey has promised to get your door repaired within 24 hours, but until that happens, you'll need somewhere safe to stay. I said she's staying with me, Mick says with finality. I'm so not staying with him. Too many secrets to hide. Right. Tagger looks at me, unconvinced. I blush from his look that brims with assumptions. He's getting a mental image of all the slut suits on my bed, along with nightly humpfests with Mick. Fine. He walks to my yawning, shattered doorway and turns. There will be a follow-up. He leaves. Tagger never did tell me what my history had to do with this. I'm the victim, he knows that. If he knows about my past, then he knows that. So why do I get the feeling he suspects me of wrongdoing? Some people have a nose for the truth. Chapter 31. Faren. Mick presses his fingers to my lips. Faren, just say yes. I lift my cell phone and wag it. Kiki's coming over. Though I don't know when. Mick seems to sense the cracks in my words and slides through. He tucks a stray piece of hair behind my ear and brushes his lips over mine. Pulling away, he cradles my face and my hands fall to my sides. I lied, he says in a bland voice. Oh no. I can't take any more revelations. His dark eyes search mine, his high cheekbones still splashed with color from being outside. You're not like the other women I've been with. I close my eyes and feel his fingertips against my lips. Technically, we haven't been together. My eyes open, meeting his. He grins, his perfect white teeth blazing at me. There's time. Yeah, about that, I say as I step away from Mick. His smile fades, but he continues to regard me with that customary heat. A built-in incubator of desire. I gulp. I want to make sure that we keep our relationship without strings. Mick jams his hands in the pockets of his suit. Yup. My stomach twists. My brows rise, and I put my hands on my hips. His face is totally neutral. I'm looking for any bleep on the emotional screen. Nothing. I roll my bottom lip into my teeth, and his eyes shift to the movement. The temperature rises instantly. No strings, I repeat. Nope. He grins as he watches me gnaw on my bottom lip. It's that tell again. I let my lip go. I wonder how many unconscious things I do that show Mick things I'd rather he didn't know. Mick strolls toward me. I'm all about strings. He kisses my forehead, his hands coming to my shoulders. Oh God. Tight. His kiss falls like butterfly wings against the sensitive spot beneath my ear. Strings. My eyes snap open, and his are 2 inches from my face. I take note of the ring of bright gold around his pupil, and feel my control slip further into his hands. I manage to whisper, just until Kiki comes. I don't address the permanency of what he implies. He kisses me then, a crushing press that takes away my breath and curls my toes. That molten hard press breaks my lips open, and our tongues twine in an erotic collision of wet heat. Mick breaks away, leaving us both gasping, our swollen mouths seeking more of the same passionate damage. Get your things, Faren. His face is hard, his eyes soft with want. I blink and look down at my work outfit. Oh God, my stuff. I shake, thinking about all my clothes. My eyes move to my open bedroom door. Mick searches my face, easily reading my expression. We'll get more. My pride holds me at knife point. I don't need you to buy my clothes. I want his help, but the plea is a lodged wedge in my throat. I turn away and walk over to my bed, covered with shimmering dresses that barely cover my female bits, and sigh. I don't have 2 dimes to rub together. I've spent every penny on my mom's debt. I roll my bottom lip into my mouth. Too late, babe, he says so close behind me I jump. How could he buy me anything that fast? My apartment was just wrecked. I whirl and see his hand on the first dress he ever saw me in. Mick lets the silver glass beads run through his fingers like water. I watch him like visual foreplay. He says, "You can take all this." Something ripples across the surface of his face that gives me pause. Thanks, I mutter, and I smile when he's not looking. I move to the closet, grab a duffel, and stuff all my outfits inside. My cell chimes. I grip it in my good hand, and see the name rising from the blackness of my screen. Thorn. The lap address appears for tonight, and my breath catches. I completely forgot. Nothing like a visit from my deranged stepfather to blank my mental agenda. Mick zips the duffel closed, and I slip my cell into my smock pocket. My mind is so thick with my thoughts, it's like a mudslide inside my skull. Important? Mick inquires. I shake my head, trying to clear it. No. Yes. My nose scrunches. I need toiletries. I move to the bathroom and look at the 40 million makeup bottles and brushes. When I look up, my fractured reflection stares back. The glass is shattered, but intact inside the frame. It makes me want to cry again, seeing all those images of my face in broken slices. I can feel Mick staring at me. His gaze brings my emotions to the surface. My trembling lip and quick swallows to contain the new torrent of tears gives me away, and he gently moves me aside. He pins the duffel to the rim of the vanity with his knee. He sweeps the entire top tier of items into my duffel. Powder sprays up, and perfume bottles clink together. My hairbrush misses the rim of the duffel and clunks to the floor. Tampons fall like decapitated paper fingers. I look at Mick, and he's grinning. I laugh and can't stop. He takes me in his arms when I begin to cry. Shush, Faren. His big hands slide around my waist and cup my ass, hauling me up on the now empty vanity. Stay with me. Why? My hands come to his face, and the rasp of his 5 o'clock shadow feels good against my fingers. Why do I have to stay with you? Mick's face goes serious, his brown eyes darkening to glittering ebony marbles. Because I leave town for 2 days, and someone eviscerates your apartment. His hands move to my waist, his fingers touching at my back. My head tips back, and my breath slides out in surrender as his thumbs stroke my ribcage. Mick's grip tightens with my response. He dips his head, pressing a soft kiss at my throat, and my fingers sink into his hair. The deep bass of his voice continues. Hacks your clothes to pieces, and you escape a mugging by the skin of your pretty teeth. I don't have any words for the evil he recites. Instead, I switch gears. You called me your girlfriend. Mick steps away, and I become cold without him, my fingers falling from his thick hair. Am I? I ask. I want to be. And I don't. You're something. What? What am I to him? What are we really doing? Mick looks down. A lock of his dark auburn hair defeats the widow's peak that centers above his forehead. When his gaze rises to mine, those dark eyes cover every nuance of emotion on my face, missing nothing. Every hill, every valley. As if weighing me. Special. He holds out his hand, and I slip mine inside. Mick scoops the duffel from the floor and throws it over his shoulder, hauling me behind him. I begin to turn around and look at the carnage that Ronnie made. He squeezes my hand. Don't look. I take a deep breath and follow him out my ruined door. My stomach drops when I see where we park. Henry has slowed the limo to a gentle stop in front of the Millennium Tower, and a literal red carpet runs out to the floorboards of the limo. To my left is Puget Sound, and to my right is one of the most expensive high-rise condominium palaces in Seattle. This is also where Kiki lives. Holy smokes, how much more convoluted can my life become? Do you know all your neighbors? I ask, trying for casual. Mick stops his more or less constant drumming on his knee. Not really. His other hand rests on my thigh like a brand of fire. I thought you said you live here. Henry opens the door, and I place my hand into his gloved one, that sense of the surreal slipping over me as he helps me out. I feel so conspicuous, standing in front of the tower wearing my cartoon scrubs. Of course, I've been to Kiki's many times. Her studio condo put her back $1 million. In my ignorance, I'd thought it was a penthouse at first. There is no point of reference when you've never had money. It's all just more. More than what I have. I know Mick McKenna will have a large bachelor pad. I do, in a manner of speaking. But I am waiting for a new space to be renovated while I live in a smaller condo. I look at his profile as Henry walks behind me, swinging the door shut. Excuse me, will that be all, sir? Henry asks. Mick shoots me a glance. Yes, he answers, giving me a wink. I'll take care of Miss Mitchell. Indeed you will, Henry replies, already moving around the front of the gleaming black limo. Oh, you will you? I ask in the coolest voice I can manage. Inside, a dozen butterflies beg for escape. Freedom. Chapter 32. Faren. It's impossible to not look around in awe. I can't hide it, so I don't even try. His is the finest home I've ever been in. There are no walls, only floor-to-ceiling glass that looks out over Puget Sound. The challenge of catching the state ferry for a day trip to the hippie-filled Bainbridge Island is only a casual walk away. The reclaimed walnut floors gleam as the tall ceilings rise to open ductwork and brushed stainless. A beautiful, wide staircase appears to grow out of the floor. A harvest of antiquated brick walls close in around us, lending a warm intimacy to the space. Mick watches me with a wary expression as I walk through his elegantly appointed smaller holding. As though I'll bolt. He knows me better than I think. Mick trails behind me and sets my duffel on a low-slung, soft black leather couch that narrowly hugs the rough wall. I stroll to the kitchen, where an island of black granite flows like sleek, sparkling oil. It runs underneath cabinets with a soapstone under countertop sink. The deep bluish slate perfectly picks up the midnight flecks within the dark sea of granite that surrounds it. "You like it?" Mick asks, studying my face with tender intensity. I nod and back away from the kitchen. My eyes sweep the high-end stainless appliances, and I spot a tea kettle. Pain cuts me as I recall the one that lies shattered on the floor of my apartment. "Yes," I answer, my finger running along his living room couch. The couch is perfectly angled to see both the fireplace that bisects the large great room, and the water of Puget Sound that appears like an ebony canvas through the acres of windows. I face Mick, and there's a stillness in his body as there is in mine, as though time has taken leave of the moment. Then it breaks, and Mick strides to me. I brace myself like a beach when a tidal wave threatens. I watch the water suck away, until the only thing left is the wave that is Mick crashing against my body. He moves in a rush of water as he flings his coat to the floor, his cufflinks scattering like platinum pebbles on the sand. My hand grips the couch as he hits me at full speed. Both of his hands find my ass, his lips slam into mine, and we fall backward over the arm of the couch. I cry out. Not in fear, but terror. Terror that what I want might finally happen. That I'm not ready, not in control. It's not on my terms. Somehow, through a coincidence of circumstance, Mick has me where he wants me. My heart beats with lust for what he can do, with fear from how I feel. Though I try to deny. "Faren," Mick says as we fall into the couch. One of his feet hit the floor, stopping him from landing on top of me. His left hand hooks the back of my neck. He presses himself into my center, and I groan, deepening the ache that he started with his touch and the desperate way he says my name. He jerks his pants down, a button flying off and skating across the floor. His ownership of my safety sinks my caution like lead weights, and I latch onto his penis with a grip that should hurt. I've lost my mind. My emotions are a tornado of uncontrollable lust and acute desperation as I squeeze him. He's impossibly hard, big. Mick hisses and my hold loosens. No. His eyes go dark, and he covers my hand that grips him. I've been waiting for that, for what I know is really there. Can't lose my nerve. He releases my hand, and I fumble with his belt. It jerks loose of the loops, in a slithering hiss of cloth against leather. I fling the belt aside, and it clatters to the floor as he presses his knee between my legs. Edgy pressure grinds against my core. Heat floods me in preparation for what's to come, and I whimper. I'm so close to having what I want that I writhe underneath him. "Oh God, Faren." Mick jerks his pants down further with one hand, freeing himself. I get a good look at him and gasp. I've seen 100 bare cocks, but never one I wanted. Until his. Mick yanks off my shirt, my arms flinging backward to help him, and his hands latch onto my breasts with my smock still tangling my wrists. He squeezes them as his thumbs pivot to my nipples, his knee splits me further, and I cry out. A great throbbing pulse between my legs is connected to those thumbs. I abandon my will to Mick, my control. His eyes move to mine as I speak his name. I feel as though every lap dance I've ever done is coming back to haunt me. The sexuality that's been robbed from me because of obligation has been returned to me like a gift. "More?" I ask without knowing what it means. I hear my panties tear, and my eyes spring open as he maneuvers his head lower. Mick's eyes meet mine from between my legs, and I'm overcome with nervous embarrassment. Mick's hands leave my breasts and hold my thighs open. His eyes flick to mine. "I've wanted to do this since the first time I laid eyes on you." I blink at him as he dips his head. I have a moment of hysterical realization that he just ruined my last pair of panties when I feel his hot wet tongue on my clit, and my mind slides in a languid push of bucking hips and near loss of consciousness. My lungs burn as they beg to breathe, but I can't think of anything but Mick's mouth on me. It is the best feeling I've ever had, slick, hot, and so blindingly real. My body stills under the press of his mouth. He holds my hips down with his forearm and spreads my legs wider. He slides deeper into the cradle of my body, his hands going to my thighs and squeezing. His eyes flick to mine again, his tongue working the sides of my lips. As Mick sucks from the top to the bottom, my head falls back. A hushed whisper that's half his name and half moan eases out of me. He continues to stare into my face. I latch onto his hands, my eyes wide, my breath coming in bursts that are harsh and needy. Our gazes lock. When his tongue spears me, my fingers dive into his hair and I scream, the echo striking us like an erotic slap of unsullied sound. Mick's thumb swirls the wetness from my entrance up to my clit as his tongue is buried in a deep pump. My eyes slam shut, and I release his hair as I break apart. The orgasm is so crushing, so vital, I cry helpless whimpers as he works between my legs. The pulses of my ecstasy are enhanced by his tongue in me, his hand on the swollen bundle of nerves. His face where no one has ever been. I lie naked beneath him, my wrists above my head in a rope of my uniform. One foot dangles off the couch, one bent leg is plastered against the back. Mick rises on his knees, and I watch my juices glisten on his jaw. His powerful hips flex as he walks closer to me on his knees. I watch him bob, so rigid, so perfect. I haven't told him my state of innocence, but he'll soon find out. His hands come to my hip bones as he steers me toward his engorged penis. I shiver in anticipation, wanting every inch that stands at stiff attention. My cell phone shatters the silence, as does the doorbell. Chapter 33. Faren. Fuck me, Mick seethes. He swivels, eyes tagging the door with a death glare. The bell trills like someone's laying their elbow against it. My phone vibrates across the glass coffee table. Can we ignore this? I ask, already feeling exposed. The tether of our almost connection slips away like a rope of vapor. McKenna, a man yells, followed by a heavy fist. I almost recognize the voice, but I can't place it. Mick hops off the couch, jerking up his trousers, and I watch him stuff his semi-erect goodness away. The disappointment is a sucker punch. I feel dazed. I untwist my smock and notice my bra is hanging on by one strap. I heave it to the floor and tear my shirt over my head, accidentally tugging my hair. Mick's almost to the door, and I hear my voicemail chime alert. I'm naked from the waist down. My pussy catches a breeze and my wet passion tickles as it cools. I scan the floor and grab my smock pants, kicking my ruined panties off to join the bra. I jerk on the pants as Mick turns around, sees my state of more or less dress and looks through the peephole. I know it's bad when he leans his forehead against the door. Fuck, he says with feeling and unbolts the door. He sucks open the door, wearing no shoes, no shirt, just his pants. Hopefully, minus the hard-on. It's Tagger. I want to die of embarrassment. Twice. Tagger does a head-to-toe sweep of Mick's general disarray and smirks. Catch ya at a bad time. Mick holds onto the door, blocking Tagger's view of my body. Yeah, kinda sucks. What do you need? I'm surprised you don't have a butler and the whole 9 yards. I can see Mick's face shut down. You said Faren Mitchell would be with you. Yes, Mick answers, giving him nothing. Is she here? Tagger presses. Yeah. May I come in? Mick exhales. Moving aside, he sweeps his hand to the right, and Tagger walks in. His casual clothes look out of place in Mick's expensive digs. Of course, I still have my physical therapy uniform on. Sans panties and bra. Oh God. My chin drops when I catch sight of my underwear. I give what I think is a subtle swish of my toes in an attempt to bury them underneath the couch. There you are, Tagger says. My stomach clenches. He sounds so much like the men who speak to me at the laps. Horrible condescension and assumption, rolled into neat little judgment with a bow on top. My eyes meet his, my teeth setting together in a pre-grind. Mick sees my expression over Tagger's shoulder and frowns. Okay, you've seen her. Now you can go. Tagger must know he walked in on something, and it's even more obvious that Mick's pissed about it. Tagger turns to Mick, his eyes roving over shoulders hardened through grueling workouts. My eyes follow Tagger's, and it doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure out he's jealous. About what? Neither confirms knowing the other, but I don't think it's just about male posturing. Tagger breaks his stare with Mick and moves to where I stand, trapped between the coffee table and couch. His watery green eyes move down me like they did Mick, and his lips flatten into a grim line. He gets to my naked toes, and I blush when he sees my torn panties as the crotch flirts at him from underneath the lip of the couch. I want to crawl in with my discarded underwear. Instead, I stand there and stare at him as he puts the pieces of our evening together. I don't know what he sees in my face, but it makes him turn to Mick. Tell me this girl isn't one of your playthings, McKenna. Not her. I frown. Okay, definitely knows Mick. I'm spot on with my earlier assumption. Mick's chin jerks back, and he folds his powerful arms over his bare chest. His eyes narrow on Tagger. Listen, Jake, I've got you. My eyes widen, moving between the two. I move away from them, wondering what's going on, and hoping I'm not going to find out. You're pissed because of who I am, Mick says. Tagger moves into Mick's grill, and his jaw flexes. I'm lit up because she doesn't know who you really are, how we suffer over your sleazy bullshit. What's happened? Oh no. Does she know? Mick shoots this out-of-line cop a warning look. I'm pretty sure I know what Tagger's going to say. If he does, I'll have to play a role or it'll come off weird. I don't want to. Not now. His timing is criminal. What should I know? I ask. Mick looks into my eyes as Tagger drops the news like a bomb. Prince Charming here owns the hottest strip clubs on the West Coast. My eyes slide away to stall while I gather my will, my expression. My words. I work at one of his clubs. I work at Thorne's illicit club that Mick doesn't know about. I remember picking up that sweaty pole money at his feet like it was yesterday. It won't be my repulsion that drives me away, but my own guilt. I keep my head down and slide by the men. Faren, Mick says, and I can still feel that sensation of his mouth on me. I won't stay here because I can't hide what I'm doing forever. I slip my clogs on and grab my purse off the couch by the front door. You simpering dick, Mick says to Tagger. I feel a hand wrap my elbow and turn me around. My eyes move to Tagger's. I don't like his hand on me one bit. I can get you out of here, Miss Mitchell. We stare at each other. I can get myself out, officer. He smiles and it feels off. He's completely fine with wrecking my evening with Mick, because he has some kind of axe he wants to keep grinding. Is his hard-on for Mick so important that my supposed need for protection plays second fiddle? I jerk my elbow out of his hand, and his smile widens. Uneasy, I watch Tagger move to the couch. I studiously avoid Mick's eyes, but I can't ignore his presence. His existence consumes me like lava. It spreads over me, and I can't breathe through the suffocating warmth. Get out of my house, Tagger, Mick says. I feel his contained anger, frustration and remorse in his bitter tone. Tagger scoops something off the floor with his stylus. Don't you mean where you bring your clients? I look at my panties hanging off the end of that slim instrument. Clients. My eyelids tingle as my eyes fill with tears. Is this some kind of fuck pad? How many girls have been on that couch? I don't know which to feel more hurt by, his lie by omission, or his revolving door of meaningless flings that Tagger seems to be so intimately aware of. Tagger strolls toward us. I give hurt eyes to Mick before I can stop and back away from them both. Mick's jaw looks like granite. I said get the fuck out. His eyes roll over my panties in angry possession. Evidence, McKenna, Tagger says in a satisfied tone, holding up the panties. This guy is like a Jekyll and Hyde. My money's on Hyde. What? Mick asks, clenching his teeth. I obviously interrupted an assault in progress. What? I echo. My voice sounds as though it's been torn from my throat in breathy pieces. Mick didn't rape me. If anything, in some twisted way, I'm the user. But Tagger doesn't intuit that. Mick snatches the panties from Tagger. I've never forced any woman in my life. You know that. Why is Mick defending his honor? That past of yours, though. Tagger wags a finger like it's a good bit of comedy, though we stand around like shell-shocked survivors. It wouldn't take anything for someone to snap after what you've been through. Do the wrong thing here. He spreads his hands inoffensively. They glare at each other, the atmosphere thickening. She's coming with me, McKenna. I'm getting Miss Mitchell's statement, and she can't make one with you standing over her after an alleged assault. I don't need to make a statement. I back up farther, my butt pressing against the cold metal of the doorknob. You're making one, Miss Mitchell. What the hell is going on? How did this cop go from showing up at the scene of my demolished apartment to accusing Mick of attacking me? My back's literally against the door, my heart hammering as Mick clenches my panties. No, I say, nothing happened here. Mick didn't hurt me. I meet Mick's eyes, and his are sorry. He didn't want me to find out about the strip clubs from the mouth of a jealous cop. I'm betting he never wanted me to know. Tagger shakes his head, reaching for me, and I panic. I hit him with my bad hand, because my right holds the strap of my purse. Tagger grabs my bad hand, biting into the carnage of nerve damage. I cry out, and even to my ears it sounds like a wounded animal. Mick doesn't hesitate. He steps forward like a dancer in the first blush of movement. His fist lashes out in a natural strike, the knuckles set and turning as he pivots into Tagger's face. Tagger's face rocks back, his hand convulsing on mine, and I scream Mick's name as the pain rips through my palm. Mick swivels, his hand coming down as he turns, and hammer chops the cop's forearm. Tagger reflexively releases my hand. Mick turns to me, my hand a shaking nightmare, and wraps his arms around me. I know Tagger didn't mean to hurt me. Probably doesn't even consider my damaged hand. I gasp into Mick's muscled chest, tears sliding out from underneath my clenched eyes. Oh God, I gasp. The old pain grinds through my hand and halfway up my forearm, in the way only nerves can travel the agony highway. I hear a pop, and then feel a pain worse than I've ever experienced, slices through me. I fall back, Mick falling with me, his weight covering me in a brutal slap. I see Tagger, his legs spread and a nasty wound on his jaw, holding a taser. Delivering the jolts that incapacitate Mick and transfer to me. I see his smile before darkness takes me. Chapter 34. Faren. Billionaire Jared McKenna has been detained overnight for the alleged assault of physical therapist Faren Mitchell, a reporter chimes. Her bronzer makes her look like an Oompa Loompa. Kiki turns off the television and stares at me, having just extradited me from the holding tank. I wrinkle my nose, pee and barf, still sharp in my memory. Oh my God, girl, this is so many levels of fucked up shit. I can only nod at another ugly turn my complicated life just took. I perch at her small kitchen table, déjà vu slipping over me. I've come full circle. I'm back at Millennium Tower, about 12 stories below Mick's place. I swallow past the mental replay of what happened in his condo. Yeah, so what I need? More notoriety. Kiki leans forward, long black hair misses her coffee by a millimeter. Is it true? I roll my eyes. No. But he came clean about the strip clubs. Her brows draw together as she sets her teacup down. I shake my head. No, not exactly. A laugh of pure exhaustion erupts out of me. The cop is the one who dropped that bomb in Mick's little hump shack up there. I point to her ceiling. Kiki folds her arms. I never even knew that McKenna lived here. She blows a strand of hair out of her face and moves away from the table as I look out the window to the water outside. Here I was, all jonesing to meet his rich ass, and then poof, he lives above me. She flings a hand above her head. Kiki puts a butt cheek on the super high seats around her trendy square nook table. It angles perfectly in the banked windows where west meets south, where the glass windows intersect. Somehow, I'm not thinking you like the proximity. I look at her, hand around my mug of coffee, foregoing tea for the moment. No. I don't know. She says, they're going to dredge up all the shit again. Yeah. I lean back against the chair. Just as I was becoming a nobody, they'll latch onto the entire Ronnie thing again. I slam my mug down on the table. I don't want people knowing. You took a chance when you signed up for the titillating stuff, Kiki says. I sigh. Yes, I'm aware. Kiki lifts her shoulders in consolation. People are entertained by sex. And evil, I add, and we lock gazes. So here comes beautiful Faren Mitchell, survivor of an attack by her lunatic perv stepfather, only to be assaulted by billionaire buku bucks. I grimace. Alleged. Okay, so spill what did happen. The torn panties have made the news. My mouth falls open. The fire of shame coalesces inside my chest. Are you shitting me? Kiki shakes her head slowly, as her eyes glide over my sick expression. Oh my God, my life has become a soap opera. It's official. Kiki raises her hand solemnly. You're the it girl right now. Your apartment was ransacked, and that prick tasered your supposed attacker, and you were collateral damage. Kiki doesn't look away. Did he really hurt your hand? I nod. I don't think he meant to. Don't defend that ass jack, Kiki fumes. Why was he putting his hands on you, Faren? F me, that's just weird. I did consider why he seemed so intent to nail Mick to the wall. How it seems like he's using me for his own agenda. The whole fucking sick situation reeks. I guess he thought Mick was a threat. I throw out lamely. Kiki barks out a laugh and slaps the table. That'll do it. Good for McKenna. She throws a victory fist in the air. You can play the victim and get the police to lick your boots. You've got to beat the press at their own game. I don't like the way that sounds. You hold a press conference, play the wounded gazelle. Talk sappy smack about how McKenna and you have been dating. I don't know if he wants that. Well, you can't say you and Mick have been casually fucking. She cocks her brows. The oxygen leaves the room. Because we haven't. I manage through my teeth. I want the deets, Kiki says. I open my mouth, and she does a slicing gesture across her throat. Later. Anyway, she pauses, getting into her scheme. Money bags. Mick, I interrupt. Kiki rolls her eyes. Hotness? She waits, and I let a small smile slip. She grins at my expression. Hotness is there for you when your apartment gets burglarized. Then this dirty cop comes by to make sure you're where you said you'd be. Her eyes swivel to mine. And how many shades of fucked up is that anyway? Never mind. He stomps in there, interrupts consensual, whatever it was, sees your underwear, and goes medieval with the juice. I guess that about covers it, but Kiki is missing some finer points. I hold up my hand. First, we don't know Tagger's a dirty cop. I lower one finger. He's something. She juts out her chin in defiance, and I can't dispute something reeks like a badly camouflaged turd. I think he knows Mick. There's bad blood there. Mick knew his first name. Kiki makes a sound that I translate as knew it. Second, my place was not burglarized, it was demolished. Third, it didn't look good. Mick and me. I whisper that last. What doesn't look good is Tagger's concern over your underwear, and why he thinks Mick is capable of assaulting women. Where the hell does he get that? A beat of silence passes as we stare at each other. Google, we yell at the same time, making a mad scramble for her laptop. I can't believe I haven't already thought of this. Kiki looks at my face. You little weasel, you've already thought about it. Well, he Googled me, I say in lame defense. Kiki taps her lip. But you took him at his word. Yeah. Tagger said something about how, if I knew about his past. Kiki gives a low whistle. She flips open her Mac, and I watch over her shoulder as she inputs Mick's name. Holy fuckballs, she shouts. There's like 50 pages. Her shoulders slump. It'll take all goddamn day. I scan the first 10 hits, all entail holdings, buildings, real estate, so many stories about Mick and me. I swallow, ignoring those. No, my eyes flicking through each post. I keep scanning. Second page, Black Rose Gentlemen's Club holdings. Click that. I point at the elegant black rose held between a skull's clenched teeth. Kiki clicks. It's a boatload of boring fiscal stats. My eye catches on a small thread. Related articles, Black Rose Inception. I point again, and Kiki clicks. I don't know who finishes first, but when we're done reading, she closes the laptop. That's horrible, Kiki says. Yeah. At least I know why he peddles flesh. He's like a really honorable guy, I whisper, feeling like a flea for my layers of deception. The shame I'd held at bay seeps into every pore. Yeah, a really rich, hot, honorable guy with a tragic past. Kiki gives me a sharp look. It's almost as tragic as yours. Almost. Chapter 35. Faren. Kiki drops me at the curb. I flick her a wave, and she lifts her cell. Text me, the gesture says. Our revelations swirl between us like unseen smoke. I nod and turn toward concrete steps. I'm on my way to see Mick when a text comes in from Thorn. Thorn, you get a pass on laps because of what went down with Mick. It's your only freebie. You feel me? Tonight, Faren. I chew on my bottom lip while I tap out my response. Me, yes, I'll be there. I don't ask about Ronnie. I have to accept that Thorn understands Ronnie terrifies me. His trashing of my apartment is his newest calling card. Thorn isn't heartless, he's determined. I don't know which is more dangerous. I have to talk to Mick about the strip clubs, and somehow keep my secret just a little longer. When we quench this fire between us, when he realizes how innocent they first am, I'll come clean about the lapse. After all, I can't keep that particular secret much longer. He won't want to keep some naive virgin anyway. He'll take it and run. I'm counting on that. Mick's tender with who he thinks he knows, not who I actually am. I inhale deeply at the thought of an experienced, rich guy settling down with a terminally ill girl, who gives him her virginity while grinding on the laps of strange men. I think about what I learned on Google. Mick's protective nature makes more sense now. A lot more. I just don't know where that leaves us. I know what would have happened if Tagger hadn't burst in. Mick had had me right where he wanted me. I was exactly where I wanted to be. Then fate inserted itself. I push the glass door to the Seattle Police Precinct open. The directional reflects back at me, west. A horse whinnies with a cop on its back as I walk into the old stone building and scan my surroundings. My body feels ultra-sensitive from the shock of the taser. I'm certain that, combined dangerously with my illness. I shove that thought away for later reflection. I walk over to the reception desk and stand there while a cop types something. Yes, he asks without looking up. I feel sexist for thinking it's weird that a man is working the front desk instead of a woman. I'm here to see Jared McKenna, I say, my eyes sailing around the huge noisy space. He stops typing and looks at me, really looks at me. You're Faren Mitchell. Yes. How does he know who I am? Nothing about that seems good. Officer Farrick stands and walks around the chest-level, semi-curved desk. He gives me a once-over. Follow me. I don't. He's 10 paces away before he notices. Miss Mitchell. His brows rise to a receding hairline of unkempt tufts of dishwater blonde hair. I put my hands on my hips. Let's just say my confidence in police protection has been shaken. I'm no longer afraid of every single thing in my life. I want to find out what I can about Tagger. What's happening between him and Mick? I can tell he's thinking about what words to use. That's what this is about, Officer Farrick replies. I cross my arms. I don't have time for this. My life's clock is ticking. I dipped into my vacation time at the clinic, and Sue is covering for my last-minute request for a personal day. I have do-or-die laps tonight, and haven't seen my mom in 2 days. My world is unraveling, a slow spiral of chaos settling in for the duration. My emotions boil right underneath the surface. Being in the public eye again just makes it worse. Okay, I huff. At least I can see Mick. We pass through a door as his finger holds it open for me, and I walk through. Among the rows of desks, my eyes hit on Tagger, and I slow. I can't ignore the instant association of Tagger and the taser. The T's run together in subconscious connection. Adrenaline rushes through my body with numbing intensity, and I actually step back when Tagger's small green eyes peg me. I take comfort in the shadow of a bruise on his jaw. The one Mick put there because he touched me. Miss Mitchell. Tagger addresses me, and I can almost feel Farrick behind me as he quits breathing. I don't even try for polite. Tagger sends a ripple across the water of my barely concealed emotional turmoil, and he's off the list for civility. He's been so out of line, I don't know where to begin. Where's Mick? Tagger sits on the corner of his desk, one long leg dangling off the edge. He's lawyered up. Mick's not here. I squelch my disappointment. Why? He didn't do anything wrong. My guilt over pigeonholing Mick spurs me on. You need the supposed victim to accuse someone, right? They can't just nail Mick to the wall because he wants to. Can they? Tagger inclines of his head. My eyes keep fixating on the dark mar near his chin. True, but it looked like assault from my perspective, Miss Mitchell. And we're here to protect the victim, even if they don't think they need it. His eyes hold mine. I see how large his hands are. I'd forgotten, until that moment, how they'd looked on the grip of the taser. The damage those hands could do to someone he wished to bring to harm. Protect and serve my ass. I lick my dry lips, and his eyes shift to the movement. It was consensual, Tagger. Detective, he corrects. Condemnation fills his gaze like brackish water. I think of how Mick doesn't care about titles. The very thing Tagger accused Mick of, being arrogant and aloof, becomes more glaring as his character flaws. I cross my arms. So Mick's lawyered up because of police brutality. My eyes don't stray, but spear him with my accusation. How do you figure? The scorn of his expression hits me with dismissal. He's the one who struck me, Miss Mitchell. So you gave us both the zap? I ask. Justify that. My fingers bite into my crossed arms. His eyes drop. When they rise, they're filled with artificial concern. You got in the way. It was unintentional. I don't believe for 1 second that my safety was a consideration. You tell yourself that. But remember, you laid your hands on me, and by your own admission, you're aware of my history. I don't need another violent episode in my life. My short life. Ice creeps into his expression. The little bit of green in his eyes becomes flecks of hardened emerald steel as he stares me down. Tagger, Farrick cautions. Tagger scrubs his face, hiding his expression but unable to remove my memory of it. I was just about to contact you. I can tell he's trying to regain his composure. Epic fail. Yeah, I loved waking up in the holding tank. He gives a hard exhale. You didn't deserve that. I shake my head. My apartment's McFucked. My soon-to-be lover and I were electrocuted. And I woke up in a holding tank for criminals. Tagger doesn't get it, and I can't figure out why. Ultimately, the biggest thievery is my time. He looks up at me, and I lean into his face, gathering courage from I don't know where. Well, yeah, I do. Nothing to lose. My house is wrecked, your assumptions landed me in jail unconscious, and now the world is going to dig through what happened. I try to unclench the tight balls of my fists, and they don't budge. Even my bad hand is like stone. It's sealed, you were a minor, Tagger responds smoothly. Unflappable. I straighten and laugh. It sounds like brittle glass. Oh yeah, that's going to keep everyone from finding out. My name isn't on Google, just everything else that identifies me. I blister him with my regard. Everyone will know. The Seattle police is sorry for this unintentional interruption in your life. I stare at him. Maybe they are, but you're not. Mick and I are together, and you can't stand it. So now I have to pay by association. I lean in close to him, and he remains immobile. I plant my hand beside his leg, and I can feel the other officer's eyes on us like wait. Right. Anger warms his eyes, and I know I've hit the mark. Tagger slaps his hand next to mine. The energy from his rage simmers through the hair's breadth that separates us. Yes, he hisses so quietly only I can hear him. I step away, never letting my gaze drop, as if we're opponents in a boxing ring. I don't care that 20 other cops are watching. This one worries me. I whirl around and stomp out of there. I don't get to see Mick, after all. Faren doesn't follow. Detective Jake Tagger's eyes never leave me. I don't have to turn to know they're there. Hate beats down on my back. Chapter 36. Faren. Me, we need to talk. Mick, yes, when? Me, now. He can't sense my pleading via text. But it's there, and I hate myself for it. I wait 5 minutes for a response and sigh. Forget it. I stuff the cell in my pocket and smooth my right hand over my left while I vacantly stare. I storm all the way from the police station to my apartment. I launch up the 5 flights of stairs because a handwritten out-of-order sign is taped to the freight elevator. Figures. A new door greets me. I pull out my key, slip it into the lock, and turn it. I heave a disgusted sigh. Humphrey couldn't even get a new lock for the door. Cheap effing skate. Totally not secure. I open the door, anticipating a night of filling huge black bags with broken picture frames, lamps, knickknacks, and my kettle. Instead, I gaze around in wonder. Every surface gleams. Everything that was broken is gone, and a replacement fills the space. I move to the stove, as though in a dream, and see a new kettle, a replica of the one I lost, sitting in its usual position on the back left corner of the stovetop. Who did this? Mick? I jump when I get his text. Mick, are you home? Did you do this? I quickly tap out. I jog to my bedroom, fling the closet open, and burst into tears. My closet overflows with new clothes. I take inventory of the colorful smocks and matching pants lining the far end of my rod. Every cartoon print ever made stings my eyes with its primary colors, and I hug the clothing, pressing my face into the laundered goodness. My cell vibrates. I look at the screen. One word. The only response that matters. Yes. I put my cell against my chest and hang my head. For once, my tears are happy ones. I needed something good so bad. Me, can you come over? I have become the pursuer. Mick, I'm with my legal team. When I finish here, I'll be over. If you're okay for now, we can make a day of it tomorrow. I'll break away if you need me now. I'm more sorry than I can say. For the strip club revelation, I assume. My fingers hover over the keys. Me, no apologies. But disappointment slays me. Then a thought pierces my self-pity. Lapse. Another single word. Unfortunately, it doesn't elicit happy tears. One more time. I can't expect him to come running. I bet his publicity people are ripping their hair out. I'll have to settle for tomorrow, even though I ache for him now. I gaze around my refurbished apartment and believe I owe him the truth. I just don't know if I'm brave enough to tell him. All my outfits for laps are at Mick's in that duffel. I have nothing. I turn, looking into my closet stuffed with new things. My shoulders hunch when I realize I have to cannibalize something beautiful he got for me to get through my last night of laps. I stare into the closet's depths. I'm way past introspection, but sick over my choices. I know Mick won't want me if he knows. I'm a dead girl walking who takes her clothes off for men. I like to imagine he would see my desperate battle to pay for my mom's care, to make the last moments of my life count for something. However, I don't know if anyone is altruistic enough for the transgressions I continue to accumulate. I don't beg for Mick's help because I'm a coward. I fear his answer. I fear that I'll lose my chance at the one thing I want for myself. It's selfish. It's real. I take deep, even breaths. I refocus my thoughts on my mom, her welfare. I straighten my spine and stride over to the closet, tossing my cell on the bed. I tear through everything and see something that makes my heart stutter. It's a beautiful gold and silver slip of fabric that shimmers in a draping sweep from the hanger. The beads at the hem catch my eye, and I think of when Mick's fingertips breached the hem of my dress in the limo. I swallow the memory. It seems like forever ago. It feels like yesterday. I run my fingers over the silky material, threaded in a cross-hatching pattern with tiny strings of gold and silver. It's really too classy for what I'm about to do, but if I wear something Mick chose, maybe I can keep him with me tonight like a seed of goodness in the awful garden of my choices. It's a lie I cling to without complaint. I need it to survive. The dress doesn't resist when I slide it off the wooden hanger. I grab a pair of Hump Me pumps from the new selection. I locate the size on the sole. I look at everything inside the closet. It's all my size. This is why Mick is so amazing. He's got control of the big things and never misses any of the small. I strip off the outfit I borrowed from Kiki and pad into my bathroom. I open the door and a new mirror greets me. My shattered reflection is a fragmented memory. I don't waste tears in the shower. Instead, I focus on what it'll be like to never do another lap. Grin and bear, it takes on an entirely new meaning. I slip on my mask as I ride the elevator up for my last lap gig. I take stabilizing breaths as it climbs and comes to a smooth stop at the 14th. My eyes shift to the elevator buttons, and I notice there's no 13th floor. I don't think about luck. I'm thinking about choice. I step out of the elevator into a ballroom-type setting. The first man's eyes that claim me are Jay's. Relief rushes through me, though I don't embrace it. I know what happens to hope. Thorn strolls up, looking like a finely coiled snake. I'm not here to poke him, though. He's given me 2 breaks. His eyes meet mine. Jay owns you, Faren. I blink at Jay, and the warmth I've seen in his eyes in the past has been replaced by something else. Jay grins. Ownership is 9/10 the law, Faren. I look from Thorn, who doesn't look thrilled, to Jay and realize what they're talking about. Possession. I can't stop the shaking. I feel as if I'm going to break apart and float away. Thorn hauls me inside his office by the wrist as Jay waits for us to reconcile our arrangement. Faren, Thorn starts, and I turn on him. He holds up his hands to ward off the tirade he knows is coming. I realize I've become foolishly brave with Thorn, our secrets making us uneasy allies. You told me no on Ron, and I get it, I do. This lap is willing to go the distance. He'll pay your debt to Ron, and extra so long as he gets every extra. Every extra, like seeing my face. And my identity, Thorn. The ultimate extra. Thorn walks over, and I remember how frightening he is. I retreat a step. He stops before reaching me, and rests his large hands on his hips. What is it? His eyes search mine. I know I shouldn't give a ripe, hairy shit about your problems, but you're messing with my boy. He's not your boy, I cut in. Thorn nods, scrubbing his face with his hand. Yeah, he is. His eyes stay on mine. If Jay wasn't waiting out there, I'd play confessor. I fold my arms and stare at him. Jay can wait. Give me something before I cheat on Mick with this lap. Thorn's eyes snap to mine. You feel like you're cheating on Mick. My sigh sounds like a sob. Hell yes, I do. None of my justifications work anymore. They're like needles of doubt, emotional acupuncture gone wrong. Then why are you doing the laps? My mom, I whisper. Why are you cheating him? I owe him, Thorn admits. Wait a second. I step toward him, and now Thorn looks cornered. I point at him. You're playing revolving lap dances behind his back because you owe him. A disbelieving laugh erupts from my lips. Thorn gives a stiff nod, as miserable as an emotionless bastard like him can be. How? I ask. What's the story on your mom? His face is neutral, but he clearly means to exchange information. I look at my feet. You know about my mom. I jerk my head up and see him nod. Well, her care, it's I owed 50,000. Thorn whistles and I move on. Now it's 10. He clears his throat, doing mental math. So one more lap auction and she's set. He shrugs. Why can't you just make payments? You didn't have to do the laps. I shake my head. It doesn't work like that. If the debt gets over a certain magic number, they shuttle her to a state home. Thorn's face tightens. I know about state-run shit. More silence. So you bail mom out, then you're done with laps. I nod. I might have to keep up with some pole work. For as long as I can. Thorn looks at my hand. What about your fucked up hand? I hiccup back a sob. Thorn looks down, struggling to maintain his emotions but looking conflicted as hell. Sorry, it's just. I don't even have the emotional latitude to be happy about his discomfort. I'm wound too tight. I use my wrist and twirl with the dominant. I wait while he considers my words. Finally, he opens his mouth. Mick saved me. My wealth of reading hits me between the eyes, and suddenly I know his part in the whole miserable scenario. Tyson Marius Simon. You're the one, I say in a whisper, putting the pieces together. Thorn nods. I couldn't save her, but I tried. He scrapes a palm over his skullcap of hair. After I got out of prison for manslaughter, Mick gave me Black Rose. It's been an honor. His dark eyes hold mine, and I don't look away. And you've been running it ever since, I guess. Thorn nods again. I have, but I have my pride. Mick paid for everything I own. He threw expensive shit at me. The car, my pent, my clothes, the business degree. He sees my surprise and chuckles a little. Yeah, I get that a lot. I talk rough, hell I am rough. Yeah. I don't agree out loud. I never doubted he was smart. Not once. It's one of the most dangerous parts about him. I figure I owe Mick about 500 grand, give or take. The girls get their cut of the laps, and I get mine. He makes the money fingers together, his thumb brushing the inside of his fingers back and forth. So we're both cheating on Mick but for different reasons, I say. I'm not cool with it, but once it's done, I'll pay him back. Even though he feels like he owes me. I look at Thorn and see someone different than the man who made me audition on his lap. He's got a weird code of honor. If it's not mine, is it still honorable? I'm not in a position to judge. He does owe you, I say. Thorn's brows rise. You killed his sister's murderer. Thorn's face wrestles through many emotions and finally settles on resignation. I can't bring her back. Despair edges in where indifference was moments before. No. I shake my head, and my hair slithers over my shoulders. But it's a kind of justice. I think only of Ronnie. Thorn shakes his head. Vengeance. That too. Chapter 37. The other dancers are in their rooms, and I've narrowly escaped Ronnie again through a lesser evil. But not this dance. Jay's as handsome as they come, and it should be no chore for me to ride him. But it is. His good looks and willingness to pay don't make it easier. I admit he's better than the other laps, old tired men leading grim lives and seeking youth through the thighs of a woman less than half their age. I smoothly straddle him. The twinge of pain high and inside my thigh summarily ignored. I insert myself between his legs and the arms of the chair. His eyes look at mine through the mask. My flesh is hot, and the sharp outline cuts into my skin, making for an angry silhouette when I remove it after my night of grinds. I put my hands on his bare shoulders. I unconsciously command my bad hand to cup where his muscular shoulder curves into his arm, but my other hand grips with perfect dexterity. I bob up and down like a cork in a sea without a current. Jay gets hard as I arc against his cock and he moans. His hand travels to the V in my dress and moves it aside. My naked breast pours cooperatively into his palm. I tip my head back as his thumb works my nipple into a pebble of hardened flesh. I think of Mick. I can do this if I pretend it's him. I can do anything for him. That realization swims through my mind like a pulled thread, unraveling my brain. I stop thinking about what Mick's doing, in memory of his dead sister. I quit all thoughts of how much more I want from him than just taking the last shred of my innocence. My mind hurries past my faceless death, my mother's existence that is worse than the true absence of death. I concentrate on Jay's hands on my body, pretending they're Mick's. My dress rides at my waist like a slim inner tube of glittering material. It itches me as I rock deeply against Jay's erection. Both his hands hold my breasts. Sit up, Jay commands, eyes at half-mast. I rise, no longer rocking. Lean forward. He kicks my legs apart, and my lip trembles. Do it, just do it. My G-string offers nothing more than a suggestion of material, as air grabs along my folds, whispering its freedom. I hang open and exposed above him. Jay wraps my wrists with his big hands and jerks me forward. I cry out in surprise. I fall forward, and he has his prick sprung that fast. He centers it below my entrance, and I can think of nothing except that he'll be in me before I can react, before I can do anything to stop him. Don't, I whisper through instant tears of violation. The word sounds like the plea it is. I never anticipated him taking advantage of me. My wrists strain against his hold, but he's so much bigger, stronger. I don't want my virginity taken this way. I had a plan, and it isn't Jay. It's Mick. It's always been him. He presses one hand to the small of my back, his bare flesh against mine, and presses down. His penis splits my butt cheeks, and he slides against my back entrance without penetrating me. I panic, my free wrist pressing against the back of the chair, and he clamps down harder, holding me captive. He moves against my most intimate parts, and my fantasy about Mick from earlier aids him. My slickness allows Jay's unbidden movement. He does not enter me. He uses the tight recess of my ass to glide between my cheeks, a grueling friction ensuing. I groan in disgust, clenching my eyes shut and struggling against him as he fucks me outside my body. Jay releases my other wrist, and I lie against him like a corpse. His hands cup my ass, and the rhythm of his penis speeds up. I feel as though I'm watching this happen to someone else. I'm on the outside, looking in. Just a little more, Jay grunts. His hand's brutal hold tightens further, and I bite my lip in pain. His dick feels like a snake between the globes of my ass. My gorge rises, but I hang onto the precipice of my will, my fingers white-knuckling this final sin. He gives a last vicious pump between my cheeks, and I cry instead of screaming as he releases against my back. Hot jets coat the beautiful dress, drying into a revolting gel as I lie in a listless pile against him. "Fuck yeah," Jay says, pressing into my body as his hips slow their rhythm. We lie together for a few seconds as his breathing slows. He pushes me away gently and studies my face. I sway, fighting throwing up. Now the mask, Faren. Somehow, this is the worst extra of all. I can pretend when I wear the mask. I can't anymore. I tear it off and fling it aside. With unusual accuracy, it rims the trash can and drops inside. Jay looks at my face, his eyes poring over every detail as though he's memorizing it. He raises his hand to caress my jaw. So beautiful. I flinch away, my eyes going anywhere but to him. An exhale shudders out of me, expelling my disgust, guilt, and disgrace. Noise disturbs the silence of the room where only our breaths had been. Voices crash against the door. Jay's eyebrows tick up, pulling together, and he gives me a sharp look. There's the sound of someone being struck. Jay sits up. "Don't fucking go in there, Mick," Thorne says. "Mick." My breath stalls. I've never felt adrenaline like I do in this moment. I try to scramble off Jay's lap, but our clothes and limbs are too fused for a rapid untangle. The door crashes open and hits the wall with a thundering crack. I twist at the torso and take in a wild Mick, my bare ass facing the door. His eyes widen. My half-naked body wears a dress he undoubtedly chose with himself in mind, and is now defiled with another man's release. Gone is his expensive suit and smooth demeanor. In its place is a rage that borders on insanity. He launches himself at us. "Faren." I don't move, the proverbial deer caught in the headlights. Jay is the one who thinks, dumping me on the floor as the bull that is Mick rushes him. I fall on my naked, sticky ass, limbs flung in an ungraceful mess. Mick plows into Jay, and the chair goes ass over tea kettle onto the floor. Mick hammers Jay's face, and I meet Thorne's eyes. His black eye is blacker than his skin, and he shrugs helplessly. "Help him." Thorne shakes his head as if Jay deserves it. Jay disgusts me, but Mick will kill him. I see that now. I jerk up like an awoken sleepwalker and lurch to Mick. My dress bunches in all the wrong places, and I grab his arm. "Stop. Please, Mick," I scream as Jay's bleeding face turns into tenderized meat. Mick flings off my arm, shoves away from Jay, and comes at me. I back up, pinwheeling my arms as he stalks toward me. His knuckles are bloody, the skin torn from pounding the flesh off Jay's face. My ass hits the wall, and he slams against me, his hands caging me. "Why?" he roars in my face. His hot breath bathes me in his anger, and I feel stark terror. I push this man so badly that he doesn't sound like him anymore. "I was going to tell you," I whisper against his heaving chest. His hand slams against the wall, and my head leaps from the force of it. "No, you weren't," he says in a quiet voice, so full of menace I taste it on my tongue. My eyes unclench and look into his. "Mick," Thorne says. "Shut the fuck up, Ty." Mick spares him a venomous glance, then swivels that poisonous gaze back to me. "Why?" He sounds much softer now, but no less livid. I clam up. I can't speak to the anguish in his gaze. "Caused by me." He takes an escaped lock of my hair between his fingers. Then his fingers plow through my hair, fisting it tightly. His mouth finds mine, and punishes me with his kiss. His tongue spears me like it had in my core. Deep and unyielding. Final. He tears away, entangling from me, and I follow each movement, burning it into my memory. Mick looks at Thorn in disgust, and I watch Thorn swallow. Mick's dark eyes come back to me. Outraged accusation swims where tender passion had last night. I hear Jay groan. Mick and I ignore it, as if we're the only two people in the world. I think I loved you, Faren. Oh God. I swear my heart stops beating. I take a shaky step toward him, reaching out with my good hand. He puts a palm up, his gaze going to the beaten Jay just paces away. No, Mick, no, no, no. You're so wrong. He turns to me with hard eyes. But I think you love other things more. His eyes sweep the room of sex paraphernalia, touch on Thorn briefly, and settle on me. Goodbye. Mick wipes his mouth as though erasing our last kiss and walks out. I sink to the ground, wishing it would swallow me. I don't love other things, I realize too late. Only him. The end. Listen to more. Your words are powerful. If you enjoyed Provocation, please post your thoughts here and help another listener discover a new author. Thank you. Provocation. The Token. Book 1. By New York Times bestseller, Marata, Eros. All rights reserved. Copyright 2013-14 by Marata, Eros. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review.
Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed the story, please like and subscribe and explore more of my complete audiobooks right here on the channel. See you next time. Love, Tamara.